Chapter 191. A large plate of dumplings and two large bowls of side dishes on the table gradually emptied out during the two people's casual conversation. Wei Yu naturally stood up to clean up the dishes, but just as he was about to pick them up, Susu got there first and took them to the sink in the small kitchen. Wei Yu clenched his empty hands, followed Susu's steps, leaned on the cabinet next to him with his arms around his chest, and handed him a dishcloth with a smile. "Do you take turns to cook? Then why is there a small kitchen in the room?" Susu turned on the faucet and turned it to a slightly lower level, speeding up the speed of washing the dishes on his hands, and asked questions at the same time. When he was working before, he wanted to rent a house with a kitchen, bathroom, and small balcony. The rent was almost half of his salary. Later, he lived in Matia and stayed in the underground city base. He had never seen a room with such complete supporting facilities. After all, doomsday resources were scarce, and it was normal not to give them to the bottom. He didn't think he was so special that Wei Yu would open a back door for him to live in this luxurious single room. Wei Yu rubbed his nose, and only told the truth when Susu asked him. Generally speaking, people without families will be arranged to live in ordinary rooms. The families living in the suites will take turns to take care of their daily meals and drinks. Of course, there is no mandatory shift. Just come as long as everyone agrees. Susu was startled when he heard this, turned off the faucet, and looked at Wei Yu beside him. "I can live in a single room." Wei Yu lowered his eyes and glanced at the half-washed bowl of Susu, stuffed a clean hand towel to him, took the initiative to wash the remaining dishes, dried them, and put them away, and after arousing his curiosity for a while, he smiled and said, "It is everyone's unanimous suggestion to let you live here. As for cooking, I will do it." "You're here again." Susu pursed his lips and said, "I can do it too." But this statement seemed a bit strange no matter how he thought about it, as if he had fallen into a trap. Wei Yu stopped when he saw that it was going well, and did not give Susu a chance to continue exploring. "Do you want to go out to digest your food?" "Where to go?" Susu looked at the gifts that Lu Fanqing had sent again, which had already filled up an entire cabinet. He wanted to take this opportunity to express his gratitude to the people in the institute. After all, he could not tell when he would leave. As for the return gifts for these gifts, he wanted to protect the institute for a few more years in the sea in exchange after destroying the HOM forces. Wei Yu thought about it seriously, and did not give the proposal that Susu expected, but said, "I will take you to visit the institute. As for the other people in the institute, I think it would be better for you to get to know them slowly." While he was talking, he wiped the table and hung the dishcloth on the faucet to dry. "If there is time." Susu did not give a definite answer. Wei Yu reached into his pocket with his freshly dried hands and took out a new communicator and handed it to Susu. "Here, this is a gift from Wei Yu, but it only has his short number for now." He leaned over Susu slightly, his eyes full of expectation at eye level with hers. "Then do you want to get to know me first?" Susu took a breath and was about to take a step back when Wei Yu grabbed his arm and led him out. "Let's go. I take you to see my laboratory first." The cabin was divided into two halves by the main road, and then divided into various areas by several branches. The neat and orderly roads were like fish bones. It was getting dark, and Susu didn't see many people along the way with Wei Yu. After leaving the living area, most of the areas in front had turned off the lights. The left is the second production area, which is responsible for industrial production and sewage treatment systems. If large equipment needs to be assembled, it will be moved outside the cabin. Susu asked, "For example, the sewage filter I saw on the seabed?" "Yes." Wei Yu did not hide anything and added, "There are also some military preparations, counterattack traps, etc." "How did you avoid being discovered by Matthias?" Wei Yu said frankly, "As long as the preparations are complete enough and there is a sea camp as a cover, even if Matthias becomes suspicious and sends a vanguard to encircle and suppress us, we will have a chance to evacuate." Sometimes Matthias discovered their traces, because they deliberately exposed them in order to lure the tiger away from the mountain. It involves the military secrets of the institute. Even if Wei Yu did not set up defenses, Susu did not continue to ask further. Wei Yu pointed to the other side with understanding. That area is the R&D department and the laboratory. At this point, I guess only Lu Fanqing is still there. He is the one who will never leave once he is on the computer. My laboratory is over there, the Marine Data Analysis Group. Then he changed the topic. "If you can't find me in the laboratory, you can look for me in the equipment debugging room of the R&D department." Following Wei Yu's guidance, Susu gradually opened up the conversation. "Equipment? Aren't you studying biochemistry?" Wei Yu smiled and shrugged. "As you can see, Lu Fanqing is better in this field." I just have practical experience at sea and theoretical knowledge learned in the dungeon. Since I came to the Institute, I have learned from various teachers and adjusted my research direction according to current needs. Now I focus on collecting sea conditions and biological information and developing targeted purification systems. He never ignored the excellence of others. No matter what level they were at, or whether they were better than him, it was the result of everyone's own efforts. There was nothing to compare. Instead, he decided that since someone was already shining in a field, it would be better to put his limited time and energy into other places where it was needed. Su watched Wei Yu speak throughout the whole process, and smiled unconsciously. He was very happy to see that he could find a suitable field. But I think you are no worse than anyone else. Wei Yu was stunned for a long time. After reacting to Su's compliments, he pursed his lips tightly to control his suppressed smile. He looked exactly like Finn's worthless appearance. He stretched his neck with an itch in his heart, and coughed lightly to thank him. Thank you. What should I do? He wanted to jump twice on the spot. Would it make him look stupid? No, he had to maintain his image in front of Su. Let's talk about it when he got back. Wei Yu forcefully changed the subject. The parking cabin is ahead of this road, equipped with a drainage and disinfection system for the field team to enter and exit quickly. If there is no emergency, they should prepare to rest now, because the second half of the night is when those alien creatures are active. Did he say something inappropriate just now? Su wondered secretly, and turned his face to follow Wei Yu's words. It's good, everyone has time to rest. Unlike Matthias, everyone is tense all the time. The research institute is not big, and there is nothing to visit inside now that the lights are turned off. If you are interested later, I will take you to familiarize yourself with it one by one. Wei Yu looked Su up and down. Although you look okay, you have just recovered from a serious illness, so you still need to rest early. I will take you back. Whether it was visiting the institute or getting to know the people here, he did not choose to introduce directly. In addition to hoping that Su could know this place with his own perception, he also had selfish motives, hoping that he could stay longer. The street lights along the way cast light and shadows through the short trees, reflecting in the eyes of pedestrians, and their eyes were as bright as the stars. The two walked side by side slowly, occasionally turning their heads to peek, and when they met each other's eyes, they quickly moved away in panic, as if they had done something wrong. It was not a long distance, but the two dragged on for a long time before they arrived. Wei Yu sent him to the door of his house, stood beside Su, and pointed to his direction. I live in Area 4, just around the corner. Just knock on the door if you have anything. Su took out the communicator from his pocket. I have your number. Wei Yu nodded with a smile. Okay, then I wait for your call. Go to bed early. See you tomorrow? Yeah, you too. Su turned and walked towards his room, suddenly stopped and turned back, seeing Wei Yu still standing there. So he asked, can I find a temporary job at the institute tomorrow? He owed so many favors, so he should change a little first, otherwise he would always feel uncomfortable. Wei Yu readily agreed. Of course, as you wish. That night, an urgent report broke the tranquility of Area 5. Oliver fell asleep in his coat. When he heard the alarm from the sea camp, he immediately opened his eyes and got up, walked quickly to the door to take down the war equipment, and rushed to the rear parking cabin while walking and crossing the ground. The field team living here is always on standby, and no one slacks off even without a call-up order. They can gather everyone and be ready to go in a moment. It's a sudden attack by alien creatures. The camp can't handle it. You teams don't need to follow. Stay at the base and wait in case other camps need you. If necessary, call Boss Wei and the others to transfer the maritime patrol team. Understood? Oliver gave a few simple instructions. He had mentioned other things several times before, so there was no need to waste time saying them every time. Then he ran towards the combat submarine. Suddenly, he saw a figure swaying outside the vehicle. He immediately raised his hand to signal his teammates to keep quiet, and slowed down their pace to approach. Su turned his head to look at the source of the footsteps with his keen hearing, and took the initiative to walk out of the shadows to explain the reason for his appearance. I heard you say that the maritime camp was attacked. Is there anything I can help you with? The night in the institute was very quiet. There was no jerky knocking sound of gears turning, no footsteps of the guards patrolling, and no shrill cries in a secluded corner in the dead of night. It was so quiet here that only the sea water gently brushed against the hull. If he took a deep breath and magnified his senses, he could even sense the tide and whale spray in the distance. The hard-earned peace at the moment made Su unable to adapt for a while. After saying goodbye to Wei Yu and returning to the room, he lay on the bed, and didn't feel sleepy for a long time, But he heard footsteps suddenly in the research institute. It seemed that a group of people were gathering. From the communication after they met, it can be heard that an accident happened in the C camp. Oliver didn't agree. It's not that I don't allow you to go out to fight. You just woke up and are not suitable for going out to fight. If something happens, Boss Wei and Director Finn will definitely beat me to death, and Liang Zhan will be very sad. Su Su stood upright with his arms open and said frankly, I have the ability to heal myself, and I'm fine now. Then he said, since it's an emergency, don't waste time arguing with me, get ready to go. Do you have spare equipment? Lend me a set. For you. Oliver stared at the protective suit that was suddenly handed to him, and looked at the source along the hand, with a wonderful expression on his face. Wei Wei gently pushed Oliver. Didn't I say that if there is an emergency, don't delay? Su Su has rich experience at sea, and he will weigh it himself. Since Su Su was brought back, it means that he is regarded as an ally, and as a comrade in arms who shares life and death. Trust is the cornerstone of everything, isn't it? Chapter 192. It's 5 kilometers away from Camp 258. Everyone, get ready for the battle. We have locked onto the signal of abnormal biological activity on the sea surface. There are 2 Type 2 creatures, and 12 Type 3 creatures found so far, corrected to 13. Prepare to use underwater directional bombing. Brother Kue, how are you preparing? Zhang Kue, wearing goggles, tilted his head, and replied to the communicator on his shoulder, the turret has been charged. Where are the people on top? Have they been supported? The roar of the monster came from the connection, followed by 2 gunshots. When the sound of a heavy object retreating was heard, the other party took the time to respond. Aim, I heard that Camp 167 was blown into a big hole by you before. Zhang Kue sneered. That was because I was accidentally blocked by the ugly monsters rushing over. I missed the target once, and I was nagged hundreds of times. You should look forward to it yourself. He aimed at the target with his eyes blurred, and counted down to remind everyone. Prepare to fire 3, 2, 1. Bang! The sound of the bombing was mostly swallowed by the water. The alienated monsters raised their heads and howled in pain, and rushed more and more frantically, trying to quickly catch prey and leave. A cold front flashed past the moonlight, and the light pierced people and made them close their eyes to dodge. The already injured monsters were also frightened back a few steps by the sudden rush of the figure. Taking advantage of Wei Yu's close-range restraint, Su Su immediately aimed at the skull of the alien creature and pulled the trigger. Even if it was not fatal, it would give his companions a chance to attack further. Wei Yu took the opportunity to turn his wrist and hold the long blade back and stab it backwards. After hitting the soft ribs of the lizard's waist and abdomen, he raised his foot and kicked it away. He drew his gun with his left hand and fired 2 more shots at the bloody hole on its head, completely depriving it of the opportunity to fight back. Bang! Bang! Su Su was no less capable than the others. He fought off the 2 sea scorpions that had climbed ashore. He did not retreat in the air, but took the initiative to run towards the poisonous monster, pulling down the heavy iron chain that tied the boat along the way and throwing it at the scorpion's tail. The sea scorpion swung its tail to avoid the heavy pressure of the iron chain. When Su Su was distracted, he had already dodged to its side, raised the harpoon on the shore with both hands, and stabbed it hard into its tail whip, nailing it firmly to the bamboo raft. The lion crab on the side pounced towards Su Su with its limbs spread wide, and was blasted aside by a cannon fire while suspended in the air. Su Su put down the gun he was holding tightly in his hand and looked back. Seeing that it was Zhang Kue who rescued him, he thanked him on the spot. Thank you. Zhang Kue waved his hand and said, You're welcome. I serve the people. Su Su was amused by his words. He saw many long-bodied eels quietly approaching Wei Yu in his peripheral vision. He quickly stepped forward to pull the man away, and fired several shots at the approaching danger. Puff Su Su turned around when he heard the sound. He saw that Wei Yu, who had just pulled away, pierced the alien that had touched him from behind with a sword. He nodded and said, Thank you, you are very skilled. You too, I have to thank you too. Wei Yu glanced at the sea scorpion that broke its tail and evacuated, and then looked at the eel crocodile that sensed the threat and retreated on its own initiative. He realized that Su Su was not inaccurate at the beginning, but was unwilling to be cruel to these potential peers of his. Su Su looked to the shore, and saw more and more alien creatures fleeing. The camp was gradually out of danger. He sighed and said, Wei Yu, this is why I can't stay, because in my opinion, this ocean has no real owner. He has received higher education, and knows that the Earth's resources are shared by all creatures. It is precisely because of this that he can understand the entanglement of the ocean when it gave birth to him, because it is wrong to stand on either side. Therefore, he couldn't make a decision for Haiyang. Rather than accepting more and more good intentions in the institute, and suddenly leaving, it is better to make things clear with Wei Yu as soon as possible. They are all adults, and have their own interests and positions. There is no need to beat around the bush. Wei Yu looked at Su Su in a daze, and hesitated. Is that the reason? I thought you were going to fight to the death with Matthias and didn't want to affect the institute, so you didn't want to stay. That's why I worry about that. Su Su avoided Wei Yu's gaze. He had obviously decided to make things clear with the other party, but under the other party's direct gaze, he couldn't help but breathe. Huh? Wei Yu's low laugh broke the deadlock, put away the long blade, and put the pistol in his left hand back into his waist pocket. The depression that had been condensed between his eyebrows finally dissipated, and he smiled with a clear voice. We all live in the sea, so we are neighbors anyway. If they don't invade, we won't take the initiative to attack. Wei Yu wanted to make himself look gentler in front of Su Su, who was on guard, but the blood and filth on his body still made him look a bit murderous. For this reason, he lowered his body slightly and took the initiative to give up his position in this conversation. Su Su, I have said before that the purpose of the research institute is only one, that is, to purify the ocean and find a new continent. The military and manpower we control are for self-protection, and we will not use you and anyone in Area 3 to do things you don't want to do. We just want to live a peaceful life and sleep well. Zhang Kui carried a long-barreled gun and gave his position directly. Only perverts like to fight and kill, and they are just ordinary people who yearn for peace. Oliver leaned against the newly activated sea surface dispersing instrument with his arms folded and raised his chin towards Su Su. Hey, if you really have the ability to communicate with those alien creatures, why don't you help us to make peace? It's tiring to walk around at night. As he said this, he yawned tiredly, directed his companions to help clean up the camp, and added, no one wants to go to bed halfway and see a monster next to the bed when they open their eyes. This is a bit exaggerated, but it makes sense. Su Su followed Oliver's instructions and moved his eyes horizontally to the residents, who were orderly rebuilding their homes. The nail rack has a hole in it. Go get the tools to fix it. Put the toolbox here. There's a leak next to it because everyone stepped on it. Be careful not to fall in when you pass by. I cover the hole with a wooden board. Move these boxes away first. We move the boxes. Help make room for them. Right away. The baby in the arms was sleeping peacefully. The half-grown child was awakened by the noise. He came out of the room holding a doll, and helped the adults move some small items without crying or making a fuss. From their proficiency and tacit understanding, it can be seen that such dangerous situations as tonight have been repeated countless times in the past. The camp has more defense than weapons. The dispersal device operates around the clock. All residents can be mobilized to prepare for war. The purpose is to protect the purification system stored on the seabed by the Institute. What Su Su saw with his own eyes confirmed that what Wei Yu and the others said was true. Compared to Noah's Ark hanging high in the sky, human bases that live with the ocean day and night can better understand the pain of disasters. Su Su passed by Wei Yu facing the sea, walked to the edge of the bamboo raft, stopped, looked down at the deep sea in front of him, and suddenly asked in a deep voice, how many purifiers are currently placed in the Institute? He stepped firmly on the ground with both feet, and could feel the underwater fluctuations while he was distracted. Such fine vibrations did not make people feel bored, but drove away the turbid air in his chest. It was not clear whether it was an illusion. He felt that every breath was no longer as foul as the last time. Wei Yu did not ask Su Su about his purpose, but gave the current vision of the Institute. At present, 240 high-throughput particle acceleration filter purifiers have been installed in the entire sea area. The current purification band covers 80% of the sea area. It is expected that the remaining 8 purifiers will be installed within 5 years. They will be driven by solar energy, and the purification value will be adjusted with reference to the initial seawater samples. It is planned to activate the marine activity within 100 years and purify 50% of the pollution within 300 years. The current level of marine pollution is too high, and the purification project is not a one-day job. Although he is likely to have left this world by that time, I believe that there will be successors who will inherit the wishes of the researchers of the Institute and continue to find ways to cool the world and lead the remaining humans to the new continent. 300 years. Su Su murmured softly and slowly squatted down, looking down at the tranquil sea surface, his flat eyebrows slowly wrinkled, as if brewing worries. Oliver passed by carrying a heavy iron box with both hands. He thought Su Su was muttering about their efficiency, and laughed loudly as he passed behind them, Humans have invaded the sea for so many years, and only 300 years is very fast. Wei Yu squatted down and asked patiently, "What's wrong? Do you have any ideas?" Susu raised his eyes with a solemn look, and suddenly asked without any context, "Wei Yu, can you hear the sound of breathing?" "What?" Susu pursed his lips and thought about the wording. "It's a bit difficult to describe. This sound is not yours, nor is it made by me. It seems to be everywhere, but you can't find the source or sense the direction." He had asked other people in the Vanguard team, and got the same answer. Wei Yu shrank his neck in confusion, held his breath, and listened carefully. He really didn't hear any unusual sounds. He checked Susu's condition with concern and asked in a gentle voice, "Are you tired? Things are almost done. Go back and rest early." The scale of the raid tonight was not large, and nothing was damaged. The repair of the camp could be asked to the engineering team to help after dawn. "I don't." Susu shook his head to deny that it was his mental problem, but he also knew that explanations were useless. Even Wei Yu, who was willing to invest time and energy to care for him, could not fully empathize with him, so he simply stopped talking. Who the slow breathing sound lingered in his ears. Although it was not noisy, and even sounded like a light snoring in deep sleep, this elusive uncertainty made people anxious. Why was he the only one who could hear it? Could it be the sound of the sea? Susu unconsciously followed the rhythm of his breathing, and suddenly realized that the frequency he had heard recently seemed to have increased a lot, as if the life that had been sleeping for a long time was about to wake up. Oliver simply reinforced the defense trap outside the camp, yawned and walked towards the boat floating on the water. Back. "It's almost dawn if we don't sleep," he said, calling his companions to go to bed quickly, and waved in the direction of Wei Yu and the others. Wei Yu noticed Oliver's signal, nodded slightly in response, and stretched out his hand to Susu and invited, let's go home." Staring at the hand in front of him with his eyebrows lowered, Susu suddenly remembered that when he left Matthias, he was deeply trapped in the chaotic consciousness and heard Wei Yu's voice. Home? Will the Institute become his home? Will the person in front of him be the family member who will accompany him forever? Susu's frown relaxed, and he accepted Wei Yu's second invitation calmly. Okay. The illusory future is hard to predict, but after going through so much, he began to believe that Wei Yu would be the one to fulfill all his disbeliefs. Chapter 193. The returning submarine slid steadily into the engine room, and the drainage and disinfection system was activated without interval to ensure the safety of the cabin in all aspects. After Wei Yu and others left the cabin, they immediately lined up at the buffer door, thinking that it was an extra layer of protection. Even though the people in the back row were so sleepy that they couldn't open their eyes, they didn't complain. It's better to spend some time to eliminate hidden dangers now than to neglect it for a moment and make it difficult to recover. I take you back first. Wei Yu put away the communicator and continued to accompany Su. Su had a faint smile on his face. He stopped Wei Yu and shook his head and said, I saw you looking at the communicator from time to time along the way. Is the laboratory looking for you? Don't worry, I know the way. You should go and deal with the urgent matters first, don't waste time. Wei Yu's eyes narrowed with a smile, raised his hand, and patted the back of Susu's hand holding the corner of his clothes, and reminded him as he walked, if you have something, you must contact me. I will find you after I finish the laboratory matters. The way he looked back every 3 steps was somewhat funny. Susu did not mean to laugh at him, and his heart inexplicably felt a little warmer. Why didn't I think this kid was so annoying before? Oliver was so disgusted that he was shocked. He came to Susu's side and looked up and down, muttering in confusion, I can't tell whether you have an extra eye or an extra mouth. How can you make Wei Yu so rare? Susu's face turned cold instantly, and there was no trace of the pleasant expression he had just shown to Wei Yu. Oliver was not shy at all, and didn't take Susu's cold treatment to heart at all. He nudged him warmly with his elbow and asked with a smile, Do you want to drink together? Drink? Susu raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He didn't expect Oliver to invite him. It couldn't be a Hong'an banquet, after all, he had attacked Oliver before. Oliver didn't care if Susu hesitated or not, he just dragged him to Area 5. Don't make excuses, you didn't look sick when you swung the harpoon just now. But don't worry, I will definitely let you go for your help tonight. The comrades returning home saw Oliver taking Susu with him, and hurriedly advised, Take him to drink, aren't you afraid that Wei Suo will beat you? Oliver waved his hand casually, it doesn't matter what Boss Wei's reaction is, no matter what their relationship is. Susu is a free man with hands and feet, why should I worry about him? Isn't that right? He said, raising his chin from Susu. Susu was very pleased with his words, and smiled and nodded in response. That's right, let's go drink. Speaking of which, it seemed like a long time since he last drank. The streetlights in District 5 are brightly lit, and they should be ready to go out at any time. Therefore, unlike other blocks, a duty station is set up at the intersection here to ensure that there is someone to respond to any emergencies at any time. When Susu passed by, he saw a small blackboard hanging on the wall of the duty station, with a handwritten schedule on it. Oliver was not on duty today, but he led the team to set off at the first time. Susu, I see that you have a unique character. Why don't you move to our place, and go out with us in the future? Oliver invited Susu to enter the duty station, and set up a small stove to heat up wine. The soju we brewed together last year is a bit strong, but it is very fragrant. It's okay for you to drink a little. After that, he continued with a preface. I told you before that I would put you in District 5. With your skills, you will go out with us a few more times to familiarize yourself with the environment. In the future, you will become the overlord of the sea. Susu took the hot wine and thanked him, and took the opportunity to ask, do you mind about what happened before? Oliver blew the hot steam, and was still burned when he heard Susu's words. You don't think I'm still holding a grudge, do you? It was just a small matter. I forgot it the moment I turned around, but... He buried his head and drank a sip of wine, and his heavy breathing pushed the hot mist of spray back on the wall of the cup, burning his eyes. Even though he tried his best to hide his feelings, his wavering determination made his voice muffled and trembling. You slapped me well, I deserved it. I don't blame anyone else. Oliver raised his head and drank the strong wine in the glass, sighed deeply but still felt depressed like a big stone in his heart. I love her. I know it sounds hypocritical, but I love her. I asked her opinion. She would rather stay in Matthias. She has her obsession. I have my own ideas. I don't like to waste my limited life on the existing human laws that have long been riddled with holes. So you chose the former between correcting the direction of progress and Captain Lydia. Hearing Oliver's statement, Susu felt sorry and unfair for Lydia out of a little selfishness. Oliver frankly admitted, yes, Lydia is a mature, courageous and responsible woman. I can't use my own ideas to frame her future, nor am I willing to give up my own choice and continue to choose blind loyalty when I know that there is no way out. My departure should be silent, so that she will not feel too much pain and will not be implicated by my betrayal. We all have our own paths to go, but this does not prevent me from still loving her deeply. Susu expressed his disagreement, but she has been missing you and guessed that you might be alive. As an outsider, it is not convenient for me to comment on the relationship between you, but you should not make choices for your lover from your own perspective. Captain Lydia is an excellent and independent woman, and she has the right to make her own choices. Yes, so I deserve to be beaten. You deserve to beat me up badly, Oliver said, pouring himself another glass of wine, his burning eyes full of guilt towards his old friend. Susu's expression was calm, and even his words seemed to have little emotion. She only asked me to slap you, and didn't say anything else. But just such a simple sentence made Oliver unable to hold back his grief, holding his head and sobbing. She is completely disappointed in me. Lydia could rush over to confront him after learning his whereabouts, or she could use Susu's hand to punish him, and it would not be too much to beat him seriously. But Lydia did not choose this, just a slap, completely clearing the grievances between them. Susu has lived in an orphanage since childhood, and is not good at emotional matters. He is even more puzzled by the entanglement between Oliver and Lydia. If you were allowed to choose again, I would still choose to take a path that I think is right, which is more important than love. Oliver's eyes were full of nostalgia for the past, but the words he said were firm and resolute. His love for Lydia was never fake. No matter how long it had been, he would always love her passionately and sincerely, and wish her a safe and happy life. Susu didn't quite understand, but he respected Oliver's decision, which did not conflict with his grievances for the betrayed Captain Lydia. Come on, let's have one. Oliver raised his glass and clinked it with Susu's glass. Lydia is willing to tell you this, which means you are trustworthy in her eyes. Susu raised his glass in return, took a sip and tasted it, and suddenly felt excited. He raised his chin slightly, and swallowed the whole glass of soju, and breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, you have a good alcohol tolerance. My wine is not bad, come on, another glass. Oliver said, as he filled the glass again, completely forgetting that he had said at the beginning that Susu only wanted a small drink. Oliver opened the drawer, took out the compressed dried fruit he had collected from the corner to go with the wine, and lowered his voice to tempt Susu's curiosity. Let's talk about something else. Are you interested in Wei Yu's affairs? Whether it was when the Vanguard team went to sea, or when he came to the Institute, I had a lot of contact with him. Su Su became more interested after hearing what he said, and raised a question that he had been concerned about for a long time. Isn't Wei Yu a researcher? Where did he learn his skills? From his perspective, the first time he entered Wei Yu's meeting, they had fought once at that time. Wei Yu's body movements were very fast, and he hit the vital points directly. It took 3 to 5 years of hard work to practice. Oliver sighed, shook his head helplessly, and said after he sorted out his words, no matter how successful the people who were selected to enter Mathia were in the Marine base before, they were not natives in Mathia, so they could only swallow their anger when they were treated specially, and then they had to work hard to get promoted. Only by breaking through the class could they avoid being bullied. Su Su nodded to show his understanding. He had also had such people around him. Wei Yu had just become an adult not long ago. He was assigned to a Marine mission a few days after arriving in Mathia. His first mission was to follow my team. It was fate. Oliver laughed dryly. Perhaps it was because of this fate, and the experience of being excluded that he trusted Wei Yu more when he heard him reveal the secret of Matthias. The drunkenness of the strong liquor gradually took over, and Oliver talked more than usual. During the mission, our vanguard team was responsible for clearing the scene and leaving time for the researchers in the experimental center to collect samples. Wei Yu suddenly fell into the water, and was almost bitten to death by the alien creatures ambushed underwater. We heard the sound and rushed to rescue him. Wei Yu pointed out that it was his colleague who pushed him, but the matter was not resolved soon after returning to Matthias. People like us, who came from the underground city base, will not be protected by the Pajuo Palace. What happened next? Su Su saw that Oliver was drunk after drinking a few glasses, and asked hurriedly. Oliver felt his head was extremely heavy, and he said with his hand on his cheek. Later, he also saw clearly that if he wanted to gain a foothold in Matthias, he had to stand firm and last longer than others. After that, there was a researcher from the experimental center who practiced at the training base every day, and he was even more hardworking than most of the vanguards. Su Su, I'm not bragging. Oliver's words suddenly became high profile, and he raised his glass and waved his hands. Wei Yu was originally a smart kid. He spent all his time at the training base. After a few years, he had experimental results and had a good reputation in the vanguard. Just when everyone thought he would become the next person in the experimental center, when he was in charge of the project, he disappeared strangely. Oliver sighed and drank another cup, leaning against the wall, speaking slowly. The last mission before he left was also with my team. He told us that the experimental center has been secretly conducting human experiments, and the children in Uni Garden may have been killed. How should I tell Lydia? She doesn't want to leave Matthias just for those children. If I tell her that the children who died strangely in Uni Garden were not an accident, she will be very sad. But it was because of his worry and cowardice that Lydia continued to be loyal to the enemy without knowing it. He couldn't imagine how desperate Lydia would be when she learned the truth. Oliver raised his hand to cover his eyes in pain, and his shoulders couldn't help shaking slightly. I am a coward, a shameful deserter. She should hate me. He didn't expect Lydia's forgiveness. In the relationship between them, he deserved to be cut into pieces. Chapter 194. Su Su. Before he saw the person coming, Su Su heard familiar footsteps, and then saw Wei Yu's figure running hurriedly at the intersection of Area 5. Su Su's cold eyes were slightly disturbed, and he took a clean cup and poured a glass of water for Wei Yu. What's wrong running so fast? Until he saw Su Su sitting safely, Wei Yu put his hands on his knees and gasped. As soon as I came out of the laboratory, I heard that you were taken away by Oliver to drink, so I hurried over. What is he doing? Wei Yu pointed at Oliver, who was leaning against the wall and sleeping with his head up, and asked knowingly. Before coming, he was worried that Su Su would be forced to drink alcohol by Oliver in revenge, but he didn't expect that Oliver would fall down first. Su Su drank the soju in the cup without changing his expression. If Wei Yu hadn't gotten closer to smell it, he would have thought he was drinking hot water too. I didn't expect you to drink. Wei Yu was surprised. Seeing Su Su's calmness, he thought he was a teetotaler. Su Su smiled meaningfully. In order to attract business and earn performance, he often had 2 or 3 consecutive social events in one night. In terms of drinking capacity, 10 Olivers can't drink him down. Wei Yu moved a stool to sit aside, drank a sip of the hot water Su Su poured, and curiously picked up the wine pot on the stove and shook it. I have a drink with you. Before he poured the wine pot in his hand was taken away by Su Su. Alcohol is not a good thing for people. Su Su still has lingering fears about the burning sensation in his stomach after a hangover. He drank 2 glasses today just because he suddenly missed the past. Then don't drink. Wei Yu used his own method to fight back, and took the cup from Su Su's hand, and put it on the table. Are you sleepy? Su shook his head. I've been in a coma for a few days, and I've had enough sleep. Okay. Wei Yu grabbed Su's wrist and stood up. What's wrong? Su glanced back at the wine glass on the table, and he was just a little excited at the moment. Wei Yu tightened his grip on Su's hand slightly, and the surging blood in his chest choked his throat. He opened his mouth, but didn't explain anything specifically, and there was a bit of expectation in his invitation. Go somewhere with me. Su followed Wei Yu's lead, put down the wine pot, stood up and followed. He noticed the time on the clock on the roadside and asked, at this time? Seeing that they were heading to the engine room, he didn't understand Wei Yu's intention and asked him, Where are you taking me? I want to give you a surprise. Are you sure you still want to ask? Wei Yu smiled and satisfied Su's habit of probing, but he kept a hand before confessing. He stared at Su's expression and caught the other party's hesitation. He felt a light feather scratching his heart, and instantly itched and shivered all over. Then let's go! Su turned around and took the initiative to walk towards the engine room, and stopped beside a small submarine. If he remembered correctly, this was Wei Yu's vehicle. Seeing this, Wei Yu smiled even more and opened the cabin door to invite Su to go in first. That place is not too far, but if you are sleepy, you can lean against it and take a nap first. He muttered to himself, and really took out a blanket from the drawer of the co-pilot's seat. Su stared at the blanket handed to him and asked, Are you going to a far place for duty? Wei Yu was stunned when he heard this while sitting in the driver's seat, and nodded in response. If the destination is the other hemisphere, it will indeed be a bit far, but we usually take a large submarine, and the team members take turns to drive. He pointed to the blanket and explained, It takes a detour to get back to Area 4 from the laboratory, so why not go out and turn right and rest here for a while? Su was speechless for a moment, then nodded in agreement, sat in the co-pilot seat, and fastened his seat belt, with no sleepiness in his eyes. Let's go! He was very curious about what kind of surprises would be waiting for him in this world driven by interests and desires. The bright moonlight could not shine into the seabed, the deep sea under strong pressure was deep and dark, it was pitch black outside the windshield, and the infrared searchlight on the display screen showed that they were in the vertical ascent stage. Seeing Su watching around vigilantly, Wei Yu cooperated and raised the gear of the ship's dispersal instrument, and then explained, Liang Zhan and others have cleaned up the sea area near the Institute. The underwater purifier has a built-in dispersal instrument, and the alienated biological group usually won't get close to here. How did the Institute manage to stay under Matia's nose for a long time without being discovered? Su asked the doubts he had always had. The location where the Institute was docked was not very far from Matia's ship in a straight line, and the risk of exposure was very high, but the origin of the Institute can even be traced back to the period of the care camp. But before Wei Yu led people to confront Matia in the sky, he observed the reactions of Muller and others, and it seemed that he had never expected that the sea camp had developed to this extent. He believed that the Institute was a place where humans concentrated their desire for survival before dying, and condensed all their wisdom and faith, but the reality was always cruel. Matia controlled most of the resources and manpower, which was a gap that the Institute could not cross anyway. The more he thought about it, the more confused he felt. What was the confidence of Wei Yu and others? Wei Yu took a moment to point upwards. There are our eyes in the sky. Eyes? Su looked up, and the submarine just got rid of the chaotic glue and rushed into the moonlight. He didn't understand. What do you mean? Wei Yu activated the stealth mode of the hull at the same time. The control movements were smooth and fast, without dragging, and he could spare time to answer Su's questions. No matter how advanced the predecessors were in various industries at that time, they could not escape the fate of aging. In order to avenge the ruthless abandonment of the human alliance, several astronomers and aerospace engineers united and used their life's efforts to attack a human-based signal satellite when the lunar tide was the strongest, causing it to deorbit under Matia's control and hand it over to the Institute. It is said that many people were sacrificed to sneak into the submerged observatory to collect resources and modify the abandoned signal station, but everyone knew that as long as they could control a satellite, it would be a qualitative change for the future development of the camp. In order to light up the star in the sky, many people in the camp also became stars. Talking about the heavy past, Wei Yu's emotions were obviously restrained. The sudden loss of control of the satellite at that time actually aroused the suspicion of the human alliance, and they attempted to trace the real cause of the loss of control by retrieving the signal. However, due to the serious interference of tidal gravity during that period of time, when the abnormality was over and the search was carried out again, the missing satellite had completed the deorbit plan and restarted with a new program. Wei Yu also answered Su Su's question. When modifying the satellite system, the predecessors retained the operation of the old system, did not do any signal feedback, and only left the communication monitoring frequency band, so the Matia Institute knew about any action, and used this to avoid risks in advance. For this satellite, the camp has devoted hundreds of years of effort, but since the formal takeover, the camp and the Underwater Research Institute have entered a stage of rapid development, which has led to the current situation. The institute can be what it is today, thanks to the predecessors who devoted themselves wholeheartedly at the beginning. Wei Yu held the rudder tightly with both hands, breathing heavily and slowly. Yes, it took so much blood and flesh to survive in this world until now, but not everyone cherishes it. Su Su turned his head to look at Wei Yu, and through his bright eyes, he saw the stars outside the window. With so many stars, maybe they can see the current research institute? Wei Yu followed his slightly raised tone and regained his vitality, smiling and said, well, they will definitely see it. After taking a deep breath, his chest was much emptier. We are almost there. Su Su looked at the high sky and the distant sea. In the dark night, the intersection between the sea and the sky could not be seen clearly. The faint light on the water surface looked as bright as the Milky Way from a distance. Suddenly, this world was not as corrupt as before. Under the influence of the Institute, can the world really return to the day when the sea and sky are one? In the past, Su Su was uncertain, but now he began to look forward to what the Institute would do next. We're here. As Wei Yu's voice gradually fell, the steadily moving boat suddenly changed direction and crashed into a galaxy below. The surging waves rolled up and covered down, hitting the top of the submarine with a loud bang. After being immersed in the water, all the noise suddenly disappeared. The hidden boat passed by the wandering strange monsters, broke through the evil fog and sank rapidly. After passing through a depressing chaos, the view outside the wind window suddenly became clear. Su Su's calm eyes suddenly reflected a touch of clarity. The colorful brilliance that had not been seen in this world for many years was now quietly growing on the edge of the underwater canyon. Coral Colony? Their boat stopped at the periphery of the colony, and Wei Yu handed Su Su a protective hood. Let's go out of the cabin. Okay. Su Su nodded in agreement, and also did not want to trample on this hard-won vitality. Wei Yu walked down the extended steps of the cabin door, and just as he was about to reach out to help Su Su out of the cabin, the other party had already got off the boat neatly. Su Su took 2 steps and saw Wei Yu still standing there, raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Wei Yu withdrew his hand angrily, laughing at himself for being too addicted. Su Su was not the type who liked to rely on others. He moved quickly to Su Su's side. "We found this place when we came here for inspection before. Look there." Su Su looked in the direction Wei Yu pointed and found a bulge in the middle of the coral reef. The filter inlet and outlet that were running continuously were exposed under the heavy sludge. The ocean purification plan has been going on for hundreds of years. According to the number on the equipment, this one is one of the earliest batches. Wei Yu jumped to the high ground on the seabed and looked at the beautiful scene ahead. So I believe that as long as you are willing to give your heart and time, this sea will come alive one day. The years of operation of the purifier have drawn a clear dividing line on the seabed. The high-rise buildings outside the line are now dead silent. Su Su jumped to the roof on the spot, stood beside Wei Yu, and overlooked the vitality in the circle. His uneasy mood calmed down a lot, but he was not worried about these. "It's not that I don't believe in the determination and ability of the Institute." Su Su sighed and continued, "It's just that there is always an indescribable sense of oppression, as if..." He closed his eyes and tried to think of how to describe it, and suddenly felt dizzy. The pain of the ocean dying under biochemical pollution that he had felt in his dream once again swept through his mind. Su Su held his breath and said in a deep voice, "It's like another disaster that can destroy the world is about to come." Chapter 195. Will the world get worse than it is now? Su Su opened his eyes upon hearing this, and saw Wei Yu standing in front of him. The first ray of morning light penetrated the darkness and shone on the ocean, casting a layer of sparkling light. With the breeze, it slowly penetrated underwater, dispelling the seclusion of the deep sea and dancing with the slightly clear turbid water. The sleeping corals seemed to be awakened by the waves and swayed slowly, glowing with splendor in the surge, and the person in front of him was embedded in this vitality, sincerely inviting him to resonate. Wei Yu faced the desolate ruins and said with a carefree smile, "We should do our best and leave the rest to fate. Even if the world is going to be destroyed tomorrow, we have done our best now." His rationality was like a good medicine, which made Su Su feel clear-headed and nodded seriously. "Thank you, Wei Yu." Wei Yu immediately raised his hand to stop Su Su from continuing. "Stop. Don't say anything about returning favors. He knew exactly what Su was going to say next. Su, I admit that I had ulterior motives when I approached you at the beginning, because I needed a sober and capable insider. Before you appeared, I also contacted several Vanguard members, but Matia's system was too cruel, and I could never get what I wanted. In addition to the kind warning, he reminded the Vanguard members before leaving for another purpose, which was to plant the seeds of doubt in their hearts and prepare for the plan to obtain seawater samples in the future. But those Vanguards died one after another in the cruel competition in Matthias, and his plan never made any progress. Just when he thought that there was something wrong with his decision, Su appeared with a test tube, bringing hope to him and the Institute. Perhaps even Su didn't know how important he was. But it doesn't matter, as long as he knows. Wei Yu looked at the person in front of him, and revealed his true feelings to him without any concealment. You are outstanding in ability and firm in attitude. I thought you were going to fall several times, but you always managed to turn the tide. Later, I began to wonder why you were so different, and I kept watching. And I got myself into it. He pursed his lips and laughed at himself, hiding some inappropriate words, and said with emotion, Su, sometimes I feel that you are probably God's mercy to the world. Wei Yu stared at the pair of sea blue eyes, and spoke every word sincerely and carefully, hoping that Su could understand his feelings, but worried that he would say too much and cause disgust. Su, all my help to you is a gift out of love, which does not need to be returned. His gentle word hit Su's soul hard, and drove away the trance of the world before the collapse in his mind. He was so shocked that he was speechless for a long time. After a long time, he asked in a daze, like? Why? The like in Wei Yu's mouth means liking him? Why do you like him? For a person like him, who is alone, it is his fate to come alone and leave quietly in the end. In the past, because Su had more important things to occupy his mind, he was indeed unfamiliar with the matter of feelings, but it did not mean that he was an ignorant fool. He knew why his heartbeat would speed up when facing Wei Yu, and why he could not help but feel happy when he received Wei Yu's clear expression of affection. But everyone who gets close to him will encounter misfortune, and he cannot guarantee that Wei Yu is the exception. Wei Yu Su wanted to refuse the kindness that was within reach, but the words were suddenly choked on his lips, and he didn't know how to start. Wei Yu raised his hand helplessly, and knocked on Su's hood, staring into his eyes through the barrier, and his words were also stained with confusion. Why again? You seem to have a desire to explore many things, or you seem to have been observing this world? He seemed to be able to foresee Su's answer. On the contrary, his words were all firm. I said these things not to force you to respond to me. If my statement makes you feel embarrassed, you must repay me this favor, then smile more. Learn to live without responsibility, just live well as Su. He wanted a lot of things, such as the disaster stopped at this moment, the world returned to peace, the earth bloomed with gorgeous flowers again, insects and birds flew freely in the sky, countless thoughts lingered in his mind to guide him forward, but now, he hoped that Su would do only this one thing. As Su, live well without burden, Su had never had this idea, and even felt that he should not have it. Repaying the kindness of the welfare home, for raising him, was his only wish before. Deciding in which side the world would eventually perish was the mission given to him by the ocean. To throw away these rules, he didn't know what to do for a moment. Wei Yu noticed the confusion in Su's eyes, and interrupted him at the right time. It doesn't matter. What I said before is not urgent. You have plenty of time to think about it slowly. He looked up and estimated the time. It seems that the sky has dawned. Let's go back first. Okay. Su nodded in response, and took a last look at the thriving coral reef before leaving. His eyes suddenly fell on the bottomless canyon next to him, and he felt vaguely uneasy. Su wanted to take over Wei Yu's driving for the return trip, but was refused by the other party on the grounds that he was drunk. He knew he was in the wrong, and had to give up. The boat broke through the turbidity, and rushed into the sky. The edge of the wing cut through the sky with the morning light, leaving a cloud of steam in the morning light. Su, look, it's the morning glow. Wei Yu looked at the orange-yellow boundary between the sea and the sky, and wanted to share it with Su excitedly. Turning his head, he saw that the other party had closed his eyes, and fell asleep without knowing when. Su's face sometimes had a faint smile, and sometimes frowned. Wei Yu couldn't help but be a little curious about what kind of picture he dreamed of, but unfortunately, there was no way to find out. Looking at Su sleeping peacefully beside him, a warm smile lifted the corner of Wei Yu's mouth lightly, and after stopping in the air, he stood up and covered him with a blanket. Let's go home. The sea surface was shining brightly in the morning glow, as dazzling as fireworks. Su felt his eyelids were heavy, and wanted to take a short nap on the co-pilot's seat. When he regained consciousness, he was surprised to find himself in the glow of the sunset. When he lowered his head, he saw golden scales. But the more he stared and admired, the hotter he felt, as if he was roasted on a fire. The brilliance on the water surface surged with the rising waves, and Su realized that it was not the glow of the sunset at all, but the flames that were burning more and more fiercely. He saw the sea crying in the surging waves, and a loud noise that shook the earth suddenly sounded. The chaos below cracked in the turmoil, and endless magma gushed out from the ground, intending to destroy everything in this world. Destroy it, this world should have been destroyed long ago. Instead of struggling in pain and waiting to die, it is better to let all things in this world be annihilated together, and push the cards to start a new timeline. No, this world seems to be salvageable. Su was born in the ocean, and is one with it. He can feel its sorrow and helplessness, and he clearly remembers Wei Yu's wish. But don't you hate this world? Haven't you always hoped that the world would be destroyed? Su gritted his teeth and responded with pain. This world should have ended long ago, but there are always people trying to save it. They are the protesters before the earth was submerged, the survivors who were exiled to the sea but refused to accept their fate, and the research institutes that place purifiers in every corner of the world at the risk of being discovered by the powerful. If there were no them, the sea would not have to be entangled. He stretched his neck with bulging veins and looked for the source of the sound in confusion, but the sound was unknown and everywhere. Who are you? Is the breathing sound I have been hearing you? He coldly questioned the peeper hiding in the dark, but the response was a dead silence. The scorching fire almost burned out Su's patience. He cursed. Whether I hate this world or not has anything to do with those who are trying their best to save the ocean? What does it have to do with you? The mysterious voice was silent for a long time, and when it moved again, it was obviously a bit impatient. It's the same again. No matter which era, you choose this way. Do you know that this makes it very difficult for me to deal with it? It sighed angrily and said with a smug look, I even began to doubt whether you have forgotten what happened before. Su was keenly aware of the weirdness and asked, What do you mean? It acted like a rogue and did not explain, and said to itself, It's really annoying. I don't care anymore, and I don't know what you are hesitating about. Su, I hope you will regret your decision this time. The voice gradually faded, but the more Su listened, the more he felt something was wrong. He suddenly realized that he seemed to be close to the truth of this world, and asked anxiously, Who are you, and why are you telling me this? Don't go, answer me. But no matter how promptly he reacted, there was no sound to respond to his doubts. Don't go, answer me. Wei Yu was startled by Su's sudden cry on his back. He turned his head and saw that he was clearly not awake, but he still cooperated and answered honestly, I didn't leave, I'm carrying you back to rest now. He asked in a puzzled voice, Su, what on earth did you dream about? I didn't hear what you said before, and it felt like you were arguing with someone. Strange as it was, Wei Yu tried to keep his voice as low as possible, fearing that he would disturb Su's dream. He saw a figure coming out of the corner from the corner of his eyes. Wei Yu signaled for silence before the other party could speak, and turned his head slightly to confirm that Su was still sleeping. It's good for the elderly to sleep less. Then muttered, walked up to Wei Yu and raised his chin and asked, What did you two do all night? Is this successful? He looked at the two of them left and right, and shook his head again, feeling something was wrong. No, if it worked, you wouldn't have this expression. Wei Yu smiled helplessly, and did not defend himself. I sent him back first, and see you in the lab later. Got it, go ahead. Then nodded in understanding, and turned aside to make way for the two. Watching the two gradually walk away, then crossed his arms across his chest, his active mind secretly calculating, and the smile on his face was somewhat intriguing. The fire in the dream became more and more intense after the voice disappeared, burning up the ocean, burning up everything, and unreasonably annihilating Su's soul. If there really is such a destruction, wouldn't HOM be destroyed completely? He also explained to the dean and others, but he seemed to have become greedy, unwilling to see Wei Yu and the Institute's wishes stagnant before they were realized. Merciful Sea, please forgive me, I can't bear to make the final choice. Believe in humans again, before the world is destroyed. Chapter 196. Su didn't know how long he had been wandering in the void. When he opened his eyes again, the hazy shadow gradually took shape, and he found that the environment he was in was familiar and strange. It was the Research Institute. How did he get back? Su propped up his body with his hands and sat up, and found that he had returned to this room that belonged to him without knowing when. He touched the pillow, turned around and saw that his communicator was placed on the bedside table, which was not in line with his habit. His sluggish consciousness finally started to work. He vaguely remembered that he seemed to have fallen asleep on Wei Yu's boat, and vaguely felt like he was carried back by someone. He looked at the time, and suddenly woke up. He didn't expect that it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. No wonder I feel so hungry. Su rubbed his stomach that was so hungry that he refluxed, and found a basket of fruits and vegetables sent by the farm manager in the storage cabinet. He took a bite of the washed apple, and found that it was unexpectedly crisp and sweet. He sighed with surprise. I just agreed to stay here temporarily. I can't rely on gifts from others to live. I still have to find a way to fill my stomach. Su pondered secretly, looked at the closed door, took a deep breath, and made a decision: go out and look for opportunities. Without Wei Yu's help, he wanted to rely on himself to gain a foothold in this place. Su got up and walked to the door and opened the handle. He saw the insulated lunch box at his door. He bent down to pick it up and saw a note under it. I accidentally made one more portion. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, please solve it for me. Su recognized that it was Wei Yu's handwriting. He looked at the back and found a message. Next to the farm is the resource supply station. Everyone uses labor to exchange for food there. Residents will also exchange according to needs. Maybe you can find a livelihood here. I hope my reminder can help you. Distribution according to work, exchange according to need. Su stood by the door holding the note and looking around silently, looking for a way to measure personal contribution here. Zone 3 is relatively special. There are only a few children, like Liang Zhan, who can move freely. Most of the deformed children can only do some basic carrying and disassembly. There will be a special person in charge to deliver ration food. He lives here because of these children. He can guarantee that he will not starve to death, but such gifts should belong to those special children. He cannot take advantage of this. Su kept the food that Wei Yu gave him. When he couldn't find a way to retreat, he avoided the children, who were playing hopscotch, and approached the main road. You are cheating. Why am I cheating? Your other 2 legs are still outside the grid. It doesn't count. But when you used 8 tentacles to compete with me in throwing sandbags, I didn't say anything. Humph. Su was infected by the innocence of the children. He smiled lightly and walked through the busy main road, silently observing everything that happened here with his own eyes. Workers unloaded the goods from the engine room, and the sorting office determined the ownership, deciding whether to send them to the laboratory for further analysis or to the production area for repair and reuse, and then the workers transported them separately. Not only unloading, but also delivering goods to boats. Su's eyes followed the team going to the engine room and retreated, and found that they came from the number 1 production area and the farm. They were all transporting some living resources, which should be sent to various camps. The highly mechanized farms and ranches continuously produce resources, but there are still positions for human operation to ensure that even if the equipment fails, the park will not stop working. There is a dedicated person in charge of the operation of each area. The factory uses light glass for soundproofing and dustproofing. The process of raw material processing, production, and processing can be seen standing on the main road, and the production line is displayed openly. Even through the glass, you can see that women who are not valued by the outside world can also have a place in various positions. They chat freely and happily, walk among the crowd without scruples, and are no different from other people. In this cramped deep-sea boat, there is actually what this world should look like. Su stopped when he walked to the position where he could see the supply station. He did not disturb their work, but just silently observed how people calculated contributions and exchanged. The settlement method of the Institute is somewhat similar to the previous labor zone. It feels like the length of time on the job or the number of times it is moved is calculated, but the communicator will be used to calculate the digital currency, and then the communicator will be taken to the supply station to exchange for food or daily necessities. Su suddenly thought of something, and immediately took out the communicator given to him by Wei Yu to check the balance of digital currency. Sure enough, he saw that Wei Yu had secretly deposited some money under his account. The amount was not too much or too little, just within the range he could accept. How come you thought of everything? Su felt warm in his heart, holding the communicator and smiling softly. Wei Yu didn't say that he knew he would refuse if he asked him. He saved a sum of money that was enough for him to live for a few days, because he was worried that he couldn't adapt, so he left it for him as a transition and a safety net. Profits are the main thing in this world. How could someone do so much for him without asking for anything in return? Wei Yu was such a smart person, but he was so stupid. Sister Wan, why are you here? Hasn't the high-speed sorting machine you wanted been sent to the factory? Aji, do you know when the engineering department will be back? The old machine is still more useful. I don't know about this. Recently, there have been frequent abnormal ocean currents, which have damaged many of our purifiers. They are busy repairing them everywhere. Your machine has been sent to Master Chio for repair. The engineering team left him alone on duty at the station. Everyone is queuing up. It is estimated that it will not be repaired in a short time. The woman called Sister One stopped urging, but sighed worriedly. Oh, the station plans to set up 248 purifiers according to the longitude and latitude lines, thinking that synchronous operation will be more efficient. It was not so difficult to install equipment in the early years. It seemed that it was about to be completed in the hands of Wei, but I didn't expect that the monsters in the sea have become more and more manic in recent years, and Matthias has been making troubles and damaging many of our equipment. She shook her head with regret. Alas, life is not easy, and Wei Suo has suffered too. The people queuing at the back were also helpless. Our factory has been scheduled for maintenance for a month, and has not been scheduled yet. We have already started to switch to manual assembly. We are so busy. I am here to exchange a basket of watermelons to quench the workers' thirst. Someone couldn't help laughing and said, So, who will help our Master Chio who is almost desperate? That's not right. Didn't Wei Suo send people from the R&D department to support us some time ago? The man who laughed out loud waved his hand and said, The purifier number 277 broke down a few days ago, and that group of people went to the sea to support us. Now Master Chio is left again. The people queuing at the back couldn't help laughing when they heard it. Some people followed and echoed that they were also queuing in the engineering department. Most of them were making fun of Master Chio's bad luck. It was obviously bad news, but none of them felt anxious or uneasy. They ignored the negative emotions tacitly, saved their energy for where it was needed, and changed other working methods in an orderly manner. Such optimism and positivity had only been seen in the labor zone before, and on the huge mechanical ship carrying the final hope of mankind, there were only bodies deprived of their souls. The engineering department was close to the engine room, which was convenient for the field team to go out for maintenance and recycle reusable doomsday resources. However, due to the serious shortage of manpower, a large number of materials were stored in the engineering department warehouse, so basically all the workers came with things in their arms and left empty-handed. Occasionally, someone could be heard shouting in anger when the door opened and closed. Hearing someone else coming in, Chio Jieshi, who was working hard, shouted frantically, Please put personal maintenance on the left, and fill out the application form for department maintenance on the right. Take the number plate and go back and wait. His hair is gray, and he wears a pair of reading glasses on his nose. His blurred vision due to his age makes it a little difficult for him to weld. He stares at the circuit board with a frown, and wipes his withered hands on the bib in front of him that has been washed to a white, preparing to wipe it again. He suddenly realized that the person who came back this time was standing still, without holding anything in his hands, and did not look like someone who came to repair things. Chio Jieshi took the time to look up and asked, What are you doing here? You look a little unfamiliar? Su Su introduced himself in an interviewing manner. Hello, Master Chio, my name is Su Su, and I'm here to find a job. Looking for a job? Chio Jieshi looked at this person, who suddenly appeared in surprise, and stopped the work in his hands. It's really rare. No matter how he looked at this tender-skinned young man, he didn't look like a technician. Maybe he had just come to the institute, and saw that there were not many people here, so he just came in casually. Chio Jieshi pointed to the gate and said politely, I show you a clear way. Do you see it? Turn right when you go out. Anywhere is better than staying in the engineering department. The treatment here is not bad, but the workload is getting bigger and bigger. They have to ensure that the equipment currently installed at sea can operate normally. In case of failure or damage, they have to go out for repair in time, and they have to take care of the facilities in the institute. There are more and more jobs, but the engineering department has only so many people, and if the current situation continues, the tasks will only become more arduous. However, these are just his complaints before he was overwhelmed by the work. In fact, he loves the institute very much and knows that everyone has a hard time. Su Su looked back in the direction Chio Jieshi pointed, but did not leave. He asked, Is this the engineering department? Chio Jieshi nodded yes. Your last name is Chio? He nodded again yes. You can't finish your work and need help? Chio Jieshi curled his lips yes, but... Su Su stopped arguing with him. Based on his rich experience in job hunting, he skipped the interview stage and started to practice to prove that he had the ability. He picked up a household appliance to be repaired and sat down in an empty seat in front of the workbench. After a preliminary observation, he skillfully disassembled the back panel, disassembled it step by step, inspected it, reassembled it, and put it back to the inspection area for reinspection. His movements were smooth and unhurried, which made Chiyo Jieshi stunned. He did not expect that this young man was actually a skilled hand. "You really know how to do it?" Su said frankly. "There is basically no problem with small household appliances and the rest." He pointed to the intelligent integrated equipment that Chiyo Jieshi was repairing, shook his head and said frankly, "I don't quite understand the operating mechanism of these machines, but I can learn." He did not graduate from a formal mechanical major. Because the welfare home was shabby, the electrical appliances and furniture were always broken, and it cost money to find someone to repair them, so he spent some time learning by himself. Later, when he had time, he would help repair the appliances of nearby neighbors to earn some pocket money. Over time, he learned a lot of things. It is not difficult for Su to handle old-fashioned appliances, but different trades are like different mountains. After all, he has never learned it properly. Now it has been more than 400 years since he grew up, and technology has been constantly updated. Even if he pretends to be able to do it, and temporarily cheats this job opportunity, it won't take long for his true level to be exposed. Chiyo Jieshi didn't care about what Su said, pointing to the tools on the table and asking, "I see you can use these basic tools, right?" Seeing Su nodded in confirmation, he immediately said, "You can help me for 2 days, and see if you can continue to do it. I will observe you later." "No problem." Su answered very straightforwardly. Chiyo Jieshi didn't have time to pay attention to Su anymore, pointing to a pile of work in the repair area and said, "Pick the ones you can handle, and come to me if you can't handle it." Su paused in his chair and asked again, "How is the salary calculated?" According to the traditional application process, it is time to start discussing salary and benefits. Direct trial jobs are not friendly to workers. "Huh?" Chiyo Jieshi was stunned when he heard it, and it took him a while to react. "Oh, you are talking about remuneration, right? Let's calculate it by piecework first. It's not easy to work out. As long as you work hard, the engineering department can provide food." Chapter 197. Su's movements were very quick. He repaired most of the small household appliances stored in the corner in less than a day. He quietly began to try to study slightly more complex machinery, completely immersed in the passion of piece rate settlement. Madia also has an engineering department, but most of those who can enter the engineering department are excellent genes assigned by the education center, or Vanguard members with excellent assessment results. However, even if the Vanguard members squeezed in, they could only do the most basic labor work, and it was difficult to get involved in the real core work. Before the fall of the labor district, Appa had said that he would open a small repair station for him. If that shop really opened, it might be smaller and more crowded than this engineering department. Appa set up a stall in the front to sell, and he was responsible for handling the scrapped appliances brought back from the sea in the back room, leading other people in the labor district to make money and get rich together. Unexpectedly, in a blink of an eye, their beautiful dream was shattered for so long. Chiyo Jieshi put the arranged chips into the high-temperature soldering machine. When he looked up again, he was shocked by the piles of chips waiting to be inspected. He randomly inspected a few of them. Except for some minor problems, he could hardly find any faults. He carefully looked at the wiring, and could clearly see the other party's style of doing things. The main focus was simple, direct and effective. The wiring was tied tightly, rigorous and serious. But who taught him such a messy wiring? Fortunately, this good seedling was not really delayed. Chiyo Jieshi saw that he was struggling to study hard, and reminded him at the right time, "This line goes from here to the microcontroller." Su's eyes were bright with enlightenment, and he asked his puzzlement, "Master Chiyo, can my wiring be simplified? Is it feasible to connect the resistors in series?" "It's feasible, but you have to consider some subsequent arrangements, such as here." Under the heavy pressure of work, Chiyo Jieshi's patience was not much, but after a few suggestions, he found that the other party answered back and forth and learned quite quickly, and he immediately became interested. He took out the teaching aids under the toolbox and handed them to Su, and lightly lifted the frame on the bridge of his nose with his fingertips. "These are the teaching plans I used when I taught at sea in my early years. They are all relatively basic knowledge. You can take a look first and ask me if you don't understand any part. In fact, these circuits are not difficult. You just don't have a solid foundation. You will understand it after a little arrangement of your thoughts. When you determine the direction of the maintenance, I will tell you separately." The engineering department also has different types of work, circuits, electrical appliances, semiconductors, conductors, etc. Everyone studies in their respective fields and works together, when necessary to achieve twice the result with half the effort. When he was young, he often taught knowledge around the sea with Finn and other guys, and he had a certain knowledge of various aspects. Now he is old and can't walk. The young people in the engineering department are afraid that he will get injured while on duty, so they let him stay in the research institute. But looking at the endless maintenance work, it is better to go to the sea. Su took the several teaching plans handed to him with both hands, flipped through them, and saw that they were all handwritten, and every word was carefully written. He sincerely thanked Chiojieshi. Thank you. His seriousness made Chiojieshi uncomfortable. He turned around, and waved his hand, and sat back in his seat. He secretly observed the person reading a book not far away, and nodded with satisfaction. Knock, knock, knock. Wei Yu knocked on Su's door lightly, but no one answered for a long time. He sent him a message, but received no response. He asked other people in District 3, but no one knew where Su had gone. His mind began to panic uncontrollably, tangled into a ball of hemp rope that strangled his heart, causing a dull pain. Did he leave? Is it because of what he said to Su? Wei Yu's face was instantly gloomy. His shoulders drooped weakly on both sides of his body, and his steps were a little heavy when he left. As soon as he turned around, he ran into Liang Zhan standing behind him with a confused look on his face. Brother, why are you here? Liang Zhan tilted his head and glanced at the door behind Wei Yu, and asked again, are you here to find brother Su? He didn't come back last night, didn't you know? Yesterday, the laboratory calculated the first version of the initial value of seawater. He cooperated with other people in the equipment debugging room to adjust the purification parameters of the test machine, repeatedly observed the seawater samples collected from various regions, and when he left the R&D department, it was already the next day. He thought that even if Su wanted to reject him, he would say goodbye to him in person, but he didn't expect that he would leave silently. Seeing Wei Yu was silent, Liang Zhan pointed in the direction of the parking cabin. When I came back from the field this morning, I heard from the workers that Master Chiu had a new helper. The lights in the engineering department were on all night yesterday. When they went to deliver supplies in the morning, they actually moved out some repaired electrical equipment, and there were quite a few of them. He exaggeratedly drew a big circle in the air with his arms to express his surprise at the news. I curiously sneaked over to take a look and found that it was brother Su who was inside. Master Chiu seemed to be in a better mood than before. He told everyone that brother Su was the best student he had ever taught. When brother Xiaoma and the others come back, they will definitely talk about him. He didn't understand the details, but from a distance, he heard that brother Su had mastered the knowledge of advanced electricians in less than one night, and had already started researching electronic chips. Master Chiu's tone sounded a bit exaggerated, but the person being praised was brother Su, so these words didn't sound so unbelievable. Liang Zhan agreed with his own thoughts very much, and nodded meaningfully with his hands on his hips. Master Chiu is very diligent. Should I go to express my condolences on behalf of the institute? Wei Yu made a suggestion. What? Liang Zhan didn't react woodenly. During this period, in order to reward Master Chiu who stayed behind, the institute has sent warm to the engineering department, and other people in the institute have also sent fruit bread from time to time to express their concern. Why did his brother suddenly say that he would go to express his condolences? Wei Yu silently calculated, and his steps, when he left, were much lighter than before. It's hard to say what has changed specifically, but people in and out of the engineering department can clearly feel that the atmosphere here is more relaxed than the previous 2 days. The meticulous Master Chiu actually talked and laughed with the newcomers, and the engineering department, which was lifeless because of the transfer of staff, was actually revitalized. You must remember the principle of the operation of this 8-core Qualcomm. Most of the current intelligent integration of the institute is based on this principle. Chiojieshi taught seriously. Noticing that someone came in without looking up, he pointed to the left and then the right. Personal business is on the left to get a number and queue up, and department repairs are on the right to register, get a number and wait. Then should the fruit be on the left or the right? Chiojieshi looked up suddenly when he heard the voice of the person coming in. Seeing that it was Wei Yu who came in with a fruit basket, he stood up in surprise and asked, Xiao Wei, why is it you who came? The engineering department's tasks have increased recently. I happened to pass by and came in to visit you, old man. Wei Yu said politely, his eyes fixed on Su, who was immersed in the ocean of knowledge. He was enjoying himself, but unfortunately the blind man didn't even bother to show him any sign. Seeing Wei Yu staring at Su, Chiojieshi introduced the newcomer to him enthusiastically. Little Wei, I really like this new comrade. He is so smart at such a young age, and he is bold and careful in doing things. He is a rare talent. Wei Yu could hear his implicit meaning, and his gentle eyes showed a little more approval, indeed. It's hard not to like such an excellent person. Su was concentrating on debugging the chip. After hearing the sensitive words, his soldering hands froze. He raised his eyes hesitantly, and met Wei Yu's eyes. He blurted out, "Wei Yu, why are you here? Do you know him?" Xiao Jieshi reacted as soon as he said this. He was too busy recently, and didn't pay attention to the recent situation of the institute. Now thinking carefully, the new face who suddenly appeared in the institute, and the person who knew Wei Yu seemed to be the one in the rumors. He pointed at Su and asked in surprise, "So you are Su?" Su didn't expect Xiao Jieshi to react like this, and was a little amused. "I seem to have said who I am when I introduced myself." "Really?" Xiao Jieshi was skeptical. "This is not a question worth spending time discussing." Su guided Xiao Jieshi to change the subject. "Master Qiu, I don't quite understand why the sensor is placed here. Can you help me solve it?" "Okay, right away." Xiao Jieshi smiled. He has lived to this age, 1 generation older than Finn. If I exaggerate, he is considered a smart person among these young people. How could he not understand what Su meant? This junior named Su accomplished a great thing for the institute. This achievement alone can make the institute provide good food and drink. Not only did he not take credit for himself, but he also took the initiative to help the engineering department. Xiao Jieshi's eyes lingered between the two people. Obviously he understood something. He gently poked the person beside him with his elbow, and whispered, "You kid brought back a good person this time. I won't hold a grudge against you for transferring people away." Wei Yu cried out innocently, "Master Qiu, I really didn't transfer them away on purpose. He is not a capitalist in the old world. Adding workload to the engineering department will not produce much benefit. On the contrary, he hopes that the purification system can be intact from the moment it leaves the factory. Now there are only the last 8 units left. The laboratory and the debugging room are working overtime to calculate the most appropriate purification value. Soon they will be able to control the continued deterioration of marine pollution. I hope there will be no more accidents before that." Xiao Jieshi waved his hand to send the guest away. "If he is transferred, he will be transferred. I have to keep this person. Go quickly and don't disturb us." "But he—" Wei Yu was about to say that Su had not rested all night, but the two were chatting, so he knew better than to disturb him. He tapped Su's desk and whispered goodbye, "Then I leave first." Su briefly pulled himself out of his trance, and simply responded. He soon figured out something was wrong and called out to Wei Yu, who suddenly appeared here. "Wei Yu, thank you for understanding my rejection of leaving without saying goodbye. So goodbye." He did not express his opinion directly, but took the opportunity to explain that he would not leave without saying goodbye, which to the greatest extent appeased Wei Yu's anxiety when he came. Who said Su was not good at dealing with people? He was very good at it. Wei Yu's mouth corners lifted uncontrollably, and anyone who saw him could sense his joy at this moment. Xiao Jieshi couldn't bear to watch it anymore, and knocked on the table, and shouted coldly, "Little Wei, you are a bit annoying." Fortunately, he had taught Wei Yu before, but this kid had completely forgotten to respect his teacher. Su couldn't help laughing, and secretly waved to Wei Yu, indicating that he should go first. A thought flashed through his mind, and he actually felt like a student who was detained, making secret signals with his early love object under the teacher's nose. He knocked his forehead hard, manually breaking this inexplicable idea, and devoted himself to the business. The deep sea was dark and lightless, and the corridor lights that simulated sunlight in the institute gradually dimmed. People who had worked for a day left their posts, and returned to the living area to rest, but there were always 1 or 2 work areas with lights on. The experimenters took turns on duty voluntarily, hoping to obtain the initial seawater measurement data as quickly as possible. Even though they had not rested properly for a long time, no one complained. If their short-term fatigue could become the cornerstone of the long years to come, they would be happy with it. The experimenter yawned and opened the door, ready to send the sorted data to the archives room. As soon as he went out, he saw a figure standing in front of the glass window of the laboratory and asked, "Wei Su, didn't you go back to rest? Why are you back again?" Wei Yu raised his eyebrows with a strange expression and asked, "Did you Lu Bo start the mysterious ceremony again?" He tilted his head, and stared at Lu Fangqing, who was adjusting the direction of kneeling in the laboratory. He couldn't quite understand the other party's performance art. The experimenter couldn't help laughing and said, "Don't dare to disturb him. This is the 40-second separation experiment. If it doesn't succeed again, he will doubt his life." Chapter 198. Bang! The bright laboratory suddenly went dark. Wei Yu raised his eyes to the warning light on the top. After confirming that there was no danger signal, he sighed and said, "It seems to be overloaded again." There was nothing he could do. In order to ensure the rationality of the values, the 3 high-throughput test machines in the debugging room were running continuously. Most likely, the R&D department was overloaded and the power was cut off, which affected the laboratory. Ah! Hearing Lu Fangqing's screams in the laboratory, the experimenter swallowed and said hurriedly, "Director Wei, can you help send the information to the archives? I have to go to the engineering department to ask Master Chiu to come." Even if Director Wei didn't have any heirs on weekdays, he didn't dare to instruct his leader to make a long trip, and consciously chose a more distant task. Just when Wei Yu was about to say that he could go to the engineering department again, a thick stack of information had been stuffed into his hands. In the blink of an eye, the experimenter had already run away. "Master Chiu." The lab technician hurried into the engineering department and said before Chiu Jieshi could get angry, "Master Chiu, the power outage in the lab has suddenly occurred. Can you help check it out right now? The backup power supply in the sample storage room won't last long. There are priorities." Chiu Jieshi knew how big the impact of the power outage in the lab would be, no matter how impatient he was. He angrily said, "We said not to share the power supply with the R&D department. In order not to waste the little power wasted by restarting the machine, we overload it every day, every day. This is not a marriage. Why are you so inseparable? When Xiao Ma and the others come back tomorrow, they will dismantle all the wires in the institute and reconnect them for me." The lab technician shrank his neck in fear, trying to reduce his presence, for fear of getting burned. He stood aside without urging, until Master Chiu scolded him. He would definitely go to help. Chiu Jieshi bent down and took out the toolbox from under the table, flipped through the tools inside, and after confirming that everything he needed to bring was not missing, he turned around and patted Su Su on the shoulder and said, "Let's go, helper. I take you on a small field trip." Su Su raised his eyebrows, pointed to the laboratory facing the engineering department's gate, and asked, "Field trip? Do you mean the one across the street? Would you like to go out for a walk? Don't you feel any pain in your butt from sitting all the time?" Chiu Jieshi supported his old waist and limped out. He had just taken 2 steps when his hand holding the toolbox suddenly became lighter. He didn't need to look to know that Su Su had caught up and took it. The power supply system of the institute relies on the kinetic energy generated by the fan blades of the external purifier. The power consumption of the laboratory and R&D department is not much different from that of the factory opposite, so they were connected together before. But recently, the R&D department has a demand for high-power instruments, and the current power supply system is not enough. Just take out the line of the R&D department and connect it to a new power supply separately. Chiu Jieshi led Su Su to teach the internal line structure of the institute in an orderly manner. First, restart the important laboratory power supply, and then reorganize the main line of the R&D department in front of Su Su, and connect it to the power supply box on the cabin wall. There are 9 more power supply boxes like this in the cabin, which are the diversion of the power supply system. Now just transfer the line of the R&D department to the relatively less power consumption box. Although Chiu Jieshi is old, the experience accumulated over a long period of time is enough for him to deal with most difficult and complicated problems calmly. The overall processing speed is not much slower than Su Su. He deliberately slowed down the speed so that Su Su, a novice, could see clearly. "I understand." Su Su nodded in understanding. Seeing that Chiu Jieshi had connected half of the circuit, he handed the remaining circuit to him to handle. He soon followed suit. Chiu Jieshi watched quietly from the side, with a smile full of satisfaction on his face. After checking Su Su's results and confirming that they were correct, he clenched his fist and pointed his thumb at the laboratory and said, "Let's go into the laboratory to check it out, so as not to run again later." "Okay." Su Su nodded in response. The noise of the power connection made people's ears buzz, and the sudden light dispelled all the noise, and they felt refreshed in an instant. Lu Fangqing looked at the sample that was separated in the instrument helplessly, and wrote the conclusion of the 40-second failed separation experiment in the notebook in the dark. At the same time as the lights came on, all the instruments in the laboratory restarted, perhaps a new beginning. Lu Fangqing had failed in the same experiment 42 times, and he had experienced all kinds of results. He had no scruples about it. Worrying about pain will not solve any problems, and you will have to start over in the end. Lu Fangqing silently prepared the sample again, regrouped and waited for the time to send the sample into the separation instrument, and adjusted the direction of his face with a serious face. "You can't go this way, it will be unlucky, change this way this time," he said, straightening the white coat he often wore when doing other experiments before, hoping that this battle robe that symbolizes victory can give him good luck. The red light flashed frequently, silently urging the observer's heart rate, gripping the already tense nerves, making people dare not move their eyes. Su, go to the other end and see if there are any incomplete lines. Okay. Su took the lead and asked the experimenter next to him, "Hello, can you help lead the way?" Of course, no problem. Led by the experimenter, Su walked quickly through the corridor and headed to the other end of the laboratory. He turned his head to look at a large glass window, and didn't expect to see Lu Fanqing. He nodded politely to the people inside, and left quickly without disturbing them. Lu Fanqing shrank back, subconsciously trying to avoid the sight of others. Suddenly, he heard the completion prompt sound from the separator next to him. He stood up in disbelief and looked in the direction where Su left. His eyes were full of gratitude and piety. Su, who was confirming the signal response in the machine room, felt a chill on his back for no reason. He shrugged reflexively. After confirming that the connection was correct, he was ready to reply to Master Chiu. When he opened the door, his eyes fell on a stack of shifts hanging behind the door. There was nothing unusual about the shift itself. What attracted him was the name of the person who drafted the schedule. It was at this time that Su felt that way. He was the director of the Deep Sea Research Institute. He simply flipped through a few pages and murmured casually, "It seems that the personnel of the Institute are very fixed. Your schedule is actually for the next 3 months. The personnel changes in Matia are very large. The teammates who are still fighting side by side today may become a long-burning lamp on the high platform at the entrance of the Pajuo Hall tomorrow." The researcher who led Su shook his head and denied, "No, the previous schedule was 1 month or half a month. Last time, Wei suddenly prepared for 3 months. We also found it strange." Su didn't know much about the Institute, and didn't quite understand Wei's intention of doing this suddenly. He just looked at the date of the schedule for a few more times. Not bad. Just a few words of advice, Su was able to hand in a satisfactory answer, which made Chiu Jieshi very happy. He led Su out, and was reluctant to let him go. "Let's stop here. After 2 days in the engineering department, even the strongest man should be tired. Go home early to rest today, and the reward will be sent to your account later. If he doesn't let him go, Wei, you will come to settle accounts with him. He has money." This long-awaited good news made Su's brows brighten, and he didn't feel sleepy at all. He could even work for 2 more days. Ding. Chiu Jieshi took out the communicator in his pocket in confusion. "It's already this time. Who else sent me a message?" He cursed, and after seeing the sender, he silently glanced at Su beside him, with a wonderful expression. According to the enthusiastic request of an anonymous person, it is proposed that Mr. Su, a non-resident of the offshore camp, formally join the Institute and enjoy the same rights as the original residents. Therefore, opinions are sought from the heads of various departments and camps. Just reply with agreement, opposition, or abstention. Oliver leaned back in his chair, pointed at the text messages of the group of leaders, and turned to ask the sender, who was standing next to him, sneering, "Wei, you don't need to do this, and it's an anonymous person. Who can't guess that this is actually what you mean? Their camps are scattered all over the sea, and it is too difficult to hold meetings together. They don't like to be formalistic like Matthias. Except for the most important things, the news is basically transmitted online. But the real intention of this text message from Wei Yu today is quite suspicious. Don't you all accept that Brother Su has joined? You even gave gifts." Liang Zhan, who was tired after a day of missions, lay lazily on the table and yawned. "As for the authority, since my brother brought Brother Su back, he didn't mean to set the authority. He was not the person in charge, but he saw the message in Oliver's communicator when he came back with Oliver, and wanted to join in the fun." While debugging the data import, Wei Yu looked through the conclusion report that had just been sent, and said with a smile, "I won't do such a superfluous thing." Regarding Su's joining the Institute, emotionally, he liked Su reasonably, and logically, Su's ability itself was extremely valuable to recruit. Who would it be? Oliver couldn't help but ask. Then, someone he didn't expect took the lead in expressing his opinion. Lu Fanqing. Lu Fanqing agrees. Staring at the name on the screen, Oliver's suspicion became more and more serious. Pointing at Lu Fanqing's name, he asked Wei Yu in disbelief. Could this anonymous person be him? Lu Fanqing was usually obsessed with research and didn't care about other things. Today, he was more active than everyone else, and it was hard not to feel that there was something wrong. Seeing that Wei Yu did not deny it, Oliver was silent for a while before saying, "I personally don't mean to dislike Su, but Lu Fanqing's head was caught by the door of the laboratory. This is not his style of doing things. When Su Su first came to the institute, Lu Fangqing was forced by them to send gifts. It has only been 2 days, and he has become so warm and hospitable, although he also felt that this reason was a bit far-fetched. Lu Fangqing did tell him so. When Su Su went to the laboratory for maintenance just now, his experiment was successful. Wei Yu said truthfully. Wei Yu, I want to apply for the highest authority for Su Su, so that he can enter and leave the laboratory freely in the future, stay as long as he wants, and it doesn't matter if he wanders around in front of me. Or just let him move to Area 4, live opposite me, and you move out. Wei Yu, I really need him. He is my lucky god. Wei Yu knew that Lu Fangqing, the idiot, had no other intentions, but still rejected his rather excessive proposal very unhappily. Get out of here and go back to your lab. Oliver's eyes twitched slightly. He had a lot to say, but he felt that it was a bit uncultured to say it out loud. In the end, he gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence. Superstition. Chapter 199. Liang Zhan was amused by Oliver's reaction and laughed. He turned his head and continued to sleep with his eyes closed. Although Lu Bo's process was wrong, his answer was correct. The institute needs Brother Su Su. It is good for the offshore camp to officially announce that Brother Su Su has joined. The purifier is the meaning of the institute's existence. The institute welcomes him. People who know how he overcame danger and brought us benefits will also welcome him, but not everyone knows this. Oliver still didn't understand, but what does this have to do with Lu Fangqing? Big fool. Liang Zhan pretended to be mature and shook his head to lament Oliver's incompetence. You can see that Lu Bo's words are not right today. Don't others understand? My brother is going to use Lu Bo's proposal to officially issue a statement to all camps to confirm that Brother Su Su has been recognized by everyone in the institute. From today on, no matter which camp Brother Su Su goes to in the future, he has the institute to rely on. He has now joined the engineering department, and will soon be on the field with the team. It will only be good for us to have him escort the team and rush to help with faulty purifiers everywhere. Do you understand? But there was one thing Liang Zhan couldn't figure out. He opened his eyes and asked Wei Yu, but brother, what if Brother Su Su didn't go to the engineering department to help, and Lu Bo didn't take the lead? How are you going to clear Brother Su Su's name? He knew that his brother never fought an unprepared battle, and Brother Su Su's matter must have been planned long ago. Wei Yu raised the corner of his mouth calculatingly, and his eyes moved to Oliver. Oliver was frightened by his eyes, and pointed at himself and asked, Me? Liang Zhan suddenly realized, oh, the fact that Oliver was slapped by Su Su has long been known by the old director. Letting him take the lead can also achieve the same effect. Wei Yu nodded in agreement, in proving himself. Su Su is completely capable, it's just a matter of time. I asked Oliver to come here today to talk to him. When Su Su needs it, please take him out to see in person. He has made contributions before, and with Oliver as a guarantor, he could also be regarded as a formal meeting with the leaders of the camps. He guessed that Su Su had been struggling whether to stay or not, probably because he wanted to do something. Su Su is an adult with independent thinking ability. He can't stop him from doing anything. He just thought that if Su Su still doesn't want to stay in the institute in the future, he can no longer provide help in the first time, and the survivor camp on the sea will become his retreat. He prepared the plan early, and Lu Fangqing was the accident that came out halfway, otherwise he would not suddenly call Oliver to reminisce today. However, he didn't know whether it was an accident or some other reason that Su Su passed through Lu Fangqing's laboratory, and made the separation experiment successful. Oliver was indignant when he heard this, and wanted to seek justice for himself. But when he thought about what he had done, he admitted it all. Forget it, I deserve it. He lowered his eyes, and followed Lu Fangqing to express his position. Oliver agreed to Su Su's joining. Probably in the eyes of many people, he is a selfish scumbag, even he thinks so. For the relationship between Su Su and Lydia, if Wei Yu really wanted him to do a favor, he would agree. I agree. Xiao Jieshi's reply followed. If he hadn't typed a little slowly, Oliver wouldn't have been second. Guessing Wei Yu's plan, he immediately mentioned a few words. This kid took the initiative to come to the engineering department to help. He didn't sleep for 2 days and 1 night, and he didn't complain. He handled most of the accumulated machines to be repaired. Wei Yu, if your research institute doesn't look down on him, Su Su will only follow me in the future. I, an old man, have left a lot of inheritance, enough for him to eat and drink for the rest of his life. I was wondering why Master Chio's efficiency has increased in the past 2 days. It turns out that he is a helper. I tried the machine as soon as it was delivered this afternoon. Not only was it repaired, but he also helped to change the belt. Just for this, I have to vote yes anyway. I vote yes on behalf of the entire data department. Without Susu risking his life to help bring out the initial seawater samples, it would probably take us hundreds or even thousands of years to prepare suitable data. Someone took the lead and expressed his opinion. Looking at the wind direction, other people in the institute also agreed to Susu's formal joining. For them, they would treat new friends well without saying these things. But seeing that the camp leaders got to know Susu's character through their introduction, they also agreed and roughly understood the intention of today's text message. The sound of the tide at night was much lighter than that during the day. The seawater was gently tapping on the cabin roof under the continuous filtration of the purifier, as if a loving mother was coaxing him to sleep. Perhaps he was really tired, or perhaps after leaving the labor zone, he once again found the value of his existence in a corner of the world. He fell asleep with a smile. The sea surface in the dream was rare and peaceful. Susu emptied his mind, and lay on the waves without restraint, letting the waves under him rise and fall, enjoying this long-lost relaxation. At first, he thought that another tragic past would attack his mind, but he waited for a long time, but nothing happened, as if the person who arranged everything behind the scenes had taken a break, giving him a chance to breathe. Susu hadn't slept peacefully like this for a long time. When he woke up naturally and opened his eyes again, the previous fatigue was gone. He turned over and touched the communicator beside the pillow. In his hazy vision, he saw a text message he had just received. He glanced through it hastily. The content made him raise his eyebrows slightly with a strange look, and he felt a little funny for some reason. Why do you have to issue a special announcement? Susu got up from the bed and got rid of his sleepiness. The moment he came to his senses, he realized Wei Yu's plan. For his previous precarious situation, this was just a trivial matter that could be ignored. Even without this introduction announcement, he would have survived on the sea until the day when HOM was destroyed by himself. But such a small matter that he himself had never paid attention to was handled with the most serious and cautious attitude, and his shelter was quietly built for him in this doomsday full of dangers. Susu lowered his head and carefully reread the text message. The warmth in his heart surged up, flushed his neck, and even his breathing was terribly hot. Focus. Susu exhaled a long breath of turbid air, put away the faint smile on his face, and forced himself to retract his thoughts that were almost out of control. He glanced at the time on the communicator, quickly washed his face, and went out to find something to do. Look at others, I only taught them once, and they learned it, but you have been learning from me for more than 5 years, and you haven't become a master yet. You have time to reflect on yourself. As soon as Susu approached the engineering department, he heard Chiojieshi's cursing voice, and thought to himself that it might not be convenient for him to go in at this time. Ma Qian complained to Chiojieshi, Master, when the engineering department was short of manpower, you said I was talented and the smartest kid you had ever seen. Now you are tired of the old and love the new. Let me reflect on this. He took out an oil paper bag angrily and sighed in disappointment. I asked Grandpa Luoshi for 2 pieces of yellow rice cake when I passed by this time, thinking that my master must miss this. Chiojieshi, who pretended to be serious, glanced at Ma Qian, snatched the oil paper bag from his hand, and complained, only 2 pieces, don't know how to take more. Next time, I bring you a whole pot. Ma Qian rubbed his hands and asked, then master, am I still your favorite disciple now? Chiojieshi's answer was very uncooperative. You want to bribe me with 2 pieces of yellow rice cake? He couldn't wait to open the package and take a bite, shrugged his shoulders contentedly, and said casually, next time you go out, take Susu with you and let him get familiar with the purifier placement process. I will teach him the basic principles and operation methods before you leave. It has nothing to do with Wei Yu. Susu's learning ability is indeed rare. Now that Susu has officially joined the institute, he doesn't treat this kid as an outsider. Since he values the reward, it's better to go to a better place. Ma Qian was obviously a little surprised. Master, I thought you would keep him in the institute. The sweet rice cake filled his mouth, making his breath sweet. Chiojieshi waved his hand and said casually, it's a waste of talent to keep him in the institute. He belongs to a wider world. What about the engineering department? As Ma Qian said this, he secretly reached out his hand to grab a piece of yellow rice cake to taste, and his master immediately slapped his hand mercilessly. Chiojieshi glared at him and snorted, what else can we do? As long as you fully cooperate with Wei to install the remaining purifiers as soon as possible, and wait for all the machines to be connected and started, the workload in the later stage will be much smaller. No matter how he usually teases Wei Yu, when it comes to serious matters, he is Wei who leads the institute and the offshore camp to the dawn. Seeing that Ma Qian's eyes were really hot, He reluctantly gave him a small corner. Before that, I, the old man, will take care of the engineering department. Looking at the fork handed to him, with a piece of soft and glutinous rice cake, Ma Qian took it with a slight movement of his eyes. Unlike the carelessness just now, he suddenly said seriously, "Master, don't worry. We are young, but since we have accepted the baton, we will definitely guard the sea. When the satellite signal is connected and all purifiers are running at the highest power, the sea will definitely see the sincerity of mankind, and it may end this pollution faster than we expected." He didn't want any yellow rice cake, but just continued the tacit habit of everyone in the engineering department. They didn't want to detain the master, but he was old, and there were dangers on the sea, so they had to leave the master in the research institute. The huge engineering department usually only had their master alone, which was very deserted, so they agreed to stay with the old man every time they came back to liven up the atmosphere, so they were happy from the bottom of their hearts when they heard that someone joined the engineering department. "But master," Ma Qian asked vaguely while biting a rice cake, "why is the R&D department so persistent in turning on all 248 purifiers at the same time? It has been at least 100 years since the first purifier was turned on. Can't it be evolved in blocks?" Su Su, who was standing outside the door, also felt the same way. Since the research institute had already had an idea and the machines had been put into use long ago, why did they insist on the last 8 purifiers? Aren't they afraid of losing the big picture for the small? Qiu Jieshi shook his head and denied Ma Qian's question. "Your idea was actually put into practice a long time ago, but unfortunately it failed in the end. They lost miserably in that battle." He knew what his apprentice was confused about, and recalled and said slowly, "Have you ever thought that the ocean pollution has lasted for so long that the alien creatures have already adapted to the current environment? Once the purifier is turned on, they will be stressed." Qiu Jieshi said, pointing out the window, "Look at the current research institute. If there were no vortex barrier outside, those things would have rushed in long ago. As the pollution becomes more serious, the gap between the expected water quality will only get bigger and bigger. At present, the purifiers are only running at low and medium gears, which has caused frequent invasions by alien creatures. When the Unicom satellite starts the highest gear, what kind of reaction will it produce? The Research Institute does not have so many people to support everywhere." Ma Qian nodded heavily in understanding. "In order not to be affected, the alien creatures will move to areas with relatively weak purification. Once those monsters gather together, the speed of evolution is unpredictable. No wonder the 248 marking points are to divide the ocean into blocks with similar capacity." Seeing that he had reacted, Qiu Jieshi nodded in approval and said, "So the Institute is waiting for all 248 marking points to be controlled by satellites, and uniformly adjusting the engine power, so that each block can synchronize the purification value to the maximum extent in the shortest time. Only by suppressing the action ability and purification speed of alienated creatures at the same time can we reduce the possibility of their joint attack." After saying so much, he felt a little tired, leaning against the back of the chair and sighing, "When we get through the most difficult period, the marine life will evolve adaptively and gradually get rid of the distortion characteristics, and the ocean may be able to survive." Chapter 200. Su Su leaned against the wall without saying a word. His body was slender and well-proportioned. His arms were crossed and his muscles were vaguely visible. The street light shone down from above his head, and a layer of halo covered his hair and skin, making him look a bit divine. Su Su turned around and knocked on the door until the 2 people at the door finished talking, indicating, "Master Qiu, I'm here to report." Qiu Jieshi heard Su Su's voice, and waved and invited him enthusiastically. "Su Su, why are you here so early? Didn't I ask you to rest for half a day yesterday? Come on, let me introduce you to the person next to me." Su Su stepped forward and nodded slightly to the man standing next to Qiu Jieshi, saying, "Hello, I'm Su Su." Thinking that no matter who it is, they will leave one day, so he doesn't like to make friends. But since he came to the Institute, he found that everyone here lives with kindness. After he tried to let down his guard and contact, more care came to him, and he had no time to refuse. When he found that he was wrapped in warmth, he was reluctant to refuse even if he had set many taboos in advance. "My name is Ma Qian, and I am Master Qiu's apprentice. Everyone calls me Brother Ma." Ma Qian took the initiative to step forward and stretched out his hand, holding Su Su's hand and shaking it. "You have to call me senior brother." "Go!" Qiu Jieshi looked at Ma Qian with disdain. Judging from Su Su's own ability, he was definitely an ordinary human being. He was just spreading knowledge to the best of his ability. How could he be Su Su's master? When he turned to Su Su again, his expression changed instantly, and he said in a friendly manner, "The engineering team is back today. let them repair the rest, and we won't care about the inspection at the factory. I take you to a place. Thinking of the discussion they had not long ago, Su understood and responded, "Okay, teacher." He knew his level well. He just had some experience in the past, but it was not enough in front of professionals. Chiojieshi never looked down on his ignorance, and taught him everything he knew with all his heart and effort. Su did not think that he was learning fast. Instead, he vaguely saw the past of an old man in Chiojieshi's orderly narration. In his youth, did he travel across the ocean countless times to share his knowledge with the younger generations? Chiojieshi was stunned by his word teacher. He nodded with joy and relief. "Hey!" Ma Qian looked at the two of them going back and forth, and the corners of his mouth were lingering. He pretended to be angry and said, "You two are almost there. I am jealous of you. Master, take your new beloved disciple to the R&D department quickly. Once the big machine comes in, you can't go out. They are not yet at the level of knowing everything like the master. Everyone is responsible for their own areas of expertise, so when the faulty large machine comes into the factory, it needs to be disassembled and repaired. Once the parts are disassembled all over the floor, they really can't leave." Before leaving, Chiojieshi had another argument with his apprentice, finding amusement in their frustrated expressions, and walked briskly with Su to the R&D department opposite. "I don't know if Xiaowei has told you this. I tell you again today, just listen to me." He pointed to the various departments on both sides of the main road as he walked, and introduced them very clearly. There is a reason why the laboratory, R&D department, engineering department, and the production area behind are clustered together. The core of the institute is the R&D department, which collects the laboratory's recent analysis data on seawater and marine life, conducts further research, and regularly organizes the R&D direction. The laboratory provides data support and subsequent plans for the production of reagents, injections, tablets, etc. Chiojieshi turned his finger and directed Su to the engineering department, and continued, "The R&D department is not only responsible for chemical experiments, but also weapons and protective gear, which are also accounted for a certain proportion and are managed by a specific R&D team. But if you look into their R&D focus, the answer is obvious. It is the underwater sewage purifier. Similar to chemicals, R&D personnel collect existing information and provide preparation plans for purifiers, weapons, etc., which are further refined and supplemented by the engineering department. After the R&D department determines the feasibility, it is officially handed over to the factory for manufacturing. The produced components are assembled and tested by the engineering department, and finally returned to the R&D department for debugging." Su's eyes followed Chiojieshi's instructions and looked around. After understanding, he asked, "Wei, you said that assembling large machinery is under the sea. So the engineering department needs to go out to sea for assembly and regular maintenance?" "Yes." Chiojieshi gestured to Su. "A complete high-throughput purifier is as big as half a cabin. How can it be assembled here and moved over? The R&D team and the field team will work together to assemble and repair the purifier at sea, and return after confirming normal operation on the spot." He pointed to Su and said seriously, "Xiaowei used to go out to sea very often. He basically debugged every purifier himself. Recently, he has been staying in the debugging room every day. In addition to focusing on studying the initial seawater sample, he probably doesn't want to go out. After all." Chiojieshi raised his eyebrows at Su meaningfully, clearly teasing the relationship between the two. Su laughed dryly, and did not respond or explain to others about his relationship with Wei Yu. Wei Yu was a very good person, one of the best people he had ever met. Even in such a desperate situation, he could remain kind and friendly. He always had hope in his heart, and led the residents of the Research Institute and the offshore camp to walk firmly on the right path. In addition to these, it is difficult for him to be selfless for someone like Wei Yu, who is so thoughtful and considerate of his feelings in everything. But can he really respond, as he is not a human being? Su forced to change the subject. "So is the purifier in the debugging room a prototype? I haven't seen it up close yet. Can you let me take a look?" "You kid." Chiojieshi approached the R&D department and asked in a mysterious whisper, "Do you mind that Xiaowei is a man? I didn't expect you to be so conservative." Su was speechless for a moment. "I don't." Chiojieshi spread his hands, and put on an I understand look, walked through the sensor door of the R&D department, and led Su inside. "When I was your age, old man." He stroked his long white beard, and his smile was intriguing when he recalled the regret. "We're at the debugging room." Chiojieshi knocked on the door gently, deliberately teasing him. "I tell you slowly when I have time later." Su's mouth twitched slightly, as he tried to hold back a laugh, and his words were full of helplessness. "Okay." After Chiu Jieshi knocked on the door, he heard a response from behind the door. "Wait a minute, I'm coming." Su Su was very familiar with the approaching voice. He looked up and saw a face with excellent bone structure behind the door that was slowly opened from the inside. His sword-like eyebrows pressed down on his deep eyes, and his whole body was filled with a serious expression that had not been separated from work, making him look cold and solemn. But at the moment when Su Su's figure was reflected in those calm eyes, it was as if a spring breeze was blowing in his face, and the coldness between his eyebrows was visibly melting with the naked eye, and the corners of his mouth could not help but slightly rise. Wei Yu opened the door quickly, stepped out and asked, "Why are you here?" Chiu Jieshi finally understood why Fin always disliked his apprentice recently. Look at how worthless he is. He raised his hand to shake Wei Yu's blank gaze, forcibly pulling his attention back, and said angrily and amusedly, "Captain Wei, I'm bringing Su Su, a newcomer from the engineering department, to get to know the purifier. Can you make an exception and let us in?" Wei Yu hurriedly made way for the two and said against the door, "Of course, please come in." Chiu Jieshi's eyes moved between the two, and he smiled and dragged Su Su into the door. "Let's go, apprentice, stop looking, go in and take a look." These two people are indeed very clear about their business, but how can normal people only focus on business? They always need something else to adjust. The boring thing is that they are not much more skilled in love than Lu Fanqing. No wonder Fin specially found Su Su after he came to the engineering department and asked him to find opportunities for these two children. "Okay," Su Su replied, and when he passed the door he paused, stole a glance at Chiu Jieshi in front of him, and said to Wei Yu beside him in a low voice, "Thank you." Wei Yu was slightly startled, and then realized that Su Su was talking about the matter of rectifying his name. He smiled and looked down at him. There is no second half, which is progress. In the past, he would follow it with a sentence, "I owe you a favor." Su Su raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard his funny words, and opened his mouth to deliberately add this sentence, but the next moment, Wei Yu covered his mouth. "Don't swallow your words." Wei Yu could see that Su Su was doing it on purpose, but he was scared to hear it with his own ears. Seeing Su Su's dazzled smile, as if he had succeeded, he suddenly felt a scratch at his heart, and couldn't help but smile with his lips curled, and said with a smile at the end of the sentence, "Let's go together, don't let Master Chiu wait for too long." "Apprentice!" Su Su heard the voice, and grabbed Wei Yu's hand, and pulled it away, saying, "I'm coming." He held Wei Yu's wrist, and pulled him towards Chiu Jieshi. When he came to the purifier prototype in the center of the debugging room, he was attracted by the attention, and let go of Wei Yu, and walked slowly towards it. For a large machine like this, I'm afraid I can't fully understand the structural principles in a short time. Su Su knew his own abilities, was honest about his level of cognition, and also threw out his own ideas at the right time, so I just need to learn how to start, shut down and do basic maintenance, which should be enough for me to go to sea with the team. He understood Wei Yu's thoughts. Perhaps in the near future, he would choose to leave the Deep Sea Research Institute and fight Matthias at sea. If there were any flaws, how would he avoid the pursuit of the Sky Giant ship? So Wei Yu helped him open the camping authority, so that when he had no way to retreat one day in the future, he could find the sea camp through the marked points to avoid the limelight temporarily. But for others, no matter how excited they are now, tolerance and kindness will gradually fade over time, and he can only continue such goodwill if he maintains a certain value. So he knew very well that most people agreed to his joining with conditions. Su Su was not disappointed, but felt much more balanced. Moreover, he needed to go to the sea to observe the situation, and the Research Institute would help him leave the deep sea, which would save a lot of trouble. This is obviously a win-win two-way choice, and he has no reason to refuse. Chiu Jieshi knew that Su Su was sharp, but he didn't expect him to be so smart. He secretly decided to teach him more seriously. Learn part first, and if you have time or are interested, we will learn more about it. Su Su is his best student in all aspects. Chapter 201. It was not his turn to work the night shift yesterday, and there were no emergencies the whole night. Oliver slept a full night, and walked towards the engine room in high spirits. According to the original plan, his team needs to cooperate with the engineering department to go to a camp in the northern hemisphere to inspect the submarine purifier today. If everything goes well, they can go back and forth on the same day. On the way out of the living area and toward the engine room, he met several acquaintances and greeted them warmly. "Little Ma brother." When Ma Qian saw Oliver, he said with surprise, "So it was you who protected us at sea today. I am relieved now." "Good morning, little Ma brother." Liang Zhan came over to greet him, jumped forward and threw himself on Oliver's back. Before he could throw himself off, he said, "Yesterday, A little girl in Area 3 was out of control and suddenly mutated in front of us. In order to restrain her and send her to the laboratory for calm observation, we didn't sleep all night. Let me lie on your back and catch up on some sleep first. Has anyone mutated again? You don't have to follow the schedule. Go back and continue sleeping. Oliver murmured worriedly, and dragged Liang Zhan up with his backhand to carry him more steadily. Liang Zhan lowered his head and shook his head, refusing. No, I want to go on a mission together. He was also transformed by Matthias, and it was hard to say whether he would suddenly lose his human thinking ability and become a monster that only knew how to kill and prey, so he had to do as much as possible to reduce the burden of the institute. Ma Qian stopped talking, fearing that he would disturb Liang Zhan's rest. When he found someone approaching to say hello, he also kindly hushed to remind him. Oliver took Liang Zhan into the engine room with steady steps. Just as he carried him into the cabin, he saw a figure sleeping in the corner. He was surprised and said, "Su Su? Why are you sleeping here?" Liang Zhan, who was awakened, muttered, "It was Su Su who helped catch the little sister last night and sent her to the guard area of the laboratory. He didn't sleep all night." "No." Oliver felt his tongue was tied and asked again, why is he here? Didn't he stay in the R&D department for the past 2 days to learn how to operate? He has graduated now? Master Chiu is confident that he can go out with us like this? Wei Yu didn't stop him? Ma Qian. On the contrary, he was not surprised at all by Su Su's appearance, and said in a slightly lowered voice, "My master suggested that he observe on the spot, have a concrete concept of the real objects and the placement environment, and then come back to check for deficiencies and fill in the gaps." Talking about his master, Ma Qian's eyes were more proud. "My master is like this. He doesn't like to teach mechanically. As long as the knowledge can be learned from practice, he doesn't like to teach verbally." And it is said that it was Su Su himself who proposed to go on the field trip. When he first heard it, he was as surprised as Oliver, but after thinking about it carefully, judging from the recent rumors about him in the institute, he is such a straightforward and courageous person. What about Wei Yu? Oliver wondered. Liang Zhan said in a daze, "Brother Su Su doesn't need to report everything he wants to do to me. Besides, my brother also hopes that Brother Su Su can live in the institute for a long time at his own comfortable pace." He curled his lips and sighed that Oliver was really hopeless, and then complained, "You have had a deep and unforgettable relationship, but you look at love worse than a child like me." Oliver suddenly felt a knife stabbed in the chest, and was speechless for a long time. Su Su was awakened by the conversation in the cabin. He looked up and saw Oliver and the others staring at him. He took the initiative to express his intention. "Can I go out to sea with you today?" "Okay." Oliver nodded blankly, then reacted and pointed to the cabin door and said, "I didn't know you would follow, so I took one less set of equipment. Wait a moment, I prepare another set." He squatted down and put the beam on the chair, walked quickly out of the cabin, heard footsteps behind him, turned back to confirm, and found that it was Su Su who followed with a yawn. "Su Su, I go with you." After all, he didn't come in person first, and didn't want to trouble Oliver to help him get things. Oliver didn't care whether Su Su followed him or not, and went straight to the warehouse and reported to the administrator, "Give us another set of protective gear and weapons, and help register them." "No problem." After the warehouse administrator registered the items he received, he asked Oliver to sign, and then put the protective gear and weapons on the counter one by one, pushing them forward. "This is what you want. Su Su, take it." Oliver helped to get a protective mask and belt, and found that Su Su was standing there motionless. He was about to ask him what he was doing in confusion, but he saw that he was staring at the registration book next to him, and suddenly realized something. Oliver asked the warehouse administrator, "Why is this registration book here?" The administrator stretched his neck and apologized. "Not long ago, the old director suddenly came over and said he wanted to take a look. I was busy just now and didn't notice that he left, so I forgot to put it away." Oliver noticed that Su Su looked solemn, and asked in a deep voice, "Did you see it?" Su Su gritted his teeth, tried his best to control his emotions, pointed to the name on the register and asked, "The explosives are?" He just accidentally glanced at Wei Yu's name, so he looked at it twice, but who could tell him why Wei Yu applied for an explosive the day before he left Matthias? Oliver pursed his lips, and said with a little embarrassment, "It's not convenient for me to get involved too much in your affairs." But before leaving that day, he suddenly became very long-winded, and told me to pay more attention to the movements in the sea in the future. He had previously communicated with Master Chiu, and prepared an adjustment plan for Liang Zhan's artificial spine and legs for the next 20 years. He knew that Lu Fangqing was not good at socializing, so he arranged a laboratory schedule for the next 3 months to give him enough time to recover, and talked to Director Finn privately. I don't need to ask to know that he wants to hand over the position of director. He picked up the key weapons and applied for. After taking a deep look at Wei Yu's name on the registration book, he sighed and handed it back to the administrator. Su, you are not a heartless person. How can you not see his feelings for you? When he brought you back, he was so happy that he didn't sleep for several days and nights. We all laughed at him for being useless. But what if you didn't leave Mattia alive that day, or you were seriously injured and only had one breath left when you delivered the seawater sample? In his opinion, Wei Yu only looked proud on the surface, but was actually a very stubborn person. Otherwise, he would not have been so determined to escape from Mattia. Su choked with a breath stuck in his throat, and said dumbly, he doesn't need to do this for me at all. He obviously has more important things to do in his research. Did Wei Yu take so many explosives to destroy Matthias's war preparations as much as possible? But if the Institute wanted to do this, they didn't have to wait until now. So what was he doing? No wonder Wei Yu was the first to appear that day. Once he got into trouble, other ships could leave immediately, while the stealth mode was not retreated. It turned out that everything had a trace. But he always felt that Wei Yu was not a person who ignored the overall situation for a little love. He must have other ideas. Could it be related to him? Yes, he had important things to do, but he was still prepared to die. Oliver sneered and shook his head. How could someone be so stupid? In his opinion, it was not worth giving up the way forward and sacrificing one's life for the person he loved. Wei Yu undoubtedly chose a path opposite to his own. But whether this matter was worth it or not, I'm afraid it's useless for outsiders to comment. Only the parties involved know. After hearing Oliver's comments, Su suddenly lowered his head and chuckled, and the emotions in his eyes were difficult to suppress. Wei Yu and he are the same kind of people, who can do anything for what they want. When he decided to get the seawater sample and destroy Uni Garden, he made the worst plan. It seems that Wei Yu also made the worst plan, but it is not clear whether he is included in this plan. Will it be? Will it be? Oliver looked at his sad expression, pointed to the R&D department not far away, and reminded, Wei Yu should be calculating the data now. Do you want to talk to him? Su smiled bitterly, raised his head and shook it, and said seriously, let's go. In front of love, he has more important things to do. Oliver raised his eyebrows, nodded with a slight smile on his lips, and said, okay, let's go. After leaving the main cabin, the sound of the submarine engine was suppressed to the lightest before passing through the turbid barrier, and it slowly and steadily ascended in the deep sea. It was pitch black outside the window, and only dim star-like lights could be seen swimming past and rushing back and forth, as if they had sensed the abnormal fluctuations in the sea and were restlessly looking for something. The submarine stealth system was fully turned on. In order not to arouse the alertness of Kaiji's strange monsters, the dispersal instrument was deliberately not turned on, but quietly avoided the monsters entrenched in the deep sea and approached the sea surface. The dazzling sunlight covered the sea surface, and the scorching heat continued to steam everything on the surface, as if endless flames would ignite in the next moment. In order not to attract the attention of the giant ship in the air, Oliver did not drive the boat away from the sea surface, but moved in the shallow water layer, flexibly avoiding the monitoring base station placed by Matthias on the sea surface. In less than half a day, the navigation system showed that it was about to arrive at the destination. I have sent a message to the people on the shore. We will go down to the seabed for inspection, and come up to say hello after we are done. Oliver's arrangement was neat and tidy, saving a lot of time. Ma Qian took the tools and prepared to leave the cabin and said, although my junior brother's ability is obvious to all, I still trouble you brothers to try to delay a little time. This is my first time teaching someone without experience. He said this tactfully, and Oliver understood and patted his chest and said, don't worry, we will take care of this. Ma Qian smiled and put his arm around Oliver's shoulder. The two brothers walked into the buffer cabin in a friendly manner. He waved to Su and said, Su, let's go. As the submarine sank straight to the bottom of the sea, the water was obviously much clearer, but there were still alien creatures floating in the water, trying to find an opportunity to attack. Su looked to the farthest point along the slightly clear seawater, and could vaguely find traces of Matthias's search for supplies. Randomly searching and discarding, leaving behind garbage that the ocean could not digest without scruples. Matthias had cleaned up this sea area before, but why are there still monsters? The answer is nothing more than the Vanguard's usual perfunctory attitude, which has led to the existence of alienated creatures. They continue to distort and multiply in the turbid seawater, and once again expand their group. Oliver saw Su staring outside, and his words were full of helplessness. The ocean has frequent abnormal warm currents, and these ghosts outside are getting uglier and uglier. As it is now, it is the result of the patrol team formed by the young people in the camp to patrol and clear every day. He nodded Susu's shoulder. Hey, please ask this colleague from the engineering department to take it with you later. The cleanup of the research institute is ours. He was not being polite at this moment. There would be places where Susu would be needed in the future. How could he just throw him into the sea on his first mission? Thinking back to the first time he met Susu, this man was abandoned by his teammates and struggled desperately in the sea. He didn't want to meddle in other people's business. It was Wei Yu who insisted on saving people. He didn't expect that this rescue would really save fate. Brothers, let's go! After Oliver finished speaking, he jumped back with his back to the deep sea while holding the powerful dispersal device. He flipped through the water like a dragon and pressed the start button at the moment when he was attacked by the disturbed monster. The field team members tacitly drew their guns and quickly cleared a safe area around the purifier. After confirming that the line of fire was safe, they notified the others in the cabin. You can come out. After responding, Ma Qian glanced at Susu and saw that he was ready to go, so he signaled to the others to leave the cabin. Susu took the lead in leaving the cabin door, waited in the water for a while, and approached the purifier with the others, who followed to ensure the safety of these technicians. Ah! So solid, so safe. Ma Qian couldn't help but smile inside, and heard others couldn't help but agree with him. He waved to Susu and said, Bodyguard, let's start. Susu pulled his mouth slightly and nodded, and walked closer to observe the details of the physical purifier with his naked eyes. He had seen this purification system before, but this time, his teammates explained it to him carefully. In order to avoid being hacked and modified by Matthias, the control panel of this big guy is external, leaving only the start button and the bottom. Ma Qian dived close to the seabed and pointed out the location to Susu. Look at the bottom. Here is the force shutdown button. Understood. Susu nodded. Ma Qian stretched his hand downwards again. As he was lying prone, his voice was a little out of tune. The whole machine has been waterproofed. If you want to do hardware maintenance, you have to dig up the silt, crawl in from the bottom, and check whether each interface can work normally to determine the location of the damage. Yes, Master Chiu said so. Susu responded to every sentence, nodded, and followed Ma Qian to get under the machine. According to Professor Chiu Jieshi's instructions 2 days ago, he answered Ma Qian's questions one by one, and occasionally raised his own questions and points of interest. The concentration in his eyes made him forget that he was in a dangerous and terrifying deep sea. Ma Qian's admiration became more and more enthusiastic, and he smiled with satisfaction and said, To be honest, my answer may not be as complete as yours. He was very excited that someone could join their team, and such an outstanding person. Susu admitted, I just learned it yesterday, and I still remember it clearly. Perhaps because he was born in the ocean, and the institute has been rooted in the deep sea for hundreds of years. Even though he had never heard of or seen it before, he still felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Ma Qian pointed outside, Then let's go over the operation of the control panel again? The searchlight on his shoulder reflected the shadow of Susu nodding slightly. Okay. Chapter 202. After asking a series of questions, Ma Qian was shocked and started to compete. When he finally stumped Susu, he laughed happily. If you can answer this, I will call you teacher. He laughed so hard that he choked, coughed twice, and patiently answered the questions that Susu couldn't answer just now. Ma Qian's teaching was detailed and popular throughout, and even Susu, a layman, could understand it. Susu nodded in understanding, murmured and repeated Ma Qian's words just now, and secretly memorized what he learned today. Ma Qian secretly observed Susu's reaction, fearing that he might not be able to explain clearly, and asked in a low voice, What did you say just now? Did you not hear clearly? I can say it again. Susu smiled and shook his head to affirm. No, you explained it very carefully. I wrote it down. That's good, that's good. Ma Qian laughed innocently, put away the external control panel, and tilted his head to check the maintenance status of others. Seeing that everyone's maintenance work was basically completed, he informed Oliver of the news. Oliver, we've done it. We've almost cleaned up, brothers. Get ready to pack up. Oliver's voice came immediately. Okay. Ma Qian put away the repair tools and approached the cabin with Susu. On the way, they started to talk about family matters. Do you think I am suitable to be a teacher? Don't get me wrong, I'm not asking for praise. He smiled, raised his head slightly and said, Actually, I just want to spread knowledge like my master if I don't have the ability to work outside in the future, so that more people can join us. Su Su turned to Ma Qian and said sincerely, Ma Qian, I think you are excellent, knowledgeable and humble. If there are more teachers like you and Master Chiu who are patient and tolerant, I think more people will join the institute. This is not blind praise for the benefactors. In this world that is about to fall, everyone who rises up and remains positive in adversity deserves praise. I feel embarrassed to see you speak so seriously. Ma Qian wanted to scratch his head shyly, but it was like scratching an itch through the protective hood, and he couldn't help but snickering. Looking at the endless ruins on the seabed, he suddenly asked curiously, Su Su, what do you think teachers in the old times were like? Su Su calmly concealed the truth and said with a faint smile, I have seen in textbooks that teachers in the old times were also responsible for teaching and answering questions. Some people worked hard all their lives to help girls of humble status get out of the mountains, and they were role models of the times. Some people only regarded teaching as a job to make money, and a means of making money, releasing their shameful desires in front of the weak. In short, everyone has their own aspirations, but I think if you lived in the old times, you would definitely become a good teacher. Ma Qian's eyes were bright, and his smile could not be restrained. The original hesitation in his heart gradually became firm in the other party's affirmation, and his words gradually became grateful. Su Su, thank you. The two entered the buffer cabin one after the other, and when they walked out of the disinfection spray, they found that most people had already returned. Oliver was reporting to Lu Fanqing about the collection of marine biological samples. When he saw Su Su and the others coming back, he raised his eyebrows curiously. What were you two talking about for so long? Then he turned to ask everyone in the cabin, what do you mean? Do you go back to the institute directly, or go up there? Dave said he has prepared a simple meal for us and is urging us. Su Su, who had been in contact with the vanguard for a long time, habitually thought that they would choose to stay and leave after eating, but he didn't expect that most people would refuse. Let's not go. The resources at sea are so scarce. It takes a long time for you to send resources here. It's not easy for them to store some food. Yes, there are so many of us. Even if it's a simple meal, we have to eat half a day's food in their camp. Anyway, I can't eat it. Or should we leave some people up there, and the others retreat first? Why are you leaving? Sister Tiffany and her family are cooking today. If you go back now, you may be able to grab some leftovers. Su Su finally joined the crowd and said, I want to go back. During the half day he was out, there was always a voice in his heart calling him, hoping to go back as soon as possible and see that person earlier. I just asked you unnecessary questions. Although it was a complaint, Oliver did not mean to be sarcastic. His face was full of recognition of the alliance. Hold on tight, everyone, we are returning home. As he said this, he dialed the communication of the camp above, and laughed loudly. Dave, the institute has an urgent matter and called us back quickly. Let's have a simple meal next time. I said the same thing last time. This time we have set up the campfire. Why are you in a hurry to leave? The person on the other end of the call sighed and laughed and compromised. Okay, remember to come to have a meal next time before leaving. Okay, but I hope you won't come here for maintenance next time. Oliver's words made the others in the cabin laugh. Su Su always felt that the return trip was too fast and the journey was too short, and he wished he could return to Matthias later, but now it was the same distance, and he wanted to leave Oliver and drive by himself, hoping to reach the institute in the shortest time. He was full of expectations, and focused on the prospects outside the windshield. He saw them crash into a thick layer of mud in the water with his own eyes. His vision suddenly became bright and wide, and he couldn't help but smile knowingly. The submarine landed smoothly on the top of the parking cabin. As the elevator slowly returned to the cabin, the drainage system was activated without delay, strictly guarding the institute's 1 acre and 3 points of land. In the hazy disinfectant spray, Su Su recognized the figure standing outside the monitoring point at a glance, and his eyes could not move away for a long time. After he walked out of the cabin, he gradually approached Wei Yu, but his feet seemed to be filled with lead. It was only a short distance, and the other people in the same group had already surpassed him with strange eyes, but his steps were still heavy and slow, and it took a long time to move to the monitoring point. After being delayed all the way, he still hadn't figured out how to ask Wei Yu about the bombs. Wei Yu keenly noticed his abnormality, took the initiative to walk past the monitoring point and approached Su Su, looked up and down at the person in front of him with concern, and took the initiative to ask, What's wrong? Injured? Or did something unexpected happen? Can you tell me about it? Su Su opened his mouth slightly and closed it tightly, shook his head and denied, Nothing, maybe a little tired. He stepped onto the bioelectric panel of the monitoring point, and didn't walk into the main cabin of the institute until the green light above his head came on. Wei Yu looked at Su Su's back with some confusion, and silently asked Oliver, who had just finished his combat readiness, what happened to him. How would I know that? Oliver curled his lips guiltily, and was struggling whether to betray the old director's tricks, when he saw the old naughty boy jumping closer, looking at the warehouse intentionally or unintentionally. When Finn saw Oliver's provocative look, he understood everything. The old man Chiu Jieshi talked to him. According to his understanding of Oliver and Su Su, one is stubborn and will take as many war preparations as the number of people, and the other will choose to work alone if he can't get help from others. There is a 90% chance that he can see the registration book he deliberately left on the counter. How can his beloved know the loyalty of his apprentice if he doesn't tell it? But seeing Su Su leaving in a hurry just now, it seems that he still has something on his mind. Finn stroked his beard meaningfully, thinking about how to proceed. Why are you here? Wei Yu asked. Then pointed to the warehouse and said, I'm old and I forgot what I had received before. I borrowed the register this morning and took a look, then forgot to return it, so I came to remind the administrator to collect it. Oliver suppressed his laughter and said, I forgot to return it. By the time you remembered it, the things would have been lost long ago. You kid. Then narrowed his eyes and threatened Oliver, silently warning him not to talk nonsense, so as not to disrupt his plan. Oliver silently raised his hand and gestured to show that he understood. Wei Yu stared at the direction where Su Su left with confusion, and after jogging to catch up, he found that the other party's pace also quickened, and returned to his room before he caught up, and gave him a cold shoulder. Staring at the closed door in front of him, Wei Yu raised his hand and knocked on it and asked Su Su, are you really okay? What did I do wrong to make you unhappy? How about we talk about it? Su Su leaned against the door, a little breathless, and said in a hoarse voice, I'm really fine, I just want to think about some problems alone, you go back first. He lowered his head in trouble, his thoughts had already tangled him, and he didn't know how to face Wei Yu. He didn't know what Wei Yu was thinking when he applied for the explosives. If he chose to give up the institute and sacrifice himself for him, then for Wei Yu, is he really worth existing? But if Wei Yu's plan to die didn't include him at all, everything he was entangled in was a joke. Obviously, he could face these things calmly in the past and analyze them clearly, but when the chaotic emotions gradually invaded his mind like an infection, he really couldn't be completely calm for a while. Let him escape for a short while, stay alone and think carefully, and when the restless heartbeat in his chest calms down, maybe he can think of the answer. Wei Yu respected Su Su's decision and stopped bothering him. But in the next few days, no matter whether he went to Area 3 or the engineering department, Su Su seemed to be deliberately avoiding him, and slipped away as soon as he saw him. Su Su thought that after keeping a distance from Wei Yu for a few days, they could both think clearly. But every time he saw Wei Yu come to him and leave sadly, he felt uncomfortable. But how should he talk to Wei Yu about this? Don't hide behind the shelf. Take it, Chiu Jieshi said, and handed Su Su a report. This is the purifier change plan handed over by the R&D department to the engineering department. We have made some revisions. Anyway, you have time to hide behind the shelf now, so why not help out? But Su Su took a deep breath and took the report. I go now. Well, good boy. Chiu Jieshi watched Su Su walk to the institute opposite with relief, but when he saw him wandering around the door for a long time without going in, he was helpless and said, what a kid. Su Su was hesitating about what to say to Wei Yu when he saw the sensor door in front of him suddenly opened, and the person he was thinking about walked quickly to him with a communicator. He glanced at the name on the communicator screen, and saw that it was Chiu Jieshi. He turned back and glared at Chiu Jieshi angrily, but saw the other party smiling and spreading his hands with success. Su Su said softly, the report that the teacher asked me to send you. Wei Yu tilted his head and glanced at Chiu Jieshi, and took the opportunity to grab Su Su's wrist while taking the report. He bent down slightly to his eye level and asked, come to my office to talk? Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, Su Su could only nod and follow him into the institute. Most of the people working in the institute were also experimental personnel. At the moment, everyone was immersed in their own experiments and had no time to care about who passed by the door. Su Su looked down at Wei Yu, who was holding his hand, and suddenly slowed down his pace. Wei Yu turned his head to look at Su Su in confusion, only to see him staring at the glass display cabinet in a daze, and asked, why, are you interested? What should I do? In Su Su's eyes, he is really not as interesting as these machines? Should I really use some unconventional means, as the old man with a dirty heart suggested? Su Su's mind returned to its place, and he took the opportunity to start a new conversation with Wei Yu. I saw it when I passed by before. Why does this sign say time machine? Is it this machine in the cabinet that can go back in time? Wei Yu shook his head frankly. Although it may disappoint you, this is something we did for fun. The so-called time machine can't actually go back to the past. At least it can't be done under the current conditions for the time being. When they're in trouble, they will also wonder if the world will become different if time can flow back to the past and prevent all disasters from happening. Chapter 203. Not sure if Su could understand, Wei Yu still gave a more popular explanation as much as possible. In physics, there is no traditional past and future, but there is another way to quickly compress time, that is to use the high-speed rotating space-time distortion at the edge of the black hole's event horizon to fix people or objects with strong traction, and then retrieve them after the predicted time arrives. Under the gravitational redshift of general relativity, a certain time difference will be generated to achieve time travel. Su barely followed the other party's thoughts and said, in other words, there must be a huge space station running at full speed in space, ensuring that it will not be sucked into the black hole, and accurately traction the object of travel can achieve the effect of a time machine? That's the theory, but no one has ever practiced it. Wei Yu caught the flash of disappointment in Su's eyes, and then said, I remember you mentioned your childhood. So do you want to go back to that time? Su looked bitter, and lowered his head and sighed. In fact, I know I can't go back. He stared deeply at the machine in the display cabinet. There was a long silence. So why have you been hiding from me all this time? After finally catching him, Wei Yu asked directly. Su looked up slightly and looked into Wei Yu's eyes, asking, Wei Yu, if you were Oliver, what would you choose when faced with a dilemma? The fact he was concerned about was really hard to talk about, so he might as well ask it in a different way. Wei Yu did not answer, but shook his head and said, But I am not him, and it is not my turn to choose Ms. Lydia. No, I mean. Wei Yu saw him hesitating and asked back, Then let me ask you, destroy HOM and me, or stay in the Institute, and live a good life, which one would you choose? Su's eyes moved slightly, and the troubles that occupied his thoughts for many days gradually improved. According to the previous habits, I should choose the former, but now I think it's not bad to stay here. This place is too much like the labor camp where he stayed, and there is probably a regret in his heart. He wants to have his own world here like Appa expected, and in this cruel and rotten world, there is a place that can be called home. He pursed his lips, frowned slightly and said, If I have the ability, can't I choose both? He still regrets that he failed to save the labor camp at the beginning. During the time he stayed in the Institute, he felt the attention and kindness he had never had before, and saw the warm hearts of people different from Matthias, which gave him hope for human nature again. If the time comes to make a decision in the future, he will definitely not let the incident in the labor zone happen again. Wei Yu chuckled, although I don't know what your dilemma is, I have some guesses when I suddenly compare you to Oliver. He leaned forward slightly to get closer to Su, and said every word clearly, Then my answer is the same as yours. Between you and the Institute, I will also try my best to protect it. Su, you and the Institute are equally important to me. Su stared into the eyes in front of him. His figure was full in his clear and bright pupils. When he was stunned, he heard his own beating heart. Wei Yu took a small step forward and took the initiative to close the distance between him and Su. After sensing the other party's hesitation, his attitude became clearer. Su, I don't mind you venting your emotions when you are with me. You will be more lively this way. Just please don't be depressed. You can talk to me and communicate with me if you have any doubts or unhappiness. Su was stunned and stagnant. After a while of silence, he asked, Why are you not angry? My attitude was very bad before. Wei Yu answered without much hesitation and said with a smile, Then do you want me to repeat what I said before? Su, I am. Okay, that's it. Su raised his hand to interrupt Wei Yu's confession again. The surging waves gently hit the hull and made a thumping sound, as if it matched his heartbeat, which became more and more intense. He subconsciously blocked his perception of things on the seabed, and his heart and eyes were full of the person in front of him who made a solemn promise to him. Pretentious, really too pretentious. What on earth has he been struggling with these days? He was worried about gains and losses for those speculations that he didn't know the whole picture, and selfishly ignored those who really cared about him. It was too ignorant. He didn't know what Wei Yu was thinking at the time, but they had experienced so many things together. No matter what clues disturbed his thoughts, he should know what kind of person Wei Yu was, and believe everything he saw with his own eyes. Why is there such a big wave? Wei Yu paused, heard the sound of the undercurrent, turned his head, and looked out the window. After saying sorry to Su, he distracted himself and sent a message to Oliver, reminding him and the brothers in the field team to be careful when going out to sea, and told the heads of each camp to pay attention to abnormal ocean currents. Su stood by and observed silently, knowing that the sudden situation outside was mostly affected by his emotional fluctuations, and secretly coughed lightly with guilt. He had never expected that the waves rolling on the sea surface could cause a commotion in the giant ship in the air. According to the data sent back by the Sea Surface Base Station recently, the Research and Judgment Center predicted that there should be light wind and no rain on the sea today. The sudden abnormal signal interrupted their slackness, and they hurriedly reported the news to the command center, wanting to remind the Vanguard team on the sea to pay attention to safety. After all, Matthias could not withstand any damage now. As the representative of the Research and Judgment Center, Hansen walked towards the central elevator without daring to slow down, but he heard some gossip on the way, which made him slow down. Why are they still repairing? They're repairing all day and all night. The cafeteria hasn't had any food for 3 days. Are all the supplies being used for reconstruction? But we probably starve to death before Matthias can rebuild. The supplies sent from the underground city are getting less and less. The Ministry of Supplies and Energy doesn't dare to deduct the share of the upper level, so they can only cut us. A Vanguard member figured out something was wrong and whispered to other teammates around him. By the way, what's going on with the underground city base recently? Why is the food sent so much less? It wasn't like this before. Matthias, a few days ago. Another recruitment order has been issued to the underground city, and there will be another wave of people fighting for food. The team member closest to him said something strange, and then wondered, that's not right. Didn't the underground city submit an application saying that there is a shortage of talent resources, and it can no longer meet Matthias' needs? Why did they agree now? Now is the time when we are short of people. If we don't have people, we will have to go through a vicious cycle. Matthias doesn't want this. Some people in the crowd stayed awake and didn't get involved in their discussions. They pointed out, what's the point of you complaining here? The people above can't hear you. Let's go, take the mission to the sea. Maybe we have time to go to the underground city. Hansen was also chilled when he heard this, but he didn't dare to show it too obviously in front of everyone. His eyes fell on the other side of the central square while scanning the lower floors. The lower floors were in a mess after being attacked by the alienated experimental body. The twilight simulating the skylight was reflected through the high wall at the door on the broken walls of the Pajot Palace. The previously shattered plaster walls had been cleaned and rebuilt, and the workers carefully carved them again, relying on the illusion of nothingness to cover up the fact that the walls were in ruins. The experimental center not far away was even more desolate. To this day, the ruins are still being cleaned up, and a few pieces of torn bones and meat are picked up from time to time. In order not to cause panic, Mattia deliberately pulled a long piece of cloth to cover the entrance and exit, but the strong stench could not be covered by this fig leaf. The Pajot Palace and the experimental center have become like this, and the Uni Garden is not much better. It is used for the breeding plan. The women were taken away by the monsters. Before the next batch of people from the underground city base arrived, the huge garden had to be forced to suspend work. When will it end? Hansen muttered to himself, shook his head, and walked into the elevator. He originally planned to go directly to the command center to report the situation, but before entering the command tower, he saw the new lieutenant general of the guard standing outside the captain's office from a distance. He didn't need to think too much to know that Admiral Muller was inside at the moment. Didn't the captain think highly of Admiral Muller and plan to appoint him as the next captain? Rumor has it that the admiral holds great power, but he is cruel and tyrannical, and treats his subordinates harshly and excludes his colleagues. But they all know that the disaster not long ago put Mattia in danger, and it was Admiral Muller who stood up and led the guards to hold the front line and delay until others leave. Even though he worked in the Research and Judgment Center, Hansen knew that he was nothing in the eyes of the superiors in Matthias, so he had almost no contact with Admiral Muller in the past, and he believed whatever rumor said. But now he actually looked forward to Matthias after the Admiral took over, which would be better than now, but he didn't dare to reveal these thoughts at all, for fear of getting into trouble. Driven by curiosity, Hansen couldn't help but hold his breath and eavesdrop before entering the door. The sound faintly coming from the captain's office didn't seem to be good. But before he could continue listening, the lieutenant general standing at the door looked at him, so he didn't dare to stay where he was, and hurried in to report the situation. The lieutenant general turned his head slightly back with worry. Even passers-by heard the noise inside. How could they, the guards stationed outside the door, not hear it? Captain, what General Huafone said is not without reason. The alien creatures have been attacking frequently recently. The defense of the underground city base has been very difficult. Matthias should not rush to recruit manpower at this time. Mueller knew that the captain did not like to hear these words, but if he did not say it, who else would speak for the underground city? There were not many decorative ornaments in the huge captain's office. Compared with other buildings in Matthias, it could be regarded as simple. If you look closely, you will find that all the utensils you can see are made of top-quality materials. It was just a carpet under your feet, with complex colors and patterns. It was woven with gold thread and silk cashmere. This was not a craft that was reused after soaking in water. Such bright colors could only be made recently. But this was not the one that Mueller saw when he came last time. At this moment, he knelt alone on the edge of the carpet, facing the high-ranking Weya head-on, and no longer had the tolerance and taboos of the past. The leader sitting on the high ground squinted his eyes, locked his gaze on Mueller, clenched his scepter with both hands, and stabbed the ground, making a dong-dong sound, stood up and asked sternly, "Mueller, the last lesson hasn't taught you a lesson, right? I'm very disappointed in you." Mueller raised his eyes slightly when he heard the words. It had been half a month, and the whip wound on his back had not healed completely. Every movement pulled his muscles, and the sharp pain made him feel like the wound was torn again. Due to his laziness and incompetence, he let go of the rebels who threatened Matthias. In the eyes of the leader, his mistakes were indirectly persecuting Matthias, and he said that he would be responsible for the fall of human hope one day in the future. Mueller had no doubt that if it weren't for the current shortage of manpower, he would probably be beaten to death by the captain and others after Su and others left that day. Surviving in such a false prosperity, with no future, is actually no different from dying. In the past, he would think, why not bear it a little longer? Even though Matthias has many unreasonable aspects, at least his original intention is right. As long as he leads the guards to stick to their duties, wait until Gabriel completes the experiment and no longer harms people, wait until the underground city base is able to improve its fortifications. Perhaps by that time, the dawn of mankind will truly come. But in the long wait, he only saw decay. The guards guarded with their lives not a safe haven, but a purgatory where they harmed their compatriots for selfish desires. The future of mankind? It only appears in empty slogans. After finally seeing the reality, Mueller's eyes were sad and miserable, silently mocking that his past beliefs had become a joke. Chapter 204. Suddenly, a hand gently rested on Mueller's shoulder, like comforting a helpless child who had lost his way, gently soothing his increasingly strong resistance. "Child, you have been dedicated to Matthias's safety over the years. I have seen it all, and I know what you are thinking. It's just that extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. In order to seize life in this distorted world, Matthias has to do something against its will. Child, you have grown up in Matthias since you were a child, and have received the preferential treatment of the human alliance. You should understand our determination, our burden, and our difficulties." Mueller raised his eyes slightly, following the bare feet on the carpet in front of him, and looked up, and met the eyes of the octogenarian with compassion in his eyes. The other party's words were clearly warm and friendly, but they sounded like thorns, which made Mueller frown tightly and feel cold in his heart. Isn't the captain's words implying that he is a ruthless person who doesn't know what's good for him? Mueller also learned to hide his words, and said sarcastically, "Yes, I have benefited from the hope of the remaining human beings for the future. In order to express my gratitude, I will naturally do my best to protect them." The smile on the old man's face was a little bit loose. Mueller just found that the tone of voice, and even the change of expression of the captain in front of him were somewhat similar to those of Father Hollis, who fell off the platform not long ago. "Admiral Mueller, why are you doing this?" A slightly younger voice came from behind the old man, and the shiny black leather military boots stepped on the soft carpet and stood in front of Mueller, and the sound of the heels knocking against each other was powerful and crisp. Mueller looked at his former guide, who now seemed like a stranger. But considering his teacher's kindness, he bowed his head and said respectfully, "Admiral." The venerable man, who was also called Admiral, snorted indifferently, looking down at Mueller with eyes full of blame for his incompetence. "Admiral Mueller, I once had high hopes for you, and I believe that the future of mankind will eventually be handed over to you. But now what you have done violates the joint decision of the human alliance, and you are still foolishly complacent, thinking that your shallow cognition is justice. Why, do you think we have all done wrong, and the human alliance should listen to you? Mueller, you haven't inherited Matthias yet." The heart-wrenching accusation stabbed Mueller's spine, weaving a dense and airtight net, trying to trap him in place, and continue to obey orders as before. The education and discipline that had been hanging over his head, like a sword since childhood, could no longer trap his awake soul. Mueller straightened his back regardless of the pain, and looked at the three people who were admonishing him with clear eyes. The hypocrisy of respectability and the crazy desire with clear intentions coexist in this group, and with the help of military power, although they have different speaking habits, they have the same purpose, which is to control the direction of human society from all aspects. They worked together to put pressure on Mahler, and their arms kept shaking like deformed monsters waving tentacles wildly. There was no mercy for humans, just like a human-shaped six-legged sheep. After seeing through the essence of power, Mahler could not listen to their education at all. He just felt pathetic and hateful. After sighing, he suddenly asked, "Captain, you know, leaders, do you still remember your former names?" The three of them were restrained by his inexplicable speech, and the noisy scolding stopped abruptly, and the room fell into a strange silence. One of the former admirals of the guards was the first to speak with disgust. "That's not important. This is very important." Mahler followed up with a retort. He stood up from the ground on one knee, and faced the highest power of the human alliance alone. At this moment, he fully understood the real reason why Su Su and Wei Yu chose to give up Matthias. But what the captain said was actually right. He was able to survive in such a harsh environment until now, and he received all the gifts of those people in danger for a better future, so he didn't want to give up the human alliance even more. Mahler held the sword at his waist tightly in his right hand. Years of groveling before the powerful did not erase his perseverance as a soldier. Like the commander, the captain is just a position. He swept his cold eyes over everyone. You can be me, or even anyone outside can be as long as they agree with the so-called law of human survival. The Ark of Matthias has no leader at all. The plan that drove the giant ship across the ocean has always been hundreds of years ago. As a human with flesh and blood, I have become a puppet who only knows how to follow orders. I don't think the hope of mankind can be sent to the new world by such a ship. In the eyes of the authoritarians, the commander does not need to have personal thoughts, but only needs to listen to orders and follow the procedures. Under the cultivation of Uni Garden and Education Center, there are countless candidates for the position of a commander, and these candidates have only this one mission for life. The captain's position is high and powerful, so the appointment method is slightly different. The so-called superior genes are distributed to various departments in Matthias, and the better ones are selected through the survival of the fittest. Then, they are trained over the years to be loyal subjects. While becoming the center of power, they no longer have subjective consciousness, and their mission is to carry out the wishes of their predecessors. But Mahler has his own name. He will be unwilling and sad, and he knows what he wants to do and what he should do. Admiral Mahler, please remember what you said before. As a warrior, you should not be a puppet in the hands of the superior. You should be a sword that kills all evil spirits and become a shield in front of humans. What he remembers, he always remembers. Mahler. The captain walked forward angrily, wanting to teach this ignorant junior a lesson with the scepter, but the other party grabbed the handle with one hand and dragged him to the ground without any resistance. He pointed at Mahler in disbelief. You actually rebelled against Matthias. I didn't expect you to be a traitor too. Before the other two sounded the alarm, Mahler quickly drew his gun and pointed it at him, without any respect in the past, and sneered, "Did I betray the human alliance? I didn't attack my compatriots." He glanced coldly at the senior who couldn't hold the gun steadily, turned around and walked towards the gate without hesitation, and walked on the right path, he thought. Rebellion? Rebellion? Come quickly, bring Mahler back to me. Mahler stepped out of the captain's office, turned around and took a last deep look at the future he almost walked into, and grabbed the door handle with his own hands. The desperate cry with fear came out, and as the gap in the door narrowed, it became twisted and sobbing, but it was not as real as the sad cry in the dark corner of Matthias in the past. The heavy door made a loud bang when it was closed forcefully. Mahler gritted his teeth and slowly turned around. Without waiting for his subordinates to guess what he was thinking, he said bluntly, "As you can see, I may have betrayed the laws of mankind. No matter what you choose, it is your freedom, but from now on, the guards I lead will only protect the safety of the remaining humans." He was just a warrior, with no skills and unable to do any research and development experiments. So he kept his promise, and became a shield to defend the existing human beings, using his flesh and blood to keep the human faith alive. The knocking sound of armor was like thunder, and the guards guarding in front of the office knelt down. Their worship at this moment was not to surrender to the coercion and power, but to surrender sincerely. As long as they don't fall, the human base will always have a high steel wall. Mahler's cold eyes melted under the encouragement of people's hearts, and he led the team back to the frigate with big strides, looking down through the windshield, trying to find the right direction to move forward. Suddenly, he thought of the two people again, and he didn't know whether the road they chose could reach the other side. Then wish, may all hopes be safely landed. A burst of thunder suddenly sounded. Mahler looked up at the sky following the sound, although he didn't find anything unusual, but the uneasiness in his heart became stronger. Boom! Thunder and lightning fell like pillars from the sky, hitting the vast sea surface, leaving a brief charred black in the muddy yellow water. Su tried hard to avoid it, and was almost struck several times. Even though he knew he was dreaming again, when danger came, it was the instinct of living things to escape. The white fork whipped the sky, making a devastating sound, and the violent storm also came to add to the disaster. In the blink of an eye, huge waves rolled up in the sky and gradually approached the sea camp ahead. Humans are as small as millets in the face of natural disasters. Even if they try their best to build high walls, they can't resist the danger that is about to fall. Su flashed and turned into a strange monster to block the camp, breaking through the waves. The fierce force from the sea tore his body, vowing to personally destroy this timeline that should have ended long ago. He kept fighting against it, trying to repay the favor he owed. After resisting again and again, his internal organs had been crushed to pieces, and he silently prayed that this disaster would pass soon. It was obviously a dream, but the pain in his chest seemed real. The broken ribs made Su breathless, and he clutched his clothes tightly and gasped. Who? The strange breathing sound appeared countless times, and it had long been engraved in Su's mind. He raised his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "You are here again. Su, you will die if you continue like this. Why don't you want to admit defeat?" Su supported himself on the ground, and stood up again. He looked around the vast sea, and still couldn't find other figures. He raised his hand to wipe the blood stains from the corner of his mouth, gritted his teeth and argued, "Humans who died after being hit by waves still have hope of survival. Why do you want me to admit defeat?" "TSK." The voice made a clear disgusted sound. "Hate it. You are the one who left the world, and you are the one who wants to stay in this world now. Su, you can't have it all." "Why not?" Hating the world is one thing, but now Su is really disgusted with those who play tricks behind the scenes. If I have the ability, what's wrong with me wanting it all? Either really kill me, or don't talk nonsense to me. It sighed, and then said, "Time is coming again, Su, I also advised you this time, but you didn't accept it." The voice gradually faded, as if the speaker walked away disappointedly. Strong doubts filled Su's mind, and he couldn't figure out why the other party repeatedly mentioned this time, before, which era and other words with strong timeliness, as if he was not only active in the known timeline. Woo! The sudden alarm sounded and recalled Su's wandering consciousness. He immediately got out of the dream, opened his eyes, and sat up from the bed. He got off the bed and walked quickly to open the door. Just as he was about to ask what happened, he saw Oliver running towards the hangar with his men. "Many camps have been attacked. We are definitely not enough with just this few people. Can we still get more people? Oliver, don't forget me." Su strode towards the hangar and joined the fieldwork team without much hesitation. He has not been feeling well recently, especially after waking up from a nightmare. He always feels depressed for no reason. Oliver nodded with gratitude, turned around and added Su's combat readiness to the warehouse manager. "We will set off in 5 minutes. Since many camps have been attacked, you may need to help lead a team." Su decisively agreed. "No problem, leave it to me. Thanks to the Institute, this period of time is the most stable time he has lived since he came to this world." Even though you said that favors don't need to be exchanged, he still wants to do something for this place. Not to repay the debt, but to help share some of the pressure. "Please prepare a set for me too." Before Wei Yu showed up, his voice came first. Oliver saw that he was here too, and refused firmly. "No, the recent sea conditions are not good, and it is hard to guarantee that the Institute will not be attacked. Someone must stay here. You are the person in charge of the Institute, and you can't leave at this time. I have adjusted the dispersal instruments and vortex instruments around the Institute to the highest gear, and I have also made a call to the old director. If the situation is out of control, immediately drive the boat to move to another position." Wei Yu's deployment was well organized, and he had prepared various strategies to deal with potential crisis before coming here. Oliver shook his head and insisted, "But if we all leave, what will happen to the people in the Institute? This situation has happened before, and they would leave a team in the Institute to prevent accidents. The bad thing is that disasters have occurred frequently recently, and other teams have been dispatched to support the offshore camp. Now accidents have occurred in different sea areas at the same time. The field team may not be able to provide long-distance assistance." The members of the field team were surprised. Before, the temperature change caused the alien creatures in a certain sea area to riot. Today is really strange. Camps in the east, west, south, and north hemispheres are sending out distress signals. Who can we reason with? They don't have the ability to clone themselves, and the Institute is still short of staff. It seems that tonight will be a sleepless night. While Oliver was still hesitating, he saw the residents of the Institute holding weapons and walking onto the main road, shouting at the cabin at the end of the road, "Why haven't you left yet? Don't worry, we are not cowards waiting to be protected. The Institute is also our home." The children in Area 3 can't speak, but they all sensed the danger and silently surrounded the other residents in the middle, and the howling sounds they made were full of human concern. Wei Yu's slightly raised mouth was full of a relieved smile, and he nodded heavily at them, took the equipment handed over by the warehouse manager and quickly ran to the submarine, and sent a questioning look to Su Su before entering the cabin. Su Su shook his head and pointed at Oliver and Liang Zhan, who led their respective teams, and then waved between Wei Yu and himself. Considering Wei Yu's status in the Institute, he couldn't easily refute his face in public, but his thoughts were written directly on his face. Now there is a serious shortage of manpower, and those with combat experience are best to act separately. Wei Yu nodded in understanding. As the incident happened suddenly, and the situation was urgent, he did not have time to give too many instructions. Before the cabin door closed, he wished Su Su loudly, "Everything goes well. Have a safe journey." Su Su responded to Wei Yu's blessing as soon as he received it, and entered the cabin without hesitation. Chapter 205. Other ships in the engine room were detached in an orderly manner. The team member who followed Su Su to help asked kindly, "You should have never operated our ship. How about letting us drive it?" Although most of the time, their respective captains were responsible for driving, and they were not very skilled, but they knew more than Su Su anyway. Su Su glanced at the buttons on the console in front of him, and quickly understood the meaning of their existence. He followed the ship in front of him to leave the engine room, and drew a narrow slit of the vortex sideways, and rushed out of the sea with a clear purpose. His smooth and fluid movements did not show that he was operating for the first time. The team members were a little worried about Su Su, standing behind him and thinking of giving him some advice at any time. After this set, what was left for them? "Let's go count the war preparations. I go prepare the ammunition. Call me if there is a need for artillery fire." "Okay." Su Su turned on the stealth mode as soon as he left the water. Looking down through the window at the white waves on the sea, one layer higher than the other, he couldn't help but think of the dream just now. The current situation is not the time for him to stop and think. He took a deep breath and quickly adjusted his mentality, and quickly approached the rescue point marked on the screen. The strong wind and rain almost covered the sound of the gun. The residents of the camp had to prevent themselves from getting stained by the dirty rain, and they had to hold on to the camp to prevent the alien sea monsters that were about to break through the defense trap from climbing ashore. Prioritize the transfer of the elderly and children. Ask the research institute where the nearest safe camp is. The dirty water slid across the masked glass to block their vision. They wiped it off again and again, staring at the approaching danger, ready for battle at any time. Bang, bang, bang. They had no time to react, and suddenly there was a rustling sound of gunfire breaking through the air. The approaching monster howled in pain after being attacked, and then a cannon with a tail flame hit the sea, causing a huge wave on the sea. Su Su controlled the shooting crosshairs, and fired at the monsters on the sea. Then he issued an order to Zhang Kui, who was pointing the gun position, and took advantage of the monster's lack of time to land the ship, and lead everyone in the cabin to step onto the bamboo rafts in the camp to fight head-on. "You go over there, you are responsible for that side, drive the monsters to the middle, and try to catch them all in one fell swoop. We have another camp to go to, and there is no time to delay." Su Su immediately allocated and dispatched, and nodded to Zhang Kui, who was carrying a hand cannon, indicating that he should be ready to fire at any time. The other people in the camp did not sit and wait for death. Although they did not know, when this person appeared in the research institute, they saw that the others obeyed his orders and followed to help suppress the fire line. Boom! The monsters gathered together retreated under the impact of the nuclear cannon, and seemed to realize that the situation was not good. They stopped attacking and found the right opportunity to withdraw from the human attack range. One time was accidental, but Su Su and his team supported multiple camps in succession and encountered the same situation. It was obviously not a coincidence. "How are you?" Wei Yu's questioning voice came from the connection. Oliver wondered in a hoarse voice, "Why do I feel that this situation is not right? Even if these ghosts come ashore, they don't attack much. Instead, they start to get angry when we want to drive them off, as if..." Hearing that he thought for a long time, and didn't come up with a suitable wording, Liang Zhan added at the right time, "I don't think they launched an attack for hunting like before, but more like they just want to leave the ocean." "What?" Is it because the seawater is burning my feet? The teasing voices on the line did not bring a smile to Su Su, and his expression became more solemn and serious. As time went on, the invasion of the camps that were supported further and further away became more serious, and the number of injured people far exceeded expectations. We don't have enough blockers, and other medical supplies are running out. What about you? Su Su's question pulled everyone back, and the short withdrawal made the reality even more cruel. Oliver sighed and said, "Our team is in a hurry, and some players are injured. Woo-woo, us too." Before Liang Zhan was aggrieved enough, he was covered by a cannon. Wei Yu followed up on this topic and asked the institute, "Old director, is the institute okay?" He held his breath and waited for a long time, but did not get the expected response. He thought it was not good and asked again, "Director Fin Lu Fanqing? Who else is there? Is there something wrong?" Su Su looked at the camp on the screen that was still sending a distress signal. It was a dilemma whether to turn around and go back to confirm the situation or continue to eliminate the invading monsters. He immediately proposed to Wei Yu, "Synchronize the C signal point to me. We will go there as soon as we deal with this area. You go back to the institute first." "Yes, share it with us. The institute can't have any problems," Oliver said. "Okay." Just when Wei Yu was about to assign the task points, the institute, which had been silent for a long time, finally responded with a signal. Then held the communicator in his hand, commanding the people to increase the firepower, and at the same time ordered people to adjust the gear of the vortex instrument, and also had to distract himself to remind the shooting personnel outside the cabin to pay attention to safety. He was busy for a while before he had time to respond. The most worried thing has happened. In the past, even if the monsters outside were unhappy with our purifiers, they probably knew that we had more people, so they kept their distance. Today, they really cut their butts with a knife, and kept drilling into the vortex, and we couldn't drive them away. Lu Fanqing, who was assisting the operating system, pursed his lips helplessly at his master's rough words and reported, "Director Wei, I checked the current medical reserves of the institute. You'd better prepare for the worst. Due to Matthias's overbearing plunder, the institute can actually collect very few marine supplies, and most of them rely on its own production capacity. Due to the limitations of the size of the cabin, the production area is currently struggling to maintain the daily needs of each camp. In addition, there have been frequent attacks at sea recently, and the inventory of all aspects has been consumed very quickly." He counted the needs set by each camp, which has seriously exceeded the reserves of the institute. The fierce gunfire made the listeners' brains buzz. Lu Fanqing didn't feel noisy, but was more worried about the situation of others. Probably because they arrived at the new camp, the people participating in the call withdrew one after another, and the gunfire and cannon sound heard again came from outside the institute. Looking at the people who were guarding their homes in person, Lu Fanqing regretted it very much at this moment. He shouldn't have focused on the experiment. What's the use of knowing more? Now he can't do anything. Then noticed his distress and reminded him distractedly, "Since the current shortage is clear, you should take a group of people to start the production of alcohol, gauze, and anti-inflammatory drugs immediately. Don't be afraid of your own incompetence. It is the most fatal to stop where you are and feel frustrated." "Okay, I go right away." Lu Fanqing stood up and walked out. He never took the initiative to talk to others. He walked quickly among the crowd to find relevant personnel, and started the suspended production line at the fastest speed. The continuous sound of artillery fire vowed to compete with thunder, and the sea and underwater fought together. In the face of the endless danger, no one deserted. Until the rising sun from the sea level broke through the horizon, the storm finally subsided, and the bizarre and manic monsters finally returned to the sea. The struggle that lasted all night came to a temporary halt. Everyone was so tired that they could not stand steadily when they returned to the institute. The first thing Wei Yu did when he returned to the institute was to command the team members to send the wounded to the infirmary for treatment, and then go to the signal receiving cabin to confirm the current situation in the sea area. After ensuring that all camps were safe, he finally exhaled the foul breath he had been holding. The elderly Finn did not rest all night. When he heard that the infirmary was short of people, he quickly joined the treatment queue regardless of the dissuasion of his juniors. Ships kept returning to the engine room, but Wei Yu waited and waited but didn't see the person he was expecting. He noticed that Zhang Kui, who had set out with Su Su, had returned, so he quickly stepped forward and asked, "Brother Kui, where is Su Su?" Zhang Kui turned his head and knocked behind him, saying, "I just saw him. I guess he went to prepare for war." Then I wait a little longer. Wei Yu politely stepped aside to make way, looking at the war preparation warehouse from a distance, but didn't see Su Su. He walked into the engine room with a strange feeling, and approached the ship Su was on with a light step. He saw the person he had been looking for sitting behind the ship, looking down to check the wound on his waist. Realizing that someone was approaching, Su immediately pulled down his clothes to cover his wounds, turned his head and raised his eyes vigilantly, and was about to explain when he saw that the person was Wei Yu, and he was speechless for a moment because of guilt. He said in a muffled voice, "It was just careless, Wei Yin lowered his eyes to look at the wound on Su's waist that was bleeding, and half knelt in front of him without saying a word. He took out the bandage he had just picked up when entering and leaving the infirmary. He had originally intended to give it to Oliver, who was also injured, but now he was anxious to give it to Su first. He pulled open the clothes around Su's waist and gently wiped the blood from the edge of the wound. He saw that the bloody gap was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Aren't you going to ask?" Su stared at Wei Yu's expression, trying to find the fear or disgust that the other party might show, but what he saw was still a pair of bright and clear eyes that only reflected his figure. Wei Yu had known for a long time that Su's wound healed quickly after being injured. When he was at the groundwater collection center, he found clues, but he thought that maybe he had seen it wrong. Not long ago, he brought Su back to the research institute. Obviously, he was covered with scars and multiple fractures. If it were anyone, he would have died long ago. As a result, in less than a day, Su's injuries were mostly healed. He had many guesses, and the most likely reason was that Su had undergone a strong soldier transformation in order to obtain seawater samples. This was just the effect of genetic changes. Wei Yu smiled and said honestly, "Why ask? Aren't you Su? What's wrong with being transformed? What's wrong with not being human?" It doesn't matter to him. This kind of pure emotion from the human heart does not need too many reasons and is difficult to control. Su tried to lower his eyelids to cover the emotion surging in his eyes, but the heart that had been pent up in his chest for a long time and suddenly broke out of his reason. He opened his arms and leaned forward to hug Wei Yu in front of him, burying himself deep in the warm neck to recover the body temperature after losing blood. He didn't say anything, but gave Wei Yu his answer. Wei Yu stretched his neck to make the other party more comfortable. He could feel that Su seemed to like hugging very much, so he raised his hand and hugged the person in his arms seriously, patting his back gently. "Can I ask you a question?" Su asked. Wei Yu said without hesitation, "Of course." Su stepped back and temporarily distanced himself from Wei Yu, staring into his eyes and asking the question that had been bothering him. "Why did you take so much explosives on the day you went to meet me? What did you want to do? How did you know?" Wei Yu didn't need to think too deeply. He probably had a candidate in his mind. "It's okay to tell you. There's no need to avoid this." He licked his lips a little embarrassedly and said with a silly smile, "I always believe that you can bring out the sample, but I have seen Mattia's armaments and the methods of the guards. The reason why I brought those explosives is to secretly throw them on Mattia before the stealth system is exposed to attract firepower, and buy you some time to escape. But you can also think that such behavior is a bit risky, in case of any mistakes, so..." The approaching hot breath made his body tremble suddenly, and his eyes widened in disbelief. At the moment, when the unfamiliar touch of his soft lips left, his consciousness finally returned. His arms tightly clasped Su who wanted to escape, and moved up along the other's stiff back. His fingertips passed through the hair to support the back of the neck, and his fingertips unconsciously rubbed the throbbing blood vessels on the side of the neck, and his lips lightly brushed the up and down sliding Adam's apple while breathing. Su took a breath and thought it was over, but she hugged him tightly and didn't give him a chance to escape. As their affectionate and ambiguous breaths met, the flame of desire ignited in each other's eyes again, and their lips rubbed against each other, rolling and grinding. Neither of them wanted to admit defeat, and they almost wanted to embed the other into the gap between their bones and blood, and become one from then on. The sound of the hatch opening not far away pulled the two men apart. Su leaned against the steps to the exit with rapid breathing, panting slightly. Wei Yu was still staring at his lips. He turned his head away and said, "Stop, it's not good if someone sees us." Wei Yu suppressed the excitement he had provoked, swallowed his saliva with a little reluctance, stood up, and took off his coat in front of Su. "You?" Su looked at the ship next to him to make sure that no one had noticed them yet. Wei Yu saw his reaction and couldn't help laughing. He flicked his head, which was full of thoughts, handed him the clothes and said, "If you don't want more people to notice that you were injured, put on my clothes and go back." He then shook the bandage in his hand. "I have to go find Oliver. I'm afraid if I go any later, he will bleed to death." "Wait." Su Su stopped Wei Yu and asked after hesitating for a long time, "Is the current reserve of the Institute very scarce?" When it comes to business, Wei Yu's face is much more serious, and he nodded and said frankly, "According to the current situation, we must speed up the placement of the remaining accelerators and then gather the residents at sea, otherwise the output of resources will sooner or later not keep up with the consumption. They can even estimate when this day will come." Su Su frowned, walked closer and said, "Wei Yu, you may not believe it, but I have a strong intuition that a disaster that can destroy the world is coming, and the Institute had better prepare in advance." He could feel that the disaster last night might be a declaration of war from the underworld, and they didn't have much time left. Wei Yu's answer was full of affirmation. "I believe what you said. Anyway, it's always right to be prepared." Chapter 206. Brothers and sisters, the situation at the mission point today may be a little troublesome. Let's check the magazines first. The others in the cabin did not slack off because of the immature voice of the command, and responded in a warm voice. "Okay. Is the engineering team in the rear cabin ready?" Liang Zhan asked again. Ma Qian had just finished the last parts inspection, and stuck his head out and said, "No problem." During this period, they have successfully completed the installation and debugging of 2 purifiers. The parts of the remaining 6 devices have actually been prepared long ago, but the planned placement point is a bit awkward, a little close to the 2 major human bases and the Matia offshore collection station. Everyone knows that the placement of the purifier is very urgent, and is the top priority of the Institute. Wei will understand that it is not easy for them, and he has hardly urged them actively, but a few days ago, Wei suddenly came to the engineering department to remind them to complete the placement task as soon as possible. Master Chiu figured out that this matter was unusual, and immediately convened a small meeting with everyone in the engineering department. The general meaning of the meeting was that the engineering department had a heavy task ahead, and they had to be very alert and complete the placement task as quickly as possible. The sudden order did not cause any disgust, but more shame, and they reflected on whether they had been too slow in the past. So during this period, the engineering department worked almost day and night at sea, striving to complete the assembly of the remaining purifiers as soon as possible. Liang Zhan turned his head and glanced at the distance displayed on the screen, and synchronized the current situation with all the team members. "Okay, we will reach the warning area of the sea lighthouse if we go forward, and we will sink at the edge of the warning area. Since a heavy rain a few days ago, the temperature of the sea surface has risen sharply. The evaporating water vapor distorts the space, making the lighthouse gradually emerging in the distance look distorted." Su Su stood in front of the window and looked out. He saw that the outer walls of several lighthouses were broken, the walls of the top observation deck and the lower observation area collapsed, and most of the internal structures were exposed. If you look closely, you can find that no one is walking in the lighthouse. It seems that the offshore base has directly abandoned these lighthouses. Although he and General Huafeng had a bad contact, based on the previous encounters, Huafeng had no reason to give up so easily. Now that the sea surface has returned to calm, there is no reason for the lighthouse not to strengthen its defense at this time. Could something have happened? Be vigilant, Su Su reminded. Liang Zhan responded, and carefully left a reconnaissance plane on the sea. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the lighthouse patrol team just left, he quickly dived into the water and slowly sank. As soon as the submarine came to a stop, Liang Zhan led the team to clear the safety zone on the seabed. "Be careful, this place is too close to the warning circle and cannot be discovered by the lighthouse people." At his reminder, most people quickly installed silencers or simply switched to cold weapons for combat. Fortunately, the nearby waters are monitored day and night by the sea lighthouse, and the situation under the sea is relatively safe. They did not spend much effort to clear a small open space for equipment. Just when Liang Zhan turned around and was about to wave to Ma Qian and the others, the alarm suddenly sounded above his head, disrupting the original rhythm. "Were we discovered?" Liang Zhan immediately notified the people in the cabin not to come out for the time being, and pulled the hand cannon strapped to the front. Once the lighthouse patrol team clearly stated the intention of attack, he would immediately open fire. "It seems that the patrol range has been expanded," Su Su murmured. Ma Qian didn't understand these things very well, so he turned his head and asked, "What?" Su Su thought for a moment and explained, "The hardware can't keep up, so we can only rely on manpower. The underground city base has won the material victory, so they may not want to start a fight. No wonder they gave up repairing the lighthouse. It seems that they no longer have extra resources to put on fortifications, which is a very fatal thing. Then what should we do? Retreat first?" Ma Qian looked at the seabed worriedly. The underwater chaos was not very clear, but how could they not understand the situation of their teammates? Su suddenly took off his mask, and then took off his protective suit, leaving only a thin inner garment, which made Ma Qian and others stunned. "What are you doing?" Ma Qian asked in confusion. Su has given up struggling? He is not that kind of person, right? Su walked straight to the buffer cabin and said calmly, "I will delay time, you speed up." After that, before the sea pressure in the buffer cabin reached the deep sea pressure level, Su directly opened the main cabin door. At the moment of leaving the submarine, a long black and blue tail swept away the turbid water like a brush, and went straight to the sea surface, leaving a group of people on the bottom of the sea stunned. Ma Qian stood there stupidly with his mouth wide open. After his thoughts came back, he swallowed his saliva and sighed. What a beautiful tail. He knew that Su took the initiative to transform in order to buy them time. Without delay, he immediately gathered people to carry the parts out of the cabin. Quick! Su's position in the human base is not good. Our speed determines whether he is safe. Understood? Everyone understood and echoed, and increased the speed of work. Liang Zhan and others also realized Su's intentions, and hurried back to the cabin door to help, saving the engineering team's time. Huafeng stared at the abnormal signal received on the screen, approached to check solemnly, and suddenly saw ripples on the water not far away, gradually rolling out the white edge of the waves, and immediately ordered people to aim at the abnormal area and shoot. But the guard emptied a magazine, and did not see any other abnormalities on the sea surface. Just as he was wondering and turned back to ask the general, he was surprised to find that there was a person lying on the edge of the deck. The guard pointed at the man in disbelief. His eyes moved down, and saw the black scales under his navel, and retreated in fear. Huafeng turned around, and saw the appearance of the person, when he raised his gun and aimed. The finger that pulled the trigger froze instantly. He obviously recognized the other party, Su. The Su he saw again was obviously not a human. He could escape from Mattia unscathed. Huafeng did not think that if a real fight broke out, the group of people on the patrol boat would be able to get away with Su, but it seemed that the other party had no intention of attacking. Huafeng's face darkened, remembering that Meg had sent him a message before she died. The madman asked if Su could help him out for their past friendship, because he owed Su a life. He didn't know the whole story of what happened on Mattia, but he had heard a little bit about it. He might not be able to take Su in now, but he would try his best to fulfill Meg's last wish. Su put his hands on the railing of the deck. Seeing Huafeng noticed him, he raised his hand and greeted him enthusiastically. "Long time no see, General Huafeng. Why are you here?" Huafeng's eyebrows suddenly deepened, and his guarded eyes scanned the surrounding sea to prevent Su from covering up the hidden crisis. Su glanced sideways, chuckled meaningfully, and waved his hand to call Huafeng's attention back. "There's no one behind me." He unabashedly hooked his tail, and slowly wrapped it around the railing of the deck. As the waves swayed slowly, the railing under heavy pressure made a creaking sound. He looked leisurely and contented, as if he was simply basking in the sun. "You can see that I am different from humans now. I parted ways with those people after returning to the sea. The more you talk, the more mistakes you make." Su did not go into this topic any further. He tilted his head to look at the underground city base behind Huafeng, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble for you. I just saw the situation of the lighthouse when I passed by." "What do you want to say?" Huafeng frowned and questioned. Su lay on his back, the salty and hot sea breeze blowing on his face, making his face itchy and his lips dry, but he still patiently continued, "I may know the extent of the damage in Matthias better than you do. If they want to restore the false prosperity of the past, they will definitely increase resource collection. But the shortage of the Vanguard has lasted for a long time, so isn't it the quickest and most labor-saving way for Matthias to go to the underground city and ask for it directly?" The scorching sun was too dazzling, and Su felt that his eyes were being burned even with his eyes closed. He turned his head and looked at the lighthouse in the distance, and said a reality that Huafeng had to face. "Matthias asked you for supplies in the name of reconstruction. Maybe you provided help at the beginning, but the greedy sky boat tasted the sweetness and asked for more. Now you can't give it at all, right? Is the focus of human development the ark carrying hope, or the underground city that is stationed with more humans and maintains the development of agriculture, commerce, and industry? Perhaps the Human Alliance has discussed this long ago, but the right to speak is obviously not on the latter side." Huafeng and the guards behind him were silent for a long time, which gave Su the best answer. In fact, they just hadn't seen each other for a while. Their eye sockets and cheeks were sunken, and they look even thinner against the dark yellow skin. Liang Zan's reconnaissance plane on the sea suddenly floated up and down, quietly giving Su Su a signal. Su Su sat up from the railing and didn't leave in a hurry. Instead, he faced Huafeng and reminded him kindly, "General Huafeng, I respect your courage and knowledge, and you have devoted yourself to the underground city base, so I know that some of my words are not appropriate now, but you can consider whether it makes sense or not. The Ark of Matthias can't accommodate so many people anyway. What kind of community of human destiny is just a carnival for vested interests? In order to save resources, the Human Alliance exiled compatriots indiscriminately. Do you think the current underground city won't it become the next care camp?" Su Su turned around and slid down the railing. His long tail fell into the water and caused a huge wave. He grabbed the railing with one hand and left a last word before leaving. "General Huafeng, when the one who stepped into the entrance of the underground city base is not the monster that everyone fears, but the Matthias War Reserve Army nourished by the underground city, will you still hold on?" Huafeng was stunned when he heard the words, and his frowning brows relaxed. He stood there and watched Su Su fall into the sea. The water gradually calmed down, but the waves in his heart could not calm down. Just now, Su Su asked not whether he could do it, but whether he would choose to continue to stand on the side of the underground city when facing power. But will Matthias really do this? Huafeng raised his head worriedly. The scorching sunlight stung his eyes, but he still looked at the endless sky. The answer was vaguely foreseeable, but he still had a fluke mentality, hoping that the dark muzzle would not be aimed at them because of the help from the underground city in the past. The floating clouds seemed to be burned by the scorching sun, and the sea surface was exposed to the high temperature without any shelter. There was no escape from the sun, and the rolling sound of the waves sounded a little shrill. "It's too hot." Liang Zan was lying on the seabed in protective clothing, but he still felt hot all over. He kept shouting strangely, and turned to the engineering team, who were repairing the fresh air system of the institute, and asked, "What's wrong?" "It seems that the fresh air system is broken? In just a few days, it's so hot that I can't breathe." Ma Qian had just returned from the sea, and was pulled out for inspection before he could even drink a sip of water. But he didn't find anything wrong after looking around. "Strange, the system is fine, and the engine is fine. Why is it so hot?" They came back from the high temperature outside, and thought they would be a little cooler after leaving the cabin, but they didn't expect the institute to be suffocated by the heat. Ma Qian went in and out to confirm the system problem. When he was at a loss, he suddenly had an idea. He hesitated and slowly squatted down and reached out to touch the iron floor, which was so hot that he quickly pulled his hand back. "Oh my God, are you cooking teppanyaki?" He immediately realized the seriousness of the problem and ran out of the cabin to remind Liang Zhan. "John, don't lie on the bottom of the sea, you will heat stroke." As soon as Ma Qian got out of the cabin, he saw Liang Zhan lying there motionless. He smiled demurely and quickly brought him back to the cabin, and then immediately asked people to discuss countermeasures. "I just checked the bottom cabin, it's not our problem." "What's going on?" "You said that the recent high temperature in the main cabin is due to the underground problem. Since the underground you mentioned is not the underground of the main cabin, then it's the bottom of the sea." After hearing the news, Xiao Jieshi also checked around and agreed with Ma Qian's statement, leaving the choice to the young people. "How do you want to deal with it? Captain Wei has taken everyone to relocate the residents at sea. Why don't we wait until they come back? The matter they are facing is not a trivial matter." Ma Qian does not think they have the authority to make decisions. Xiao Jieshi shook his head and gave a very firm attitude. "Silly boys. Captain Wei has never held the decision-making power in his own hands. The Research Institute is the home of each of us. I am old now. Sooner or later, the engineering department will be completely handed over to you. While there are still people to cover for you, let go and do it. Does that old guy Finn think that he is the only one who is teaching his apprentice well? He will not admit defeat." Ma Qian looked around at his companions, saw the affirmation in each other's eyes, stood up and said, "Master, I want to move the Research Institute up and stay away from the seabed for a while." Seeing that he finally said it, Xiao Jieshi smiled and nodded in praise, looked at everyone and said, "Then let's get started." After that, he glanced at the empty seat not far away, and muffled his mouth again. "I don't know what the situation is like at sea." Ma Qian knew that he was worried about Su Su, and comforted him intimately. "Master, you are not unaware of Su Su's ability. With his help in relocating the residents, Wei Su and others will definitely be able to come back in a long time." Someone on the side, "The weather has been very strange recently, and it has become hot too quickly. Things in the sea crawl onto the shore from time to time, as if they have seen a ghost. Oliver and his people are supporting everywhere, and they are really too busy. So Wei Su and his people decided to temporarily gather the residents of the camp in the other hemisphere far away from Matthias. After all, there is strength in numbers, and it can also reduce the burden on Oliver and his people. Are there no problems with the purifiers over there? Ma Qian asked at the right time. The members in charge of those areas shook their heads. As long as those monsters don't touch us, we be fine for now. The rising temperature on the seabed is not a bad thing for them. At least those monsters rarely wander on the seabed recently. We also have our own things to do. Let's get started. Ma Qian took the initiative to step forward and guide, and under Qiu Jieshi's gratified eyes, he allocated manpower to start the lifting work of the institute. 3, 2, 1. The shouts of the crowd also resounded across the sea. The dark and gloomy seabed and the hot water are simply two extremes, and people are almost exhausted by the sun. Oliver pulled the sunshade cloth hard and covered it above the newly built camp. The sweat flowing in his eyes blinded him, and he screamed in pain. You are the last wave of people there. Su Su stopped the submarine steadily and asked Wei Yu who was connected before leaving the cabin. Wei Yu, yes, send them all over, and then reinforce the camp, and it will be almost done. After Su Su stepped onto the bamboo raft, he looked at the tarpaulin on the top and synchronized with Wei Yu. Everyone pull the sunshade tarpaulin. After returning, I will discuss with Master Qiu to see if we can make a fully automatic one. This tarpaulin can only work when there is no wind and rain. If there is a heavy rain again, the tarpaulin will be blown away or crushed if it is not retracted in time. It is really unsafe. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Wei Yu's voice was gentle, and even if they didn't meet, you could hear that he was smiling at the moment. Seeing that Oliver was a little exhausted, Su Su was about to go over to help, but suddenly slowed down and looked around in confusion. Ah, didn't you come here to help? Oliver thought he could finally take a break, but why did this savior stall halfway? Wait. Su Su noticed something was wrong and walked to the edge of the bamboo raft lightly. He squatted down and leaned close to check the water surface. He caught the trembling ripples. Wei Yu, are you still there? Wei Yu, what's wrong? Su Su spoke quickly. Something is wrong. Leave the sea, quickly. Wei Yu did not ask in a hurry, but did it out of trust and immediately controlled the submarine to leave the water. The turbid water slid down the hull to the surface of the water, creating waves, but he looked down from the sky and saw that the abnormal waves on the sea were not only at the bottom of their ship, but the waves around them were getting stronger and stronger, as if the whole earth was shaking. Ding, ding, the alarm lights flashed frequently in the sound, and the strange red light accompanied by the increasingly obvious vibration below raised the heart rate of those who heard it. Wei Yu immediately called the research institute and asked anxiously, who is in the control room? What's the alarm? Liang Zhan, who was watching the control room, stared at the warning on the screen, shocked, and said hurriedly, Brother, it's a warning of a mantle plume eruption. Chapter 207. Alarm, alarm. The mantle plume under the sea is abnormal. All vanguards on outbound missions are requested to improve their efficiency and collect supplies as soon as possible. Relevant management departments should follow up and supervise to ensure the stability of Mattia's resources. Alarm, alarm. The reminder sound hanging over the heads of all Mattia residents was extremely indifferent, repeating it repeatedly as if urging their lives, trying to discipline their souls as in the past. But the experimental center that was destroyed first was also Mattia's soul. No matter how strong the elite team members, who were out of the control of the strong soldier agent were in the past, they were now just a group of bodies without thinking ability. Where are the supplies? Why did you only bring back so few supplies? The urgent roar from the captain's office made passers-by stop and peek. After noticing the guards of the command center stationed at the door, they hurriedly left this place of trouble. The head of the materials and energy department hunched his back and said timidly, the underground city said that they just handed in a batch of materials 2 days ago. If they hand in more now, they will not have enough resources. Idiot! The captain was so angry that he picked up the scepter and smashed it at him. He was trapped in madness and could not control his emotions. He shouted angrily without thinking about what he was saying. What's the point of them keeping the materials? Matthias are the existence that determines the future direction of mankind. A group of parasites, who only know how to eat materials, should be exiled. He was about to curse again, but the sound of tapping on the table behind the curtain briefly brought back his sanity. The head of the materials and energy department had an ugly expression. He didn't know whether the captain was scolding the people in the underground city or him, and he didn't know who made the knock-knock sound just now. It is said that Admiral Muller of the Guards contradicted the captain a few days ago, and was restricted to the frigate, and not allowed to set foot in Matthias. The captain was angry in the office for a whole day until the commander came to report the situation, and he was willing to open the door. It seems that from that day on, the captain's temperament changed drastically, and he asked the underground city to hand over supplies more frequently. But collecting supplies is not something that can be done with just a few words. The Material and Energy Department had to persuade the underground city several times before bringing back some supplies. Just now, the command center issued an early warning that the mantle plume was about to erupt. The captain immediately called the remaining department heads over and asked the Material and Energy Department to fill the warehouse with resources before Matthias set off. He was surprised that Matthias had just arrived in the New Sea area and was about to set off again. Then he listened to the analysis of the people from the Engineering Department and the Navigation Department next to him. The main meaning was that the underwater volcanoes were mainly concentrated in the Northern Hemisphere. If they wanted to find new airspace, it would be best to go to the Southern Hemisphere. These have nothing to do with their Material and Energy Department. The most difficult thing now is that the underground city base is unwilling to cooperate. The head of the Material and Energy Department sighed helplessly. Since it is not easy to talk about his difficulties in front of the captain, he can always make some small requests. Thinking of this, he lowered his head and pleaded, "Captain, the barbarians in the underground city base are guarding the supplies and are unwilling to reason. Can we transfer more people to go with us? Maybe if we take a tougher attitude, they will be afraid." If Admiral Mahler was here, he would suggest asking the guards to help, and let those fierce and evil people come forward to see if those unruly people dare to talk back. Isn't it rumored that the Admiral offended the captain? He didn't dare to mention it at this time. Upon hearing this, the captain immediately turned his eyes to the Navigation Department next to him and instructed, "Dispatch 2 more Vanguard teams to cooperate. If we fail to achieve the goal before departure, I will hold you accountable." The angry shouts from the top made the heads of various departments shrink and almost suffocate under the strong pressure. Until the captain finally waved his hand to dismiss them, everyone hurried away without daring to stay. "I would have kept you from showing up if I had known." Pushing Muller to the position of being the target of public criticism has saved people's hearts. "You'd better control your temper." The other 2 captains opened the curtain and walked out. Their tone was obviously a little dissatisfied, but they didn't want to be the one to say such an offensive thing. The captain sitting in the main seat snorted coldly when he heard the voice, talking in a nice voice. "Didn't you still raise an ungrateful person? I was angry when I thought that Mahler dared to take back all the guards and stay on the frigate, and no longer participate in Matthias' affairs. Since he betrayed Matthias, what was the point of always surrounding them? Was he threatening them? When the resources are almost collected and the flies that are annoying outside Matthias are dealt with, we will set off immediately." One person walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling windshield, looking down at the sea with compassion, and said sadly, "The command center said that according to the feedback from the signal of the offshore base station, the mantle plume will be around in about 10 days. Can the things really be gathered together? Even if they can't be gathered together, we have to gather them together. The wishes of our ancestors cannot be ruined in our hands." The people who followed him were tough, and would not tolerate any comments. They didn't wait too long. The ark heading to the underground city base quickly left the platform, and rushed into the distance with a long cloud. "General Huafeng, wait a minute." The head of the Department of Energy and Materials came in person this time, but the people in the underground city base were really rude and didn't want to listen to him at all. Huafeng frowned and paused, turned around and asked, "Our attitude is very clear. We will deliver materials to Matthias regularly as usual. If there are special circumstances, the underground city is willing to cooperate, but including this time, Matthias has asked us for resources for the 10th time this month. I don't know what the captain thinks, but I have to consider the residents of the whole city. We have also received the warning that the mantle plume is about to erupt. In the face of the impending disaster, please forgive our selfishness, Matthias. Once the mantle plume erupts, it will produce a lot of pollutants in the air, and Matthias will definitely take action. Those flying in the air can still move their positions, but what about the underground city base? Has Matthias considered their life and death? He has invested all his resources in the reinforcement of the outer wall to ensure that the magma will not flow into the underground city. With their current production level, if they want to take Matthias into consideration, they will not be able to survive until the day when the magma cools down. They have provided enough resources to Matthias. It's time for them." The head of the Department of Energy and Materials hoped that if Huafeng didn't know about the volcanic eruption, he could still persuade him with reason and emotion. Now that he knows, he has no choice but to. He rubbed his nose with his fingers and gave a temptation that he thought he couldn't resist. "General Huafeng, I think you misunderstood. Matthias has been collecting materials frequently in recent days to expand the airspace area so that more people can leave, and people like you who have made great achievements must be included. The other party's words made Su's reminder not long ago echo in Huafeng's mind again. He was still angry and asked, "What about the rest of the people?" The rest? The head of the Department of Physical and Energy looked away silently, not daring to look at Huafeng. "Mattia is kind, and will leave some supplies here, don't worry." After hearing this sentence in person, Huafeng finally resigned himself to the fate of the big stone hanging in his heart. He was originally angry about being abandoned, but now he didn't think about anything. He is right. The underground city base is the original care camp. You gave up your compatriots in this election again, and you may be able to escape this disaster. Then, who will you give up after 100 years? The head of the Department of Physical and Energy could not give an answer. He looked back at the dozens of vanguards behind him and estimated the difficulty of snatching supplies. When he was about to threaten, he saw Huafeng raised his hand first, and then a group of guards surrounded him and the vanguards. "Huafeng, do you know what you are doing? You are challenging the authority of Matthias. Aren't you afraid of being held accountable by the captain?" Huafeng snorted coldly, picked up the communicator in his hand, and said, "The satellite signal station of the underground city base has taken the initiative to leave the Matthias space station. From now on, Taoyuan base is officially independent and under full martial law." "You dare!" The head of the Physical and Energy Department couldn't believe that Huafeng was so bold. From what he said just now, it was obvious that he had made plans long ago and was waiting for them to jump into the fire pit. Huafeng ignored his jumping behavior and waved his hand to order people to take them all away and imprison them. He faced the residents who came after hearing the news, and then he calmed down and asked, "Will everyone blame me?" "General, if you need our help in strengthening the city wall, just ask. Before the volcano erupts, should we increase energy storage and increase production speed in the near future? We are willing to vacate the entertainment area and let the production area expand the assembly line. If you need manpower. If you don't mind our lack of strength, we are willing to help. Everyone salute." Huafeng shouted loudly, leading all the guards to stand and salute. The sound of the heels hitting the ground was deafening, but it was not more than the determination of the soldiers. All the guards of the lighthouse swear to live and die with the human base. Live and die together. Someone in the crowd shouted, and immediately gathered the determination of everyone in the underground city. The waves seemed to have sensed the determination of humans, and they trembled and surged, splashing on the ships that were suspended on the sea surface, and rolled down the water surface to take a peek, and saw that there was also a group of people making their last struggle on the seabed. Done, the last purifier. After the calibration is completed, we can start synchronizing the purification degree of each sea area, and finally the residents of this sea camp can gather together. Su put away the tools, and slowly raised his head. His words full of realistic concerns poured cold water on Machian, because Matthias's massive extraction of groundwater resources has caused the Earth's crust to loosen. This time multiple mantle plumes erupted. Even if there are areas that have not been affected, I am afraid they will be affected by geological disasters to some extent. The survivors' camp cannot continue to stay on the sea, but the research institute cannot accommodate so many people. Can we complete all the transfers within 10 days? Besides, whether the Deep Sea Research Institute can block the magma is another matter. Wei Yu has been distressed these days. He led other people in the R&D department to discuss solutions overnight. The current plan is to directly transform the old underground air raid caves. Although 10 days is tight, if all the residents of the sea camps come together to help, they may be able to complete this self-rescue. Machian said sadly, "No matter what, we have to try our best. I have the same idea as Wei Su, and I don't want to give up any of my compatriots." The reason why the Research Institute chose to use an underground air raid shelter was because the Matthias above could move. Once they were fixed in one place, they would be very passive. Unexpectedly, they returned to the starting point in the end. He grew up in the survivor camp. The ancestors of the camp were abandoned by their compatriots. They couldn't and didn't want to be such people. 10 days. Su murmured about this day, lowering his eyes, and secretly calculating something in his heart. Chapter 208. The shaking of the earth shook the ocean, and the waves seemed to celebrate the impending destruction in advance, but the struggling humans could not empathize with them. Even the monsters wandering in the sea were frantically fleeing from danger. Boom! The muzzle with a burning red circle was aimed at the alien creatures that were lying on the outer wall and climbing up. Under the impact of the heavy artillery, a large area was scraped off, and then countless monsters climbed up, intending to invade the human domain. Huafeng did not stop shooting, always paying attention to the movements of other lighthouses, and dispatched personnel to support the weak at the first time. He noticed that there seemed to be a ship approaching in the sky, and immediately realized that it was not good, and immediately issued an order, "Everyone pay attention to the airstrike." "But isn't that Matthias's ship?" The guard was puzzled, and suddenly heard a sharp fall above his head, tearing the air and splitting the wind. Before he could react, he was rushed to the ground by General Huafeng, and his life was almost gone. He was shocked and asked again, "Isn't it Matthias's ship?" "Why?" Before he could think of the answer, the ship parked above the lighthouse opened the hatch and lowered the ladder. Countless guards in armor were waiting to land. "Let the underground city base close immediately. Mattia is here to rob." Huafeng's words were not polite. At such a dangerous moment, when alien creatures invaded, Mattia had no support, but actually threw bombs on the top of the lighthouse. What was in thinking? Did they really think they couldn't see it? Community of human destiny? The underground city is a community only when it is valuable. Once they don't cooperate and are useless, they are no different from the monsters outside. Swish. Bang. Suddenly, a cannon fire from nowhere directly broke the ladder, and then another cannon shot directly broke the side of the ship. The huge ship shook uncontrollably in the sky and rushed directly to the sea. Huafeng looked at the source of the cannon without knowing the situation. Suspicion made him raise the muzzle of the gun and prepare to shoot into the air, but he saw the position of the aiming slowly coloring, and finally saw the hidden force. "General, look at the sea." Huafeng followed the guard's instructions and looked at the sea. He saw countless submarines surfaced, strafing and bombing the monsters attacking the lighthouse. After the ship without combat mode opened the hatch, many humans wearing yellow-green protective suits immediately rushed out, shuttling and fighting among the monsters. The most eye-catching thing was the human body and snake-tail monster in front of the ship. With a wave of its long tail, it directly broke through the siege, and the waves splashed on the side of his face, almost touching his eyes full of murderous intent. Su stared at the sea monsters indifferently, his eyes silently driving them to evacuate as soon as possible, otherwise he would not show mercy. The alien creatures looked at him with resentment, and suddenly they had some human emotions like pleading. Su didn't want to do it, and he could sense that their invasion today was only for survival, but once they set foot on human territory, the consequences would be unimaginable. He had been reluctant to make a decision, but finally made a choice under the push of fate. This cruel news quickly spread among the alien creatures in a way that humans could not perceive. The shrill howling sounded like a child crying. They hunched back into the deep sea, waiting for the end that the ocean arranged for them. The aggressive alien creatures retreated strangely. Huafeng was just feeling strange, and then he heard Su on the sea shouting at him, "General Huafeng, we have helped so much, it's not too much to ask for a drink of water." Huafeng's lips were tightly pressed together, and he was silent for a long time before he said, "I'm afraid the underground city can't supply so much tea for a while." Su had expected him to say that, and he flicked his thumb at Wei Yu on the ship behind him, saying, "I, with a family member, only need 2 cups of tea. General Huafeng won't be so stingy." Family member? Wei Yu couldn't help but curl his lips when he heard that. "If I don't drink this cup of tea, will the ship in front of me open fire on me?" Huafeng looked coldly at the ship that just helped blow up the Matthias ship. "Sorry, I forgot." Su shouted to the sky, "Liang Zhan, you can come back." Wei Yu coughed lightly, and silently used the communicator to call back Liang Zhan, who couldn't hear the shouting in the cabin. Seeing the threat in front of him slowly fall, Huafeng said solemnly, "Open the door, and let the people go." Going down the lighthouse ladder, only Huafeng's signal can open the entrance of the underground city base again. He passed through the gate, and was about to leave a way for the 2 people behind him. But Su entered the underground city directly with the identity information of the Vanguard team that had not been deleted yet. Wei Yu stood in front of the electronic screen, which showed that he was a resident of the underground city. The 2 stepped through the gate almost at the same time, and didn't even understand what Huafeng was waiting for. Su also checked himself up and down, tilted his head, and raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's wrong?" Huafeng stared at Su's legs and said coldly, "You lied." Su was silent immediately, and rarely showed embarrassment on his face. He raised his hand and said, "Aren't you drinking tea? Here? What's wrong?" Wei Yu stood beside Su, asked curiously in a low voice, and took over the heavy object he had been dragging in his hand. Su curled his lips and said, "It's just a harmless little thing. Let's go and have some tea." If Wei Yu knew that he had announced to the public that he had broken up with the Institute, would he be angry? No, he had hardly seen Wei Yu angry, and he had told the truth earlier. Huafeng did not take the two to the depths of the underground city, but led them into the reception room, poured 2 cups of clean water, and placed them in front of them. There is no tea in this world, warm water will do. I'm not picky. Su Su winked at Wei Yu, and the tied-up Minister of Navigation was thrown to the ground casually. He explained, after the Matia ship crashed into the sea, most people took the lifeboat and fled, and he, the Minister of Navigation, lay outside the ship and screamed. How about we use him to surrender to the underground city base? Huafeng glanced coldly at the man lying on the ground in a mess, and said bluntly, he is useless to the underground city base. What do you want to do? The other party was generous, and Su Su did not hide anything, and said straight to the point. The underground city base is the base of the underground city base. The underground city base is short of manpower now, and as you have just seen, we have plenty of people, and you don't need to bother with training. No matter men, women, old or young, they are all brave. Is the underground city willing to cooperate with us? Huafeng did not rush to agree, but carefully examined the 2 people sitting opposite him, as if thinking whether the deal proposed by the other party was credible and feasible. Su Su saw through the other party's concerns and spread his hands and said, General, you can choose not to believe us, but does the underground city have enough confidence and strength now to face the monsters outside who are trying to invade the territory and the impending disaster? He leaned forward, folded his hands and dragged his chin, and then pressed. In addition, a friendly reminder, Matthias will not give up resource plunder. So what if we lost the head of the navigation department? Without enough supplies, how long can the pure land of humanity in the sky fly? In order to satisfy their shameful desires, the believers who firmly believe in the HOM law will not care even if they bet on the last wave of Matthias in order to keep the Matthias ship sailing. Huafeng lowered his eyes, and stared at the ripple shaking in the cup. His long-shaken determination was powerless in the face of the urgent need of the underground city base. He asked with a breath, how many people do you have? Su Su raised a determined smile at the corner of his mouth and further gave his request. You may also need to build a bridge with the Santa Maria base. We have too many people. His request seemed excessive, but it directly solved the urgent needs of the 2 bases. Taoyuan base was threatened by Matthias, and Santa Maria base was probably not much better. Huafeng nodded in understanding. Okay, but... Su Su's face changed when he heard this. In his impression, Huafeng was a straightforward person. Why was he so shy now? He said clearly, let's cooperate. If we really want to get in, we had plenty of opportunities to do it just now. Huafeng raised his hand and explained. No, I mean, our existing resources may not be able to supply too many people. You guys. We still have some material reserves, and the R&D line and production line are complete. After moving in, the war preparations can be shared with the underground city. Wei Yu followed up with the attitude of the research institute. They have too many residents who have nowhere to settle. It is a very challenging task to complete the move-in and reinforcement of the underground air raid shelter in 10 days. As the director of the institute, he cannot take so many people with him unless it is absolutely necessary. So when Su Su proposed this suggestion, he was the first to vote in favor. Sharing resources is not a compromise, but a proactive participation by them to rebuild the human alliance. Wei Yu took out the long-preserved underground city laboratory ID card from his pocket and put it on the table. During the days in Matthias, he often missed the life in the underground city. After betraying Matthias, he thought he would never be able to return home, but he didn't expect that he would finally come back after a lot of twists and turns. The preface is his responsibility as the director of the institute, so what Wei Yu said next is from his own perspective. General Huafeng, Taoyuan base is also my home. It is his home, his hometown that he yearns for. Huafeng stared at the badge on the table, smiled, and nodded to agree to the cooperation. Bring your people in, I will negotiate with Robert. He stood up and prepared to leave. When he passed by Wei Yu, he slowly stopped, raised his hand, and patted the young man on the shoulder, and said gently, Welcome home. The entrance to the bottom floor of the lighthouse was wide open, and all the guards were lined up in boats to set up a defense line for the upcoming alliance. Although they didn't know what General Huafeng talked about with the leaders of these people, when they heard that many people would join the lighthouse military, they instantly felt that the burden on their shoulders was relieved. It doesn't matter if they are sea pirates. In the past so many years, they really hate the thieves who plundered resources, but really count these people have never hurt them, and they helped the lighthouse a lot not long ago. Everyone just wants to survive. There is nothing different. People who have drifted on the sea for hundreds of years finally set foot on the homeland of their ancestors. In their eyes, They see no luck of having a stable residence in the doomsday, but more of a sigh for the past. They wonder if the spirits of their ancestors in heaven can see the situation today. The scattered sea dwellers gathered here, and took turns to transport the remaining supplies. The stronger ones helped to move the equipment in the main cabin of the Institute. The engineering team was responsible for dismantling and then entering the underground city to find a suitable area to reassemble. When they were busy, someone suddenly came to help. The underground city dwellers, who were standing in the distance and watching, were still a little hesitant. Seeing someone step out, they seemed to have found courage and lent a hand one after another. All people were mixed together, working together to move and build, and gradually they could not tell where they came from. Susu took the initiative to transform to help move heavy objects. When he saw an engine being delivered to the gate bridge, he suddenly felt a gust of wind passing over his head. He quickly looked up to check the situation. His sea blue vertical pupils tightened and recognized the frigate of the giant airship Mattia approaching the lighthouse. The cannons on the high wall of the lighthouse were all aimed at the approaching ship. All the people on the sea immediately put down the supplies in their hands, picked up their weapons, and stood ready to work together to deal with the upcoming powerful enemy. The pilot of the ship seemed to feel that he was listed as an uninvited guest by the underground city. He stopped at a high altitude without any attack and slowly descended. As the heavy hatch opened, Mahler walked onto the deck with empty hands. His eyes fell on the strangeness in the crowd, and then silently moved away, looking at Huafeng and asked, "Do you need help?" These days, he and the guards continue to stick to the patrol mission of the outer circle of Mattia to prevent the invasion of abnormal forces, and could also set out to support the 2 underground city bases at any time, thinking of wandering between the forces to help humans themselves as much as possible. But he underestimated Mattia's ambition. As the leader of the Human Alliance, his mind was on how to gain benefits from his compatriots. Such a brutal existence is no longer worthy of the guard's protection. Chapter 209. Blockers? You mean the kind of drugs that can quickly block the spread of the virus after infection? Your institute already has a complete production plan? Hearing this, young man named Lu Fangqing take the initiative to mention the current experimental progress of the Deep Sea Institute. Several scientists in the underground city laboratory were a little jealous, but they were embarrassed to ask directly because it involved experimental secrets. And the other party has been facing away from them since he came in, and he doesn't seem to be a good person to get along with. Blockers are rare things. If they can be successfully put into production, we won't be afraid of fighting at sea in the future. Yes, my brother said that instead of making some strong soldiers and turning the soldiers into ghosts, it is better to gamble with one's life and rush forward, as long as you can go home with one breath left. Although I don't want to see my brother get into trouble, I hope that even if he dies in battle, he will be as a human being. The scientists discussed in a low voice and couldn't help sighing. Someone whispered, "General Huafeng seems to be able to talk to the head of the Deep Sea Research Institute. Why don't we let the general go and talk?" Someone immediately rejected the proposal. Does the general have the time? Recently, the frequency of alien creatures' attacks has become more and more frequent. The lighthouse on top has been counterattacking and patrolling day and night, and Matthias always says that they lack supplies and ask us to submit them according to the list. But judging by the frequency of their ships dropping bombs every day, it is unclear what they are lacking. The scientist who proposed just now was unwilling to give up the great opportunity of the blocker. If the finished product is made, General Huafeng and his team will have less worries in the next few days. They stayed in the lab all day and had no combat capability. The only thing they could do was to reduce the burden and pressure on their compatriots on the front line. So he said, "How about this? Let's talk about the Institute's attitude first. If there is still room for negotiation, the underground city will try its best to fight for it." His words were unanimously agreed by others, and they recommended a few of the most talkative people to try to communicate directly with the Deep Sea Research Institute. "Hello, Mr. Liu. Regarding the blocking agent, the underground city really wants to cooperate with the Institute. Do you think there is still room for discussion between the two sides in this regard?" Lu Fangqing prepared himself for a long time before agreeing to represent the Institute laboratory to attend this docking meeting, but no one told him that the other party had sent so many people before he came. Don't come over. What should I say later? The old director didn't teach me, and Wei Yu didn't explain it clearly. If I had known, I would have brought Liang Zhan here. It would have been better to let Oliver come forward than me. Lu Fangqing muttered to himself, and suddenly saw a few pairs of shoes appear in front of him. He was so scared that he moved the stool away without saying a word and hurriedly distanced himself from them. The remaining rationality blocked the nonsense that he almost blurted out, and he kept repeating Wei Yu's instructions to him before leaving with rapid breathing. He was the friendly ambassador of the Institute recommended by the old director Finn, and he had to pay attention to his image in front of the underground city. After all, they were living in someone else's territory now, and they must show the best attitude to lay the foundation for the long-term cooperation between the two sides. But, why did he come for such an important matter? Lu Fanqing bit his lower lip, and with the determination to die, he put the documents in his arms on the table, pushed forward, and said hesitantly, "You, don't come over, take the things, don't come over." "Ah?" The scientists looked at the documents on the table in confusion. The first page clearly stated the 5th-generation blocker development plan. Such an important thing was given to them just like that? Looking at the reaction of the other party's representative, why did it feel like they were coerced? But they didn't do anything, so how could they offend anyone? Although it was not clear what happened, the underground city had obviously taken such a big advantage, and they must give the other party enough sincerity to satisfy the Institute, but they didn't expect the other party to stand up faster than them. Our way said that we are very grateful for the 2 underground city shelter. This is just... Lu Fanqing mustered up the courage to stand up, and closed his eyes, and said a lot. In the middle, he secretly opened his eyes a little. Seeing that everyone was staring at him at this time, he was so scared that his soul was about to fly away. He said faster, he said that all the experimental results of the Institute can be used as common property of mankind. If you... Lu Fanqing ran out of the meeting room with his head down. He rushed out the door before he finished speaking, and he was crying and talking nonsense all the way. "Old director, I really can't be an image representative, I want go back to the lab." Then walked out from the corner of the corridor, watching his student run past, and then turned back to find the way. He didn't notice that he ran far away. He couldn't help but exclaimed, "This kid still needs to practice." He turned to look at the scientist in the dungeon, bowed and apologized. "My apprentice is shy, please bear with me. There are many places for cooperation in the future." When the scientists heard this, their tense emotions were relieved in a few helpless laughs, and they solemnly said again, "Thank you for the generosity of the Institute. On behalf of the Dungeon Laboratory, we seriously and solemnly welcome everyone to join us." After they looked at each other and nodded to confirm that they all agreed, they immediately said, "The lab built in a hurry is somewhat crude. If you don't mind, we are willing to share the lab. Really, you can use it as you like, and in the future we will." Halfway through the words, the scientist representative suddenly felt a little embarrassed, scratched his head, and said yes for a long time. It was Finn who stepped forward and put his arm around his shoulder and said, "Then we be a team from now on." "Okay." Hearing their unhesitating agreement, Finn suddenly remembered something and said with a hiss, "Your general saw that Su was a good fighter, and a smart guy, so he gave him the right to deploy military forces in front of everyone. He also saw that our way, he was good at research and development, had excellent experimental ability, and was also first class in combat, so he directly gave him the key to the underground city command center. You have now opened up the permissions of the laboratory. Aren't you afraid that our institute will rebel?" The scientists didn't expect Finn to say this. They were stunned for a long time, and couldn't help laughing and said, "If the volcanic eruption destroys everything, what can you do in the remaining 2 days?" "If..." The person who spoke paused, with a bit of regret in his words, and said with a wry smile, "If we can survive by chance, it will be a lifelong friendship." "Yes, a lifelong friendship." Then followed them out of the conference room slowly, looking down at the underground city that was rushing to make the final deployment. In just 8 days, the chaotic scene caused by the large number of sea dwellers moving in within a short period of time was cleaned up in an orderly manner, and the engines outside the research institute were all put into the underground city production line. Most agricultural and animal husbandry crops cannot produce results in a few days, so everyone put their attention on the vegetables that are about to be harvested, and newly expanded a piece of land to grow mushrooms, bean sprouts, etc., and consciously reserve long-lasting food. The cultivation, collection, transportation, registration and storage of agricultural production areas are all in charge, and the cooperation is very tacit. Not only is there a warehouse to store the food rations of the entire city's residents for the next few years, but the large energy storage cabin on the other side of the underground city is storing solar energy conversion resources at a high speed to provide the underground city with enough energy support during the natural stagnation period after the disaster. The workers were sweating profusely while assembling the new energy storage cabin. They wiped off the sweat and continued to work. Suddenly, the heavy steel was easily picked up by someone. The children in Area 3, whose genes had been modified, silently shared the heavy work with their deformed bodies and kept a distance from normal humans. But when they just left the steel tank and turned around to move the valve. They saw the workers were all smiling and giving them a thumbs up. The engineers on the side were arguing fiercely. Listening carefully, they found that they were discussing the optimal reinforcement plan and trap structure of the city wall, and no one was willing to give in to anyone. The scientists were about to go over to mediate the fight, but Finn stopped them and said, "Don't interfere, just wait and see." They just stood there and watched for a while, and then they saw that the people who were still at loggerheads just now had reached a common point, and suddenly figured it out, and gathered together again to discuss a new plan. The future of mankind has always been within reach. Finn pointed to all the people who were struggling to survive. Only if we don't give up, can mankind survive forever. Some people and things in the old times were indeed hateful, but there is a saying that is true, that is, there is strength in numbers, and when everyone adds fuel to the fire burns high. No matter what the upcoming disaster brings, at least all of them are trying their best now. Finn's eyes stopped at the sneaky figures of several children, and asked curiously, "I have wanted to ask for a long time. These children run to the deserted area every day. Where is the place they mentioned before?" He was old and his legs were not convenient. He couldn't keep up after following for a while. He looked around and found that no one in the underground city would go there normally. The scientists were obviously aware of it, but they all showed hesitation. One of the female scholars took the initiative to say, "This is the sin of Matthias. What is there to be embarrassed about? That place is called Chunaway Hall, and it is the Uni Garden." A secret that was once forbidden to be spread was exposed to the new family of the underground city. In the past, they would feel guilty for the indifference of the underground city under pressure over the years. The more they blamed themselves, the more they avoided it, and gradually ignored the pain suffered by the women living in it. In this matter, the underground city and Matthias are equally hateful, but in the face of the impending death and the real alliance, they want to live well without secrets. Dong, dong, dong. The children jumped and played with the ball. After passing through a ruin, they saw the house standing in the deserted corner from afar. After crossing a small bridge, they deliberately slowed down their steps and approached, lying on the curtains and peeking inside curiously. Suddenly, the dark curtains were pulled open from the inside. After the dead-looking women saw who was coming, they smiled for the first time in a long time. They raised their hands and said, "Come in quickly. The aunties made sweet cakes for you. They are just out of the oven." "Okay." The children's childlike laughter ignited the coldness here like a warm bonfire, and the vigorous new life gradually bloomed in this corner. If this can continue, how good will human society be? Everyone is busy and looking forward to it, imagining that if everyone can survive this disaster, perhaps they will usher in a new and promising future. But an unexpected bombing interrupted everyone's actions. In an instant, every resident in the underground city looked up, praying that the lighthouse guards would be able to return victoriously. "How is the number 10 lighthouse? The shells just now were heading towards you." Replied to General Huafeng, "The number 10 lighthouse has raised the protective shield in advance, we are fine." It was Mr. Su who predicted the bombing route of Matthias, and made us prepare in advance. Huafeng immediately looked at the sea and asked anxiously, Su, how are you?" Su expressionlessly swung his tail to sweep away the alien creatures that kept approaching. The blue-black scales on the side of his face, and the shimmering sea waves intertwined, making him exude an inviolable mystery and sacredness. He stood in front of the battle with his bare hands, and did not attack the helpless marine creatures. He just protected his own perseverance over and over again, silently apologizing to the other party who made the choice. "Don't worry about the sea." Su raised his head following the sound of the departure whistle, and said in a deep voice, "It's finally coming." The approaching voice was familiar to Muller. When he looked up into the distance, his eyes were full of shock. It was hard to believe that Matthias would really do things so thoroughly. Could it be that the superiors would sacrifice the lighthouse guards, and all the humans living here for their own survival? This was obviously not a wise choice, but Muller believed that this was something Matthias could do. Devil. Staring at the guns pointed at them from the bottom of the giant ship, Huafeng wanted to use the most vicious words in the world to evaluate this giant ship that was once crowned with the hope of mankind, but no matter what kind of comments, they were not enough to summarize this gluttonous black heart. The top of the lighthouse has raised the protective shield, and the turret is in place. When everyone was shocked, Wei Yu's calm voice of deployment instantly pulled their thoughts back. Before the endless bullets hit like a rainstorm, the particle protective shield designed by the engineering department and the underground city engineering team was set up. Seeing that the situation had no intention of giving up, the giant ship in the air switched to nuclear artillery to bombard continuously, madly, and greedily trying to grab enough resources before leaving. No! The protective shield of lighthouse number 15 is going to crack. The guards' hurried voices were almost drowned out by the bombing sound. Wei Yu glanced at the few remaining lighthouses, calculated the difficulty of defense in advance, and ordered, "Lighthouse number 15, please retreat to the bottom floor immediately and support other lighthouses." The signal from lighthouse number 15 was delayed. After a long time, the signal light representing the echo lit up, and the other party's heavy voice rang out, "We can't leave. Once we withdraw, it means that the underground city will lose a layer of barrier. If I watch the bandits in the sky break into the underground city from our lighthouse, I will never rest in peace. You can't stay where you are for long. Our goal is to survive the high-risk period of mantle plume eruption. Don't lose manpower in advance. The entrance to the underground city has been reinforced. After you evacuate, the lighthouse will collapse by itself, completely covering the bottom entrance, and never let anyone with ulterior motives enter the underground city." Wei Yu's decision was calm and powerful, and he unceremoniously extinguished the guards' full blood, allowing them to quickly calm down and see the reality. "What should we do now? Should we retreat in teams?" Wu Feng commanded the pursuit guns to fire into the sky, and took a break to command others to help share the pressure of Su Su and others. Soon, he gave the answer to this question himself: "We can't retreat. Once we retreat, Matthias will focus on attacking another human base, and Robert's resources will not be optimistic." As soon as Wu Feng finished speaking, he immediately connected with his comrades in another part of the ocean. As soon as the call was connected, he asked loudly, "Robert, how are you now?" Amid the roar of artillery fire, Robert did not relax at all, and instead taught Wu Feng a lesson. "Why are you looking for me now? Several ships have arrived, and we are having a headache now. I guess Matthias's main ship will come sooner or later." "Matthias is here with us," Wu Feng replied. Robert's voice was high-pitched. "Then why don't you concentrate on the battle now?" Knowing that Taoyuan base was worried about their safety, he turned his head and looked at Lydia, who was standing on the wall with one leg as a support to stabilize the shooting not far away, and said to the other end of the line in a positive tone, "Wu Feng, we are just like you, we are sworn to defend the dungeon to the death. Taoyuan base is with you." Wu Feng just wanted to confirm whether Santa Maria base was safe now. After learning that the situation was just as critical as theirs, he didn't want to evacuate now. Watching the ammunition being consumed, Wu Feng quickly realized that something was wrong and said anxiously, "Is Matthias going to die with us? Either continue to consume ammunition to prevent them from approaching, or stop attacking and retreat to the dungeon to give them time to find the entrance to invade?" "Yes." Wei Yu's response was calm, as if he had expected it. "Then how do we?" Wu Feng was about to ask, but suddenly found that there was one person missing on the platform, wondering, where is Admiral Mahler? He was commanding the battle at the lighthouse next to him not long ago. Beep, another whistle sounded, shaking the earth and the sky. The huge ship slowly rose from behind the lighthouse, instantly blocking the dazzling sun. Its size was like an ant trying to shake a tree in front of the Matthias ship, but it formed a confrontation with the powerful at high altitude. Wu Feng quickly realized Mahler's plan and hurriedly wanted to stop him. "Mahler, don't think too much. How can the frigate stop Matthias? You will die." Mahler listened to the voice from the communicator, and silently looked back at the full warehouse of explosives behind him. In the foreseeable future, he had no emotional fluctuations. He said, "Ammunition is still very useful and cannot withstand such consumption. Instead of such a long stalemate, it is better to end this absurd rule as soon as possible." "Mahler." Mahler turned off the communicator to interrupt Wu Feng's dissuasion, and his eyes swept through every component in the cabin. This frigate was just a temporary backup aircraft. It was not as emotional to him as the previous ship, but it also recorded his past in Mattia. Turning his head, strong sunlight shone into the cabin through the window. Mahler lowered his eyes and recovered his senses. It seemed that he saw Mond, who had not seen him for a long time, in the co-pilot seat again. His face was full of sorrow and entanglement. He must be thinking hard about his plan again. He sighed with regret and looked at Mattia, which was gradually approaching in front of him. He controlled the ship to dodge the interceptor missiles that were coming directly, adjusted the driving speed to the fastest, and fearlessly rushed to the front of the top floor of Mattia. At the moment of collision, he seemed to hear the panic wail of the authoritarians. For the future of mankind. Chapter 210. The boom frigate rushed towards Matthias without hesitation. The full cabin of explosives was detonated by the violent impact, and the smoke instantly dyed the entire sky red. No one could have predicted that the knights who had faithfully guarded Matthias for 100 years would become the swords that pierced the Creator's vitals at the last moment. The raging fire mercilessly burned all the sins and despair. Even if it only affected the upper half of the upper layer, the entire giant ship was instantly paralyzed, as if it had lost its keel. Countless citizens wandered around the cabin in a daze, and they were about to face the fate of opening their eyes before they even reacted to what had happened. After long-term domestication, they had no ability to think about what they should do at this moment without receiving orders from their superiors. Or, in other words, they had died as early as the moment Matthias deprived them of their subjective consciousness. The blood-red sky reflected in Huafeng's eyes on the high wall seemed to be burning his eye sockets. The indescribable pain was hitting his heart all the time, and he felt more and more depressed and sad. They had agreed to fight against the invading alien creatures together at the last moment and protect the homeland behind them. Unexpectedly, Mahler would suddenly make such a choice. Huafeng suddenly saw something in the firelight, and his pupils tightened. He took 2 steps forward in disbelief. What is that? Mahler opened his arms and legs to feel the pleasure brought by liberation. The wind passed freely by his ears and reached the peak at the critical point of suffocation. However, the communicator tightly held in his hand suddenly issued a timely reminder, interrupting his brief madness. Admiral Parachute. The colorful tarpaulin suddenly opened in the air. Even the blazing fire on top could not cover up its existence, and Mahler's landing speed was stabilized in time. He grabbed the handle with both hands to control the direction. After quickly adapting, he thanked Wei Yu at the other end of the line. Thank you. Thank you for your parachute, and Mahler said slowly, and raised his head slightly. Under the cover of the tarpaulin above his head, he could no longer see Matthias's situation. He continued, and the frigate's intelligent driving system. Wei Yu did not accept Mahler's thanks as a matter of course, but said, among us, only Admiral you know the trajectory of Matthias's countermissiles best, and dare to take so many explosives. If there was any mistake just now, the frigate would be detonated in advance. Only you can do this, so you don't have to thank me. When he proposed this plan, Mahler nodded in agreement almost without hesitation. Even though he repeatedly explained the dangers of this plan, the other party did not have any entanglement. Mahler smiled indifferently, as if in the laughter that was blown away by the wind, he also scattered his past in the wind. He silently lowered his head and looked down at the sea. The muddy yellow water was squeezed by the dense monsters. He had no doubt that if he fell into the water now, he would be torn apart by them in the next moment. Bang! A long dark shadow suddenly slapped down, raising waves on the sea and forcibly breaking a path for passage. Mahler, who was about to fall into the sea, was hooked by a finger with sharp nails the next moment. As the parachute above his head slowly fell, the tarpaulin reflected the strange color on Susu's cold and murderous face, adding a bit of mystery. Susu carried Mahler with one hand, and had no time to ask if he was okay. He asked directly, "Are your hands shaking? Can you hold the gun steady?" He knew what Wei Yu and Mahler had said, and he also knew that Admiral Mahler was not someone who would be easily frightened. Now was not the time to ask about his well-being. He always felt a sense of impending disaster, and had to settle the matter in front of him as soon as possible. "Yes," Mahler answered sincerely, and immediately took out his gun and shot in the air to drive away the crazy monsters. Soon a ship approached to meet him, and he finally had a place to stay on the sea. The fireworks of the high-altitude giant ship burned until late at night, and continued to move forward without anyone controlling it, the same color as the glow of the sky. Perhaps it would only stop when all resources were exhausted, and sink into the endless deep sea like countless abandoned labor areas in the past. The turmoil at sea lasted for a whole day, until the engineering team embedded most of the dispersal devices in the underground city into the walls, and operated them at the highest speed under the power of water and solar energy, and the offensive of the alien creatures eased slightly. But the garrison team at sea did not dare to stop for a moment. After replacing the previous wave of guards, they continued to suppress the invasion of foreign enemies with firepower. Isn't Susu going to rest? Huafeng looked down with concern. Even Mahler had returned to the ship for his shift, and Susu was still soaking in the water tirelessly, just like a clockwork. Mahler directly applied to connect to the command room, and threw the question to Wei Yu. "Why don't you call Susu back? He should rest?" Wei Yu sighed helplessly, and said frankly, "Just before I connected your call, I just finished reminding him for the 3rd time." And Susu's answer to him was extremely firm. "Wei Yu, everyone should not rest, and prepare the fortifications as quickly as possible. There is no time, really no time." Wei Yu didn't know why Susu could sense the coming of danger, but he understood that he was doing his best to delay time for them and share the pressure at sea. Out of full trust, he adjusted the residents' rest time to ensure that each post was running 24 hours a day. "Who? who the strange breathing sound echoed endlessly in his ears. Su became more and more irritated. He roared fiercely at the approaching monster. His tired energy was a little trance, and a flash of virtual image appeared in front of his eyes. The waves were beating in the secluded seabed and gathered towards a desolate ruin in the depths. Judging from the structural materials of this collapsed building, it was very similar to the groundwater collection center he had seen. In his confusion, he vaguely saw an alien entering the corridor. In the flashing alarm lights, endless egg sheets were about to burst. Su had no intention of calculating time. He was completely immersed in the ups and downs of the waves. Occasionally, when he was distracted, he had the illusion of being integrated with the ocean. Until the sky broke through at the junction of the sea and the sky, and the monsters that had been attacking all night gradually retreated, he had the idea to return to the human base to rest temporarily. He transformed back into human form and crossed the gate bridge. His steps were heavy all the way. When he approached the gate of the underground city, he saw a figure waiting there for a long time. But his wholehearted trust drove away his strength in an instant. He opened his arms and hugged Wei Yu, leaning on him with all his strength, muttering in a muffled voice, "I'm so sleepy." Wei Yu leaned over slightly with anger and laughter to pick up Su, and walked slowly through the gate to the dormitory. When he passed someone who wanted to say hello, he silently shook his head to stop the other person. Without an absolutely safe environment, Su would probably not be able to sleep. Wei Yu knew this very well, and lowered his voice to synchronize with him the current progress of the underground city. Master Qiu and Ma Qian have been busy for several days, and the outer wall has been reinforced to the 8th floor. When the energy is sufficient, the defense works can be activated, which can dispel 40% of the monsters below Type 2 and resist the high temperature of 1000 to 1200 degrees Celsius. Well, Master Qiu and the others have worked hard. Su's response was as soft as a mosquito, which made people's ears itch. Yes, they are amazing, working almost day and night. Wei Yu also responded to his words, and then continued, at present, the granary and energy storage cabin equipment have reached 70%, which is enough for all humans in the underground city to live underground for 50 years, and all production lines are still in operation. As long as we can survive the eruption period, everyone will live well. Su's eyes were sore due to the strong sleepiness, and he pressed against Wei Yu's neck to apply hot compress to his eyes. The hot and humid air sprayed on the thin neck, and Wei Yu's mood was slightly fluctuating. Reason prevailed, and he forced down the inappropriate thoughts, lowered his head and glanced at Su, and said, "We are almost at the dormitory. Have a good rest after returning to the room." "Yeah." Su nodded slightly, and suddenly remembered something, and asked, "I haven't had time to check the parameters recently. All purifiers are connected to the satellite, right? How long will it take to calibrate the same band?" "1 day. After 1 day, the purifier will refer to the initial value of the seawater to infer the parameters of each block, and continuously filter and purify to suppress the actions of alienated creatures. This way, you don't have to work so hard to stay at sea." Wei Yu slightly tilted his head and leaned on Su's forehead, conveying his heartache. Wei Yu pushed the door and entered the dormitory quietly, put the person in his arms on the bed, covered him with a quilt, and whispered before Su fell asleep, "If you have time after waking up, come to the command room to find me." Su nodded slightly sleepily, gently pulled the corner of Wei Yu's clothes and muttered, "Don't you want to rest? If you don't have time to go back to your dormitory, you can rest here for a while." Others have time to rest on duty, but Wei Yu stays in the command room for several days to control everything, and there is no chance to relax. Wei Yu leaned over and supported his hands on the bed. The dark circles under his eyes were covered by a smile. He stroked the back of Su's hand with interest and said, "I'm really sleepy. You wouldn't say this normally, but I'm sorry, I have to refuse your invitation." He held Su's wrist and put it into the quilt, staring at his lover with eyes full of love. "If I stop, how can I be worthy of your desperate fight on the sea? Su, you are the one who has worked hard. Don't think about anything now. Rest well. Come to me when you wake up." His consciousness gradually drifted away. Su didn't remember whether he agreed to Wei Yu's invitation. He broke away from his body under the bondage of tiredness, and took the initiative to look for the illusion he saw on the sea. But no matter how he explored, he could no longer find the ruins in his dream. The uneasiness in his heart was like falling off a dangerous rock, making him unable to sleep without scruples. "You will die." The strange low moan that suddenly sounded in his mind kept echoing, pricking Su's nerves, and the sharp pain between his eyebrows drove away his sleepiness. Su frowned and opened his eyes faintly, covering his forehead and sitting up from the bed. He looked at the time and found that he had only slept for less than 2 hours. He thought about it and couldn't fall asleep, so he got out of bed and went to the command room. In order to prevent the upcoming high temperature of magma from affecting the lives of residents, the dormitories originally embedded in the wall were completely demolished and used as data monitoring and analysis and preparation points to respond to maritime assaults in a timely manner. The settlement of residents was moved to the center of the underground city, the original bungalow mansion was demolished, and a new three-dimensional capsule cabin was built around the satellite signal base station. Although the area inside the cabin is small, it is enough for residents to survive in the extremely harsh conditions of the doomsday. In addition to the heat insulation defense of the outer wall, when Susu passed by, he saw that the engineers were discussing the reinforcement of the internal defense. In case the magma melted the outer wall, the underground city also needed to reserve an escape route and as much time as possible to leave the underground. Thinking of this, Susu felt a little ashamed. He couldn't help with the engineering department's affairs recently. Master Chiu and Ma Qian should be under a lot of pressure. When he came out from Weiyu, he would visit them. Susu secretly calculated and walked quickly to the command room embedded in the wall. He knocked on the door and interrupted Weiyu's concentration. He apologized, "I'm here. Did I disturb you?" Weiyu immediately put down the pen in his hand and stood up. He poured a cup of warm water for Susu, looked at the time and asked with concern, "Why did you only sleep for a short while?" He thought Susu would sleep longer and wanted to check the satellite data again. "I can't sleep." Susu took the cup of water and sat down. Seeing that Weiyu was just fiddling with the messy data, the instrument at his feet looked familiar. It was the failed time machine he had seen in the research institute before. "Why did you move this thing here?" Weiyu pushed the chair where Susu was sitting to the computer console and leaned over to introduce him. "In order to increase the control efficiency of the purifier, we transferred the signal source to the satellite signal station in the underground city. So the satellite of the Research Institute finally ushered in its rotation after hundreds of years of operation. I found the black hole closest to the Earth and set the route for the satellite. If nothing unexpected happens, it will reach the edge of the black hole's event horizon in 34 million years and send out signals at the strongest frequency." He looked at Susu with a little guilt and said bluntly, "I'm sorry, with my ability, I can't calculate the landing time of the signal at present, and I can't guarantee you the success rate of this space travel. I just thought, what if?" Weiyu paused, leaned over and hugged Susu from the back, and said slowly, "I mean, what if the world is really going to be destroyed? I don't want you to have regrets at the last moment." This will also be his regret. Susu stared at the program characters that kept sliding across the screen, and suddenly froze in place. An extremely absurd idea broke into his mind. He began to revisit what he saw in this timeline. If his soul was born in the entanglement of the ocean, and his body in this world was the product of the Mattia gene plan, but for some reason, he was put into another timeline to grow up. Due to the disorder of space in the middle, he had some influence on the body and part of the soul of Susu who stayed in this time, leading to a series of subsequent developments. Since the ocean hopes that he can make a choice for her, it will definitely not transfer him away for no reason. In other words, it is very likely that there is a force pushing all this, trying to cut off his connection with the current timeline and completely destroy this world. In this case, how did he go against the drive of the mysterious power and connect the two timelines again? "Susu, I hope you will regret your decision this time." The strange words he heard before resurfaced in Susu's mind. What decision will he make? Will he regret it? Susu looked at the satellite that Weiyu prepared for him again, and suddenly figured everything out. He couldn't help but lower his head and smile, but the slightly red corners of his eyes were filled with the pain of enlightenment. There was no need for any signal anchor point. As long as he made this choice, his fate was already determined. So the one who connected the two timelines and started all this was not someone else, but himself. Susu. Weiyu noticed that the person in his embrace looked strange, so he immediately walked to him, half-squatted, and asked in a gentle voice, "What's wrong?" He turned his head to look at the computer screen and apologized, "I know you don't like this kind of unrealistic things. If you find it boring then..." "No, I like it very much." Susu smiled bitterly and shook his head, took a deep breath, pointed at the control panel and asked, "I want the satellite to sail away with a text message. Is that okay?" Weiyu's eyebrows relaxed again when he heard this, and he immediately agreed, "Of course, just enter it here." He stood up and taught Susu how to enter it step by step. After seeing a line of words appear on the screen, he turned his head to look at the people around him with confusion, and asked tentatively, "What does this mean? Who is he? Who do you want to save?" "The sea is about to wake up." He is in Pingang Village. You have to save that child. Come to the 5th era of the Earth. You are needed here. After typing a string of text messages, Susu stared at the familiar words and shook his head and said, Save all the people who can be protected and complete the real mission. Seeing that Wei Yu didn't understand, he suddenly smiled and said, Wei Yu, in the countless reincarnations in the past, I seem to have chosen to stand with you. Susu. Looking at the sincerity in the other's eyes, when he revealed his heart, Wei Yu couldn't help but hug Susu tightly, and his voice was dumb. I hope that in the future reincarnation, we can still get together. Although Susu's first words sounded like a beautiful dream, but if you think about it during the day, you will dream about it at night. Maybe it will really come true? After all, people always have hope to go longer. Who Susu hugged Wei Yu's hand and paused. His slightly drooping eyes lost focus. Suddenly, a weird and terrifying picture turned into a phantom and appeared in front of him. The collection center immersed in water had long been invaded and infiltrated by alien creatures. Fluorescent egg sheaths could be seen everywhere. However, when Susu saw them again this time, the egg sheaths were almost all broken. Countless monsters rushed to the collection center, step by step approaching the valve that had not been closed in time. The world began to shake in disorder, as if a pair of big hands angrily opened the cracks on the surface of the deep sea. It was the earth that was angry. Chapter 211. The dazzling sunlight burned everything, and was instantly covered by dark clouds. The thin air became more and more sultry. Looking far away, I could see that the steaming water vapor distorted the space. The rolling waves of the sea surface inexplicably rose, with boiling water and hot bubbles. The scope of the impact became wider and wider, spreading across the entire sea surface. The thick hot fog gradually gathered into cumulus clouds in the sky, and it became thicker and thicker, as if the sky would fall down in the next moment. The dense dark clouds blocked most of the sky, until a burst of sky-breaking flashes fell from the sky, and the sudden light shone on the surface of all things. Suddenly, I could see that the sea level in the distance was faintly shaking, accompanied by a muffled roar like a dragon waking up. The surface buried in the sea for hundreds of years was torn apart by invisible hands, revealing a red and burning light like blood, but in a moment, a sea of blood flowed in the abyss. The bubbles rolled violently, raising waves mixed with gravel. Countless marine alien creatures fled in panic, trying to leave this deep-sea purgatory. Chased by the orange-red fire column, they gradually approached the human base. The alarm that meant the danger was coming was immediately sounded, and all the guards on duty quickly returned to the lighthouse to prepare for battle. Under the thunder and lightning like the end of the world, the people who defended the last home of mankind had firm and resolute faces. Isn't there still some time? Huafeng looked down at the approaching alien creature tide, and quickly dispatched people to prepare for firing. Wei Yu glanced at the predicted time on the screen at hand that had not entered the countdown. Knowing that they had no time to discuss this issue now, he spoke faster. The base defense system has been fully activated, and the outer blocking trap has been released. The intelligence sent by the internal affairs team has been received. The lighthouse combat readiness cabin has been fully prepared, and the backup is on standby at the exit of the underground city at any time. How long will it take for the underwater purifier to be calibrated? Susu's voice sounded in the connection, mixed with the sound of the wind passing by quickly. When designing the purifier, the R&D and engineering departments took into account that the machine would need to run for more than 100 years after being placed before it could see improvement, and it was hard to say how long they could last in a lifetime. In order to avoid the cumbersome rework and maintenance in the future, the possibility of various natural disasters in the future was considered at the beginning of production, so the waterproof function of the particle high-speed purifier was only the basis. When he left Wei Yu's command room, he passed by the engineering team. After hearing the alarm, Ma Qian had already started to lead people to control the waterproof and high-temperature resistant purifier through satellite control, to avoid being buried by the boiling magma. But since the purifier near the human base was placed last, the calibration period has not yet ended. The desire to survive is a biological instinct. The current offensive trend of the alienated creatures is unprecedentedly strong. Can the defenses of the human base hold out until the calibration of 248 purifiers is completed and the offensive capabilities of the alienated creatures are suppressed? Wei Yu, there is still half an hour. Half an hour. Susu slowed down his pace to the top of the lighthouse, looked up at the few steps left with a solemn face, and immediately turned back to walk down the stairs, running counter to the troops, who were constantly rushing to the top floor. Roar! The screams of the beasts resounded through the twilight along with the thunder and lightning. The pale lightning made the terrifying aliens even more monstrous. The uneven skin surface was covered with sticky and burning seawater. Their eyes with green fluorescent light stared straight at the human fortress, and they made their last struggle driven by the desire to survive. The violent waves swept in, and the fences and traps could not stop the fierce momentum of the monsters. In less than a few minutes, they fell under the impact of the howling. Seeing the overwhelming force, Huafeng gave an order to all the guards to open fire. As long as they could hold on until the calibration of the purifier was completed, all the guards would have a chance to withdraw underground and wait for the mantle plume eruption period to pass. They had to hold on for the last half hour anyway. The flames from the muzzles flickered frequently. The last struggle of humans, who were as small as a grain of rice in front of nature, seemed to be overestimating their own abilities, but it was also an instinctive desire. They just wanted to survive. The thunder in the sky sounded again, and between the shaking of heaven and earth, a blue-black figure rushed out from the lighthouse on the sea, standing alone on the sea, facing the strange mountains without any fear. He raised his long tail and slapped it fiercely, breaking a deep ravine on the sea surface and blocking the approaching danger. The heavy rain poured down from the cumulus clouds, and when it first touched the sea surface, bursts of white smoke rose, emitting a burning salty smell. Susu raised his hand to smooth the hair that blocked his eyes, and suddenly dodged into the strange tide, guarding the human home under his feet with the constantly suppressed fire line behind him. Oliver. Liang Zhan's calm voice suddenly came out in the connection, which made Oliver a little uncomfortable, and asked back, "What's wrong?" Liang Zhan led the team out of the lighthouse bridge, manually locked the sturdy door again, and looked up and said, "Nothing, just want to harass you again." After he finished speaking, he grabbed the hand cannon strap and strode onto the boat, bringing all the combat-capable modified humans in Area 3 to support Susu. Family, the reason why we can live to this day is the blessing of Director Finn and others. Now it's time to repay. Go! Susu tilted his head back slightly when he heard the voice, and the sea ripples on his cheeks glowed red, similar to the magma gradually spreading on the seabed. The breath he exhaled also carried a burning smell, and he could even feel the blood boiling in his body, just like the seawater in front of him, steaming and drying up in the burning. Even though they have tried their best to stop the alien creatures from approaching, the marine creatures that have been polluted by humans have already transformed in hundreds of years of evolution, breaking through the suppression with extremely terrifying numerical advantages and biochemical progress, and approaching the high walls of the fortress. Bang! Bang! Until the dense sound of artillery fire sounded again from above. Huafeng and others subconsciously raised the muzzle of the gun, only to see that the lighthouse ship set sail and provided fire support from above. Command room, who is on the ship? This is too dangerous. Once the mantle plume erupts, the stones splashed are as powerful as artillery shells. Where is Director Wei? Why is there no response? It took a long time before Lu Fanqing responded. The team leading the support is Wei Yu and his team. The fate of mankind is a life and death alliance. Either you all die together with these monsters at sea today, or go back to the dungeon together. There is no reason for you to stand on the front line under pressure. Oliver drove the ship to avoid the splashing stones, and aimed at the alien clinging to the outer wall of the lighthouse. He looked at his compatriots in District 3, and found Liang Zhan among them. His frail body was covered with wounds from the monster's fierce attack, and his protective suit had already been stained red with blood. Susu, who was some distance away from him, seemed to have noticed something unusual and rushed to support him, but the shells from the high altitude came faster. Wei Yu stared at Susu on the screen, and while confirming that he was fine, he said to Liang Zhan, "Azan, you did a great job and helped us delay for a long time. But the old director is very angry now, but you can take people back and spank him now." Liang Zhan's voice was weak, and he refused. "We want to stay and help. Brother, you always think we are still ignorant children, but if it weren't for the rescue of the sea camp and the research institute, we wouldn't be alive today, so as long as we can do our part, it doesn't matter if we die at sea. Brother, thank you. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Wait until the disaster is over before performing the plot of sacrificing your life to thank you." Susu finally rushed against the current, and his long tail rolled up Liang Zhan and swung it back, saying coldly, "Take the strong people to guard the entrance of the underground city, and everyone is ready to evacuate at any time." "But?" Liang Zhan's hands carrying the barrel were so weak that they trembled slightly, but he didn't want to leave. Susu swung his tail to stir up huge waves, erected a water wall in front of the formation, and bought them a short time to retreat. What he said next was somewhat contrary to Oliver's preface, but the purpose was the same. Not everyone has to stand on the front line to fight. Guarding the gate so that we don't have to worry about the future is also a manifestation of understanding. Liang Zhan gritted his teeth and made a final struggle. We are all gone. What about you? You are the only one left on the sea. You can't bear it. The seawater is getting hotter and hotter, and the splashing water drops will leave a red mark on the skin. The gradually approaching orange-red slurry is like the claws of a demon crawling out of the ground, getting closer and closer to the lighthouse on the sea. Susu's half of his body is soaked in water, which must be more uncomfortable than them. How can they leave with peace of mind? Let's go! Susu did not respond directly to Liang Zhan's question, and his tone was rarely commanding. Then he looked up and asked Wei Yu, who was driving the boat in the air, how long will it take? Wei Yu knew what he was asking and replied, there are still 10 minutes before the calibration is completed. He stared at Susu and said in a muffled voice, Susu, you can also retreat. We can hold out for the last 10 minutes. The mantle plume magma is coming, you should withdraw immediately. The sand and gravel splashed by the high temperature are enough to penetrate the ships in the air. It seems that Wei Yu and his team decided to separate the pressure of the lighthouse from the high altitude, and they have no intention of going back. Susu turned around and looked at the alien creatures on the wall outside the lighthouse. They were getting closer and closer to the top floor. Huafeng and Muller were not effective in resisting on the wall. Wei Yu and his team had to support the lighthouse and share his pressure at sea while dodging the flying stones at high altitude. Even if they could hold out until the purifier was calibrated and the actions of the alien creatures at sea were suppressed, there would not be enough time to clean up the monsters on the walls of the lighthouses. Susu slowly lowered his head and looked at the slurry flowing under him. The scene in front of him overlapped with his dream, and he already knew his own ending. He lowered his eyes to look at the purifier's external control panel tightly in his hand, and said, Wei Yu, you just clean up the outer wall of the lighthouse and return to the underground city, and leave the sea to me. What are you going to do? Wei Yu immediately realized that something was wrong and asked, Susu, I have never asked you for anything, now I just hope you don't do anything stupid. Susu cut off the main channel connection, and called Wei Yu alone. After knowing his own ending, he looked around the boiling sea with a calm look. Wei Yu, driven by fate, I stood on the side of mankind. Since I made such a decision, I must fulfill my promise to the ocean. I used to think that my existence was insignificant to the world, but now that I know that my choice can change the fate of countless people, I suddenly feel that this world is not so annoying. I don't understand. Wei Yu turned the ship around, trying to get closer to Susu and take him away from the sea. Susu smiled and looked up at the ship rushing towards him. Although they were far apart, he seemed to see Wei Yu's anxious face for him. He sighed with nostalgia and said, Wei Yu, thank you for your existence in this world. Can you promise me one thing? When you come back, we talk slowly. Wei Yu blurted out, but didn't hear Susu's response, so he had to compromise, you say? Susu's eyebrows curved slightly when he heard the words, and the warmth in his heart was warmer than the heat flowing through his body. It can attract his thoughts even more. Wei Yu, I hope that after the disaster is over, you will never forget your original intention and build the human world you wish for with your own hands. He paused, standing between the fiery red flames, his eyes full of love that he had just learned, and said timidly and solemnly, also, Wei Yu, I love you. Thunder and lightning chopped the world in the storm. Blood-red fire pillars spewed out from the ground, splashing fire points. Gravel and raindrops collided, leaving people nowhere to hide. Wei Yu ignored the alarm reminder of wing damage and rushed straight to Susu, who was surrounded by alien creatures. He couldn't guess what the other party was thinking at the moment, but he could vaguely sense that it would not be a good thing. Susu just finished speaking, turned around and went directly underwater, and the long blue-black shadow instantly disappeared in the strange tide, and he could not see where he went. Soon, the monitoring system of the offshore purifier suddenly sent an alarm. The flashing red light made Wei Yu's eyes red. He immediately understood Susu's plan and grabbed the communicator and shouted, Susu, where are you going? But there was no response from the other end of the communicator. Wei Yu rushed to the nearest purifier mark point to Taoyuan base in the long dead silence, still holding a glimmer of luck in his heart. The alien creatures could not harm Susu. Maybe after he turned off the purifier, the unpurified seawater would attract the attention of some monsters and share the pressure of the underground city base, so he could find a chance to escape. It doesn't matter. The seawater purification plan can be continued after the magma cools down. As long as the human base is not destroyed, they will definitely redeem the sins committed by their predecessors. He only hopes that Susu can come back safely. Countless monsters gathered, and Wei Yu's ship cleared the alien creatures near the marked point from top to bottom to ensure that Su Su had a chance to save people as soon as he left the sea, but he waited for nothing. The high temperature from the ground burned everything underwater, and the body was like a stream of water that would melt, and even breathing was a luxury. All marine creatures struggled miserably, but had nowhere to hide. Su Su forced himself to dive into the deep sea with his scattered consciousness, waved his hand to push away the water mixed with sparks in front of him. His burned eyes were full of blood red. The deeper he went, the more desperate and powerless he felt. He could feel that the sea that nurtured him seemed to give up the last struggle. You let me make the choice. Isn't it that you still have hope for this world? Since you want to live, the ending is not destined until the last moment. Su Su could no longer see the way forward in the boiling water, and only found the placement of the purifier by memory. Su Su, look at this place. The shutdown button of the purifier is at the bottom. Ma Qian's teachings echoed in Su Su's ears. He touched the hot shell of the purifier, and continued to dive, completely ignoring the fact that the flesh and blood on his hands were burned by the iron sheet of the machine, calculating the last time for calibration in his mind, and personally shut down the machine in the sea area before the purification plan was officially launched. Su Su was lurking in the deep sea, and he could sense that the purifiers and other sea areas were running at high speed according to the established procedures, but there was no improvement in the one where he was. In an instant, the lost monsters found the nearest comfort zone. The unintelligent alien creatures could not distinguish which area was safe, and followed their instinct to get closer to the comfort zone. The tremors of the earth became more and more intense, and Su Su's perception gradually weakened. It was difficult to distinguish whether it was sea water or magma around him. At the last moment, when his consciousness dissipated, he inserted the purifier control panel to restart the machine. It takes time for the purifier to connect to the satellite, but he has no time to wait. The safety of the underground city base and the remaining humans must be guaranteed before dissipating. Su Su's remaining consciousness still holds on to the last hope. His hope was born in the ocean, and it came from the land before the doomsday disaster broke out. He grew up in the land of the predecessor of the Taiyuan base. Nothing is more suitable than him as the parameter of this sea area. It was just a shell. He didn't know where he came from, and couldn't find a place to settle down. Now he has found the meaning of this world, but he still feels melancholy and regretful. Wei Yu, I don't know if you have returned to the human base safely at this moment. After this disaster is over, will you bring a bright future to the remaining humans as you said before, and build a beautiful home, like the Research Institute? Maybe they will meet again thousands of years later, but will they still remember this world in the next era? I'm afraid they won't. Su Su can no longer shed tears. He continues to dive in the midst of loss, heading for his destination. Purifier. Purifier has been restarted. Ma Qian looked at the docking request on the control panel in disbelief. He had been annoyed that he had not asked more questions when Su Su asked him for an external control panel. He obviously had the opportunity to persuade Su Su. Xiao Jieshi shed tears in a long silence, silently wiping the machine that Su Su had repaired, without saying a word, until the control screen showed that the sea area closest to them had reached the optimal purification value. The shock instantly occupied the peak of emotion. No, what did Su Su do? Even if the purifier has not yet connected to the satellite, the sea area has reached the initial purification value, which means that the sea water outside the Taiyuan base has just completed a purification. The alien creatures that cannot adapt to the pollution concentration cannot approach this sea area in the short term, but before the pollution level reaches a balance with other sea areas, the purifier in the center of the sea area has enough time to dock with the satellite and start high-speed operation. But no matter how the human base calls Su Su, there will be no response. Then looked at Wei Yu, who had been calling Su Su's number with a depressed look after returning, and patted his shoulder without saying much. Kid, we have more important things to do. Rebuilding human society, I know. Wei Yu responded with lifeless eyes, but he could hardly hold back the sadness in his heart. Su Su was too smart, and knew him too well. He probably guessed that he would be upset because of this matter, and used the agreement to frame his shaky desire to survive, and continue to move forward with hope for a bright future. But the more sober he was, the more heartbroken he was, as if he also sank into the scorching ocean current, leaving only a body full of faith. The continuous rain and thunder for several months washed the boiling fire again and again, and the earth-shattering shock finally ended, leaving only the endless Black Sea surging heavily, waiting to be completely cooled and deposited as land. Ashes fell like snow, blocking the sky above. The pungent smell of sulfur mixed with the stench of seawater lingered for a long time. The lighthouse of the human base activated its defenses at the last moment when the magma arrived and instantly collapsed, covering all entrances, and completely isolating it from the outside world. The whole world seemed to be uninhabited and filled with a sense of death. Cough, cough, cough. A burst of human coughs broke the silence, and several people wearing high-temperature protective clothing emerged from the ground, exploring the earth after the disaster. Oliver, you are wearing an oxygen mask. What can you smell? You are pretending to cough. Liang Zhan, don't think I didn't see it. When you just came out of the underground exit, you secretly tested whether your feet would be burned. Ma Qian looked at the two people who started to quarrel again, shook his head helplessly, and walked to the leader Wei Yu. As you expected, after the lava ash is deposited, a new continent should be formed. The machine we have developed during this period can accelerate regional cooling. We made adjustments to the design drawings given by your R&D department overnight. See if there are any changes that need to be made. Wei Yu nodded after taking it, and took the opportunity to confirm and instructed Ma Qian, take your people to check whether the purifiers can operate normally. It takes time to rebuild the human base, and the ocean purification plan cannot be stopped. Understood. Ma Qian nodded and accepted the order. Seeing that the friendly Wei Yu in the past had become more taciturn after the accident, he sighed silently and helplessly. When he was leading his men to release a drone to observe the unsolidified land surface, he passed by Liang Zhan and Oliver, who were tired from fighting. He saw them squatting in front of a small puddle, fiddling with something. When he got closer, he saw them squatting and placing small paper boats on the water. So he asked curiously, "What are these boats?" Liang Zhan looked up and blinked his eyes, then lowered his head, and continued to place them, hoping that the boats could drift farther, so that the souls buried deep in the sea could hear their thoughts. These are what everyone has folded during this period. There are words I want to say to Brother Su Su, and many people expressed their gratitude to him, and I secretly looked at a few of them. It seems that there are also prospects for the future. I hope that the earth can return to its vibrant and green state, worthy of Brother Su Su's efforts, and promise that I will never do anything that harms nature in the future. He pointed at the paper boats and explained specifically, these are degradable materials, specially made by Lu Fangqing. Ma Qian put his hands on his waist and said indignantly, you did these things without counting my share. Liang Zhan shrank his neck. Z said, isn't it because your engineering department and my brother are preparing the reconstruction plan day and night? I have been recovering from my injuries these days, so I have nothing to do. Ma Qian was not really angry with Liang Zhan. He touched his helmet, leaned over and put a small boat on the water, watched it drift away, and said sadly, I hope he can hear it, and I hope the future transformation of this world can meet his dreams. The rainstorm left shallow puddles on the surface of the cooled lava. The boat, which was out of tune with this lonely world, drifted downstream, conveying the true thoughts and calls from humans to the world with the breeze. You are here. Su Su walked in the darkness. If he hadn't seen the faint light floating not far ahead, he would have thought he was really blind. I seem to have been here. The light spot laughed angrily and said irritably, familiar. In the countless timelines in the past, you would come here to see me at the end of each time. Su Su understood that the virtual image in front of him seemed to be the source of the mysterious voice he had heard before, so he asked, so who are you? It floated up and down, without any entity, and could also transform into anything. It seemed to know what Su Su would ask next, and continued in one breath, you can understand that I am the origin of the world, and the ocean is just a part of me. Logically, you should also submit to me, but you have never listened. After repeated destruction by humans, I am completely tired of living, but the ocean still wants to continue to wait and see, so when she gave birth to you, I cut off her life. But we didn't expect that you would become a completely independent individual and become the exception that the world is about to be destroyed. Sometimes I can't help but wonder, who is the master of this world? There was no joy of victory in Su Su's eyes. The rationality that dominated his emotions revealed the truth. Since you are the origin of the world, if you really want to destroy this place, you can do any action, but you didn't do it, which just shows that you also have hope, right? TSK. It sneered angrily, turned around impatiently, and drove Su Su away mischievously. Leave here quickly, I'm really tired of your boring soul, and I don't look forward to meeting you next time. But I have a hunch that we will meet again. Su Su shrugged, without any sense of being annoying. Feeling that there was no one else in this dark and boundless world, the instant quietness made it feel endless loneliness, as if it felt strange. It turned around silently and looked at the place where Su Su had just stood, and saw that Su Su had left a blooming flower. This is a flower cultivated by humans in the dark sea. Looking at the note that Su Su hung on the edge of the flower pot, although it was out of shape, it seemed to have a smile on its face. Forget it, since this world will still bloom, I stay for a while. On the endless scorched earth, Wei Yu held a blueprint in his hand without saying a word, concentrating on the idea of reconstruction. His heart was still slightly warmed by Su Su's wish before leaving. The breeze carried the heat from the ground, blowing away the ashes and mist in front of him. A figure vaguely appeared from the water, and walked towards him step by step. Wei Yu's hand holding the blueprint froze, not sure if it was an illusion he had been thinking about, or if he really saw a real shadow. He walked forward like a madman, completely unable to hear the compound prescription of his companions behind him, only to see the image in front of him becoming clearer and clearer. The person who came looked exactly like the person he had been thinking about day and night. Su Su stood opposite Wei Yu and slowly opened his arms. The surging thoughts in his chest and the relief of surviving the disaster finally converged into a greeting. Wei Yu, it's me, I'm back. He was born from the ocean's prayers. As long as there is hope for mankind, he will not completely dissipate. Perhaps in the future, greedy people will still do stupid things under the trend of desire, but as long as the world has not completely ended, there are still people who stick to their principles and strive for redemption in the barren world, and the sea will still leave mankind with the last chance to regret. Su, a good grain, means that people will survive forever.